and gentlemen, from parts unknown, we have an interracial, intermingled, intersexual group of Caucasian men and wife beaters and black men of questionable melanin. Put your hands together, make some noise for Guns and Butter!
Whether you're chasing the bag or just trying to be a man, get ready to have your wallets, your mind, and your views on life challenged with Reckless Ray De Niro.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro, and we are back at it again with another episode of Guns and Butter. That means that it is Thursday. For those of you who didn't know, because we are here, except for special coincidences and special occasions, every Thursday, sometime between 6 and 8:30 p.m., depending on how the day is going. But it's once every 5 weeks, we're going to err closer to the 6 o'clock hour because I get off work a little bit earlier because I am on call. With that said, we're here. I'm here. We made it. We started on time without flaw. Actually, I think I pushed the live button a couple of minutes early there for you. For those of you who are just catching up with me here, we did start on time today. So everybody else who's gonna arrive later in the show, we're probably gonna do a little bit later deals in the show. So we're gonna start off with some news, because I do have some news for you. So one of the interesting things that's going on, and they made it sound like it was across the world, but it's actually in Europe, but something to keep in mind and something to be listening to and looking at and being abreast of as we jump into these deals. What's going on? It's the Mr. and Mrs. She Said and Mr. He Said, the Sayeds in the building. What's up? Shout out to Mr. Youngblood City, who had the first comment. He dipped in to win that award. We're gonna have to get him because he always shows up late. But I'm gonna pull this up to the screen so that we can talk about this for a hot second while we get some people in here, and then I'll jump into my monologue. But it's something that's interesting. I'll be talking about it on probably the crypto and the future financial strategies, because this is a valid news story and it's important that people understand what's going on. So what's it saying? JP Morgan's UK bank Chase to ban crypto transactions. And what did they say specifically in their press release? This is how you know it's about to get wild here, people. They specifically said that there's a lot of scams in crypto, and they don't want you to lose your money. Now, this wasn't an issue the past 3 years, but now that crypto is about to go parabolic, they don't want you bringing money into the markets, and they don't want you, most likely, taking money out of the market. So those of you who are going to be rushing in with FOMO, like, oh God, crypto, Reckless Ray's been telling me about it and I didn't listen, and now everybody's getting rich and it looks like everybody's winning and I'm not winning, I want to get in there too. They're making it harder for you if this is your only bank. And this is one of the reasons that I say you should never be just rocking one bank account. Now, do I advocate for Chase and the big Chases, the Citibanks and the Wells Fargo, and I do recommend you have one account with the big boys. But I also advocate either having an internet banking account, a small banking account, a community banking account, something that's not one of these, because now they're controlling the flow of money for most of you. Because most of us just put our heads down, well, they're a big bank and it's accepted everywhere and it's a big name and I get to feel fancy. And it's like, you don't even have a private banking relationship because your gurus ain't telling you about private banking relationships like old Reckless Ray De Niro is over on Future Financial Strategies, giving you actual game. They give you half-truths. They give you partial lies. They're not telling you how rich people are actually navigating. They're not giving you actual information. And in all honesty, even behind the paywall, they're not giving you that level of game, just keeping it a bean. But I digress. This is the reason that I advocate for having more than one bank account, because it gives you the ability to move money around. Now, the hack for this I've already done. I'm going to have to like re-premiere my Cash App strategy that I use, because that will sidestep this, because Cash App is flagged as a crypto company to nobody because they were in crypto later. And fortunately, the owner of Cash App actually cares about y'all having an opportunity to do what you need to do with your money, to actually give you the opportunity to compete with the big boys and move yourselves ahead in the world. But again, I digress. I've already given the answer for this. So this is a minor speed bump for those of you who are in the wolf pack that are tapped in. But I thought it was something that was interesting as we're getting ready to run into that bull run year. They're already crimping down. They're already pre-excusing their actions to keep you from getting wealthy, because they don't want you to win. The goal is for you to be broke, for you to be starving, and for you to own nothing. Not only that, the goal is for you to give up what little freedom you have left. And it's going to be done via means like this. They're going to have life-changing wealth where you're going to sit there and tell old Ray Bear he was lucky when 10 years ago you were telling old Ray Bear he was crazy. But no, it's not that I'm crazy. It's because I saw where things were going and I executed consistently, relentlessly, and wholeheartedly, while you sat there and decided to make judgments, while you sat there and decided to crack jokes, while you sat there and decided to think that things are funny, as your walls are collapsing in around you, mine are expanding. Ray Bear's even taken the time to put out 2 shows specifically about how Ray Bear navigates with his finance. I'm one of the few people that before I get to the mountaintop, before I'm in the position of Anton Daniels to where I just bag on you with all the stuff that I got, and I got to drive around with all the things. I got to do my show with the Gucci shades and the Rolly to prove to you, social proof, that I got more than you, that we are nowhere near in the same league. As I'm building, I'm giving you the game, unfiltered, exactly as I'm doing it. If you look at most of these people that are at the mountaintops, they're at the mountaintops. Most of the advice that they give, to be honest, is anecdotal at best. Most of the strategies that they use, in reality, are non-replicable. By non-replicable, I mean the financial environment that they came up in doesn't exist. So even if they tell you exactly what they did, but they did it over 5 years ago, it is no longer valid. It's just not. Now, when you start talking about the navigating corporate America game and that stuff, fair enough, because some of them are still in there. A lot of them give receipts. Some of them pretend receipts, which is also one of the things that you don't see old Ray Bear doing. Because if I wanted to pretend, I have access to all of those things. Actually, I have access to some things that are better than some of what your favorite gurus have access to, that I could have access to on a regular basis because of the network that I actually have in real life. Something to marinate on. Some of these people are lying to you. Most of them are also charging you. So they're charging you for bad dated information or anecdotal information that could work anyway, that you had the time to go look up yourself. But, since they curated it for you, it somehow hits different, which is fair, because some of you guys need to do that. And whatever it takes for you to win is what it takes for you to win. But it's something to keep in mind that, like, while you're sitting there judging, saying that everything's a scam, saying that things aren't what they seem, the reality of these situations are what they are. And that's the reason whenever I'm talking to people about finances and they want to argue and push back, it gets down to a point to where I just have to say one of the things it's probably my catchphrase when it comes to talking about finance. It's just math. This is a game of math. Math doesn't lie. Math doesn't have emotions. Math is 100% binary. You get the result or you don't get the result. You get the result faster or you don't get the result faster, but the results are the results or the results are the results. And so some of you just listen to stuff, and I'm not saying that you should listen to me. I'm just a guy on the internet too. I'm not on here as much as some of these other guys because I actually have stuff to do in real life, but I'm just a guy on the internet as well. But what I'm saying is you can take anything that you're told and do the math and extrapolate that out and figure out what you would have done, or if this thing actually works, or if this actually mathematically makes sense. When we have the conversation, geez, I'm going to have 2 monologues today because this isn't even the monologue that's on topic. This is just off the head. But when we talk about the math behind, oh, you shouldn't own a home. I mean, that one in and of itself, and that's an easy in this current financial environment, an easy one to push back against. Should you own a home? Well, I don't know. Do you like your rent going up 40% when a non-US entity buys up the building that you're in and raises the rent $500, raises the rent $1,000? Y'all just broke $1 trillion in debt. You're living paycheck to paycheck as is. Most of you can't take that hit. The reality of it is most people's rent went up more than my mortgage payment with these taxes. And actually, shout outs, my mortgage payment just went down. And I don't know what the heck they shifted around, but they did what they needed to do. And the number went in a direction that I liked. So it was less. It's gone down $20. But over this entire 5-year span, where multiple people, and these are people that I've just seen on Facebook that I know exist, complaining about having to move 2 and 3 times because, like most of you, they're also within a certain budget, and their budget is every dollar that they have. But you're telling them they should rent. Renting didn't work out so well for them. Having to move 2 and 3 times because they couldn't afford it. Oh, okay, so get more money. That's a lot easier said than done, to be honest, for most people, because most people ain't built like that. But the security of that one payment, y'all living with roommates, the rent goes up $500, and they can't even put 2 and 2 together between the 2 of them. The math doesn't make sense on that. Now, obviously, in order to buy a home, that's an intentional decision as well. But I mean, people make the intentional decision to get Starbucks every day. I'm not saying don't get Starbucks every day. If you want to get Starbucks and that brings you that little piece of joy, get your Starbucks. But what I'm saying is you can make an intention and justify blowing all your money a little bit at a time until it adds up to all of it, so that when the rent goes up, you can't afford it. But you can't make that same intention to get yourself into a situation to where your most expensive monthly consistent bill, your lodging, is at least in an area where you know what that's going to be and you have some control over that. And the variance isn't going to be $500. It's like $100. Depending on what they do with the taxes, on how they assess your property, if the property value goes up or not. Now, I do understand that there's you're stuck in that location. Are you? Are y'all really just getting job offers and picking up and moving? Because I'm not seeing it happen. I'm just not seeing people go, oh, got a job, moving across the country today, because you still have a lease that you have to break to do that. Just saying. Also, most of you have roommates, which means that technically speaking, if you got to move, you just got to move somebody into your room to pay that part of the mortgage. Right? Right. Well, hopefully, unless you got roommates that's living with you for free. I'm just saying the math doesn't math on that. Now, if you live in a city where the mortgages are higher than the rent, by all means. But what I'm saying is, with what we've seen happen with the random spikes in rent, it seems more likely that you could be paying rent for forever. Now, we got over 11 people in here. So we're going to go ahead and jump on in and get to the actual conversation. I'm going to pull this down. We're going to break off from the money for a little bit, and we're going to jump into the topic of discussion for tonight. I'm sorry for having that little tangent turn into a long-winded conversation. But, well, hold on. We got to cycle through these what's going ons. What's up, Mr. Youngblood City? The Said's in the house. Mrs. She Said's in the house. Salute. So we're most of us, at least on this side, the conservative-leaning people, have seen the documentary "What is a Woman?" And out here in these YouTube streets, I think there's going to be there's a little bit of confusion from the stuff that I've seen floating around on what is a man? Like, what is even a man? Like, we've got to a point now to where, as young men, it seems they're getting as much or more direction on what it is to be a man from women as they are. Oh, snap. Heck yeah, J Rillo. We gonna drop it. We gonna drop it. We are gonna drop it. There's a lot of confusion out here, and it turns into a really weird conversation and space on how men are supposed to perform in society, how men are supposed to act in society. You've got like a lot of different leanings. Right now, we currently have the conservative sphere turning inward on the red pill sphere. There's a lot of back and forth on what are you supposed to do, what's our prime directive, and all the while, the walls are caving in and the city is burning down. And so I just wanted to broach the topic, and I will drag this out as long as you guys want to have the conversation. If we jump head first into it and we make it becomes like a thing, and like we don't finish the conversation today, I will read this up for next week. If we don't finish it next week, I will read it up for the week after that. We can talk about it till the wheels fall off of this, because I feel like it's important. I feel like it's real important. What's going on? Carl Albertson is in the building. Got big dogs in the building listening over here today. But it's important, because the issue is, while we're arguing about this, our societies are failing. The West is failing. We have a blatant discrepancy on what men are, what we're supposed to do. Are we supposed to be the men of old? Are we supposed to be the roving conquerors that's innately in our genes? Are we supposed to be the ultra sensitive, share your emotions, it's okay to stop and cry, smell the roses, sit down, be happy, chase your happiness, men running through a field giggling and laughing like children? Or are we supposed to be what are we supposed to be? I mean, I don't know. Apparently some of the men now wear goofy hats, and they're saying that they're the man, even though they're blatantly a woman who apparently doesn't deal with men, but apparently was married, but now apparently that individual is making queens and labels themselves a queen maker. And women love more than men, girl power. I'm going to take every talking point that I've ever heard a man say and invert it and just make it about men, and then people are going to think I'm prolific and smart. And men are co-signing this, by the way, which is super sad. Is being a man just saying that everything a woman says and does is just wonderful? All women are wonderful, and never giving them any accountability, never giving them consequence, and telling other men that they're never supposed to give them accountability and never give them consequence. Their feet are never to touch the ground because we're men, even though it comes at a detriment of the entire society. Is that it? Are we supposed to, as men, co-sign anything that comes along that's trendy to grab at attention and allow men to get so confused and so upset about their standing in life and the understanding that not only is the job thankless now, but they're going to hate you while you do the job of being a man? So much so that these men decide that they want to be women and they'll compete with women at being women. And we're supposed to co-sign and accept that across the board because everybody can just do what they want and you have to co-sign it. Even though these same people don't co-sign your existence, they don't co-sign your normal living state. They don't co-sign your masculinity unless it has utility, of course. Because everything masculine is toxic. It's toxic masculinity. It's toxic masculinity. It's white. What is it? White supremacy. If you go to the gym now, if you lift weights, you're participating in white supremacy. If you're not a dysgenic sack of potatoes, you're participating in white supremacy. If you're not just disheveled one donut away from diabetes, one more lollipop away from tingly toes, saying slay queen, running around with a man's voice but the body of a postal woman. Shout outs to Saucy Santana, wearing women's leggings and women's clothing and women's makeup. You're toxic. If you're anything but weak, accommodating, soft, accepting, you are toxic. So what is a man? What is a man if we've relegated 5,000 years of purpose-built civilization building to building the ultimate civilization? Oh, Natasha Vincent's in the building, so hold up a second. That means the show can officially start. Even though we kind of started, she's a little bit late to class, but we're going to let it slide.
And now the show can officially begin. With Natasha Vincent, the #1 moderator on the internet, currently in the chat.
What's good, Lawrence? How are we doing, brother? You walked in on us. We're trying to figure out what a man is. We don't know anymore. We don't know anymore what a man is. And these men are running out here confused. The younger generations are coming up soft. They're shiftless. They have no drive. Yes, J Rillo, you've improved yourself. You racist. Like, yes, J Rillo said I've lost 50 pounds and got out of debt since the start of this year. Man, hold up a second. We gotta hit J Rillo. Wait a second. Wait, hold up. We aren't gonna let that slide, bro. Like, we're gonna have to get you up here tonight, bro. You might have to come up and tap in with us tonight because hold up. I don't have like a whole lot of stuff in here for you because I haven't been updating my clips and I gotta get some more clips in here, but I'm working on it. But this one's for you, J Rillo.
You smart. You very smart. We the best. You a genius.
Yeah, J Rillo, that's dope, man. And yes, it does make you a white supremacist per those who would wish for you to be weak. They don't want you to strive to be the best version of yourself because they know that if we're the best versions of ourselves, they can't control us. if we're the best versions of ourselves, we will be non-compliant. So anything that they can do to shame you for being or striving, actually, it's striving, because honestly, every day you should be improving a little bit. Even if you're the best version of yourself, if you believe that you're the best version of yourself, you don't get to stop. You still push a little bit further every day. So like, the premise that people are striving to take accountability for themselves. If you're not in debt and 50 pounds heavier, Jay Rillo, then you won't listen to them. And he got a promotion, bro. Somebody, let's shout outs to Jay Rillo, bro. Hey, everybody who I got in here, everybody hit a Jay Rillo in the chat. I'm putting it in all the chats. We gotta give Jay Rillo some love, man. That's what we're talking about. They don't want to have that conversation. They don't want to. Oh snap! Hold up, Jay Rillo is out here blessing people, bro. Jay Rillo, come on, man. I gotta hit him with the here come the money. Jay Rillo starting off the money train with the 10 ball. This early in the show, I ain't even said nothing yet. But check this out. I do have my stuff set up so I get my notifications tonight. That's called improvement. So hold up. There's another shout out for Jay Rillo. Wait a second.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money.
Dollar. Cheating, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money.
So so that's one thing. But like, Jay Rillo is a perfect example of what they don't want. They don't want us talking to each other, let alone anyone else. Because God forbid we set the examples and we set the standards. But they don't want us talking about our improvements. Matter of fact, they have us engineered to not even like each other's improvements, as though Jay Rillo's success took something from me. They don't want us shedding light on each other's improvements. They don't want us championing each other. They don't want us positively reinforcing each other. They want us to think that Jay Rillo winning is us losing. He took something from us. No. We should be competing with each other constantly, but not in the sense that they want us to compete with each other. We should be competing with each other in the sense that when Jay Rillo does good, now guess what? That's putting it on me to now go improve and accomplish something myself so that I deserve to be in Jay Rillo's presence. That's how we're supposed to be functioning, but that's not how our society functions. We get mad when people win. We get upset. We get butthurt. We get some sort of feeling in our souls because we've been trained to not try. So they want everyone. You don't want to see somebody who's moving forward if you've been trained to either stay exactly where you're at or move backwards. We don't want to see Jay Rillo moving forward, but we should. If you're feeling some type of way about Jay Rillo's success, the first thing I want to tell you is it's not going to stop. And the second thing is you should take that as an acknowledgement that you're not moving forward, and that's why you're upset. You're not trying, and that's why you're upset. And you can 100% change that. Our feelings and our emotions and how we process them, they are triggers. Those are not permanent states. They're indicators. Hey, you've been sitting. Maybe you should move. Maybe you should do something. Maybe you need to change your environment. So that's the reason I wanted to broach this topic tonight, because I've been talking and I'm on panels. One of those weird spaces where I'm in between. I get to talk to the younger guys that are coming up, and I also get invited to talk to the older gentlemen who've already been here. And I'm kind of like that weird nexus space. And I feel like that's a good place to find out where the questions are. And one of the questions is, what's the expectation and what is it to be a man? Because in America, we do not have a definitive rite of passage into manhood. Most men, when you talk to them, they can't tell you when they became a man. They'll just tell you, shout out to Lawrence. You know what I'm saying? He said a man got nuts in between his legs. Has a nut sack specifically. And he is 100% correct to a certain extent. But when we talk about who's a man, I don't necessarily. I mean, technically speaking, there's some dudes out there with nutsacks that think they're women, and will want you to think that they're women too. So I mean, that isn't a definer anymore. And the fact that we're having an argument about it, the fact that we have to rebroach this topic, it's a question, and it's across the board, because the expectation of our older generation, the expectations that boomers have for us, the expectation that Gen X and Gen Z have for us, the expectation that millennials has for us, it's a gradient degradation on a pretty much age-old principle up to a certain point. I don't think they were, at any other point in history, have I ever read that they were having a legitimate argument about what a man was. Ever. And I look into the collapse of civilization. I think about the collapse of Rome darn near every day at this point, which apparently is also supposed to be white supremacy. But I don't remember any part of that story where they were like, oh yeah, and they forgot what men were, then they set everything on fire and it went to hell. Like, I don't believe that I saw that. So we're going to talk about it. I'm going to go ahead and throw the link out for those of you who want to tap in and join the conversation. We're just gonna keep it rolling. Boom. And I'm gonna pin this in the YouTube channel. So if you guys are over on YouTube, it's getting ready to move to the top of the chat. It is moved to the top of the chat. Oh, I undid it. And then oh God. Hey, I just learned a really weird thing that happens sometimes. And this is interesting. Okay. So also, I want to give a real quick shout out to if you haven't seen Tough Topics podcast, I had a whole rant over there last night. And a lot of us over in this space, it's like I know that it's not just conservatives. There's definitely some third positionists that I got over here. Shout out to New Frontier. I got some really smart macro global guys, international policy guys. Jay Rillo, that dude can go down some rabbit holes, let me tell you, and he is very articulate and smart as well. I think we need to start. I'm definitely going to start on this channel highlighting the other people that you should be tapped into if you're capable of having a conversation, want some different opinions, some different context. Tough Topics had me over on her show yesterday, and it was dope. Like, we had such a good conversation. She's really good at interviewing, very articulate, very well spoken. And even though we don't implicitly agree, she's really good at pulling information out of people. And so it was a really good conversation to get some more context and some perspective and, share some different ideas. So I'm also going to throw her channel down here in the chat for y'all. Cause like, we need to have those spaces where we can float around in some of these same spheres together to talk to people. So that way we can have our messages broadened, because she has a good following over on her channel. And she's had, like, I didn't know that she got into really that deep into the politics. And so, I've been trying to tap in on the lives. And if it's something that I have knowledge of, I'll tap in with her and speak on it. And, support her in the chat and whatnot. But last night she was hitting on some America's having problems stuff. And it was really good. And I really had to give her roses on that, because it was a good show. And, I was over there with her for a little bit, hanging out towards the end of it, probably the last quarter. And it was dope. Like, it was just a really good deal. And so she actually clipped up the entire conversation. She made a couple of shorts, and then I was over there arguing with some people, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody will take the shorts and want to have an opinion. And I was not having it. So I jumped into the chat and had to set some people straight. Hold on. Okay. And so I'm dropping the link for Tough Topics. She's hitting all the deals, but she actually clipped up the entire conversation and clipped that piece of it out and has it up. So we might have to, I have to see how long this is. Oh, okay. Bet. So I might actually just throw this up for you while we're sitting here chilling before we get into the opener. I'm gonna go ahead and share that. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this up so we can listen to it. So that way you guys can see what I'm talking about. And I mean, I'm more than welcome to, if you guys got some pushback, we can talk about this too. So I'm going to share this tab for you. Definitely hit the like button on that. And I'm already subscribed. Boom. So. Oh, hold on. I did not share the screen. Y'all got me over here listening to myself in the background. Hold on. That's probably awkward. Yeah, sub. Nice, Natasha. Thank you. Definitely tell her I sent you over there. Ardently an anti-communist. Very much so.
Can you
100%.
give
Like
some context of why you say that, like what's happening to make you even think that that's a possibility or that it's happening? What's going on?
100%. So the entire identity politics game of this is my label, this is what it is. It's the new age evolution of communism, because original communism was separating into two groups. It's the have-nots against the haves, and it's us versus them, and like we've just got to take over the means of production, which you still hear espounded, the UAW, all these people that want indefinite raises because they made decisions and they don't want to sit with them. But what you have now, and like that was a means to divide a people amongst themselves. And then if you take out the rich people, you've taken out the power structure in that country. Communism can sweep in. And then what ends up happening is everyone ends up starving. A bunch of people end up dying. And it's never us versus them, because once you get rid of all the rich people, then it becomes, well, you've got a few more shekels than I do. We got to get you up out of here now because you're the rich people. And it keeps working its way down until the civilization just collapses. So what they've done now is they've ingrained themselves here in the school system. And you can look this up historically. We have people that were sympathizers and ardent, outspoken communists in America 20, 30 years ago during the Cold War that sympathized with the Soviets and followed toe with who they supported here in the United States with the Soviets, to the tune that they were making bombs and planning to kill 20 to 30,000 American citizens to overthrow the current system at that time, 30, 40 years ago. These are facts. These people did not go to jail. They got given positions as heads of college. Do your research. These things happen. So what they've done is they worked on the model. And they said, okay, this us versus them, the working class versus the rich didn't work during that time period because people had decent lives. You could work and be middle class and have a good life. So you weren't motivated to go just take out everybody who's got more stuff than you. That didn't work then. Fast forward, what they did was identity politics. Well, now you've made these groups. You got the LGHD TV community. Okay. You've got black, you've got women, you've got cis black men, you've got black women divided against them. So they've segregated this out into all of these. You get to pick your victim mark, tally up your victim tokens, people. And then they go, well, you're marginalized against this other group, and then we're marginalized against this other group. And at the top of the hierarchy is cis white men. They're the enemy of everyone. And then after if we got rid of all the cis white men, the next tier down is cis white women, right? Then you get down into the LGHD TV community because you got some white men in there, right? And then you got some white women in there, right? And then after you disseminate that down, you get to work all your way down until the society collapses. And the way that this works is they make everything so terrible that as a society, the society has collapsed, and they go, we need something else. We need to fix this. And then they come in and they go, hey, communism, we'll fix this. We're the communists. We can fix this. The first thing they're going to do, the first thing that they will do, if once this society collapses and if they win, is they will immediately exterminate the LGHDTV community because they are actually repulsive to the movement. Because that is the highest level. That's the highest level of debauchery we have, but they're using them as useful idiots to snake in because their policies are destabilizing this country. But at the end of the day, the people waiting in the back that have the solution for you are communists. That's what they're going to come in with. They're going to say, give up control of everything. We'll handle it. Yeah, so that was the gist of my rant. I also had another really good one that she's probably going to clip out about the police. But you know, it really is just what it is, and part of that is you have to destabilize the men to make them compliant, to make them just listen, to make them just do what you say, to make them just roll over, go take the jab, shut your mouth, and do what you're told. Those are also things that need to happen in the realm of subjugating a people group. You got to have the men shut up. You got to shut up and sit down. You got to bring the queen makers to the forefront. You got to have the warrior queens, the alpha females. They'll run things. They'll make this all better. And we've got to and people just don't understand how bad stuff has gotten. And it's to the tune now to where as bad as stuff has gotten, people don't even want to acknowledge how bad it is because they don't want to be perceived as wrong. They don't want to change their opinions. They don't want to see things in a lens of reality. You can't even ask them for a logical explanation of well, why do you believe that outside of us not liking Trump as a person, maybe, how you can say that the administration that we have now is better? Who's it better for? How is your life better? Last I checked, all he was doing was crying about the stuff that Trump tweeted and said during his presidency. I did not see you moving 3 and 4 times because you can't afford to live in the place that you live. And the rents were getting jacked up and food was 50% more. I don't remember those times. So these people are voting themselves into a state of they can't survive, the whole while saying, oh, well, at least we don't have the orange man. Orange man's still bad, because they're told to parrot this as their livelihoods are being destroyed, as their ability to navigate's being destroyed, as their wealth's being destroyed. These things don't affect me the way that it affects them. So we're going in 2 different directions. So while they're sitting here saying orange man's bad, we got Black Thoughts in the building. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
What's up, Ray? I'm fine. How are you, buddy?
Dude, better than I deserve, man. You know, every day is a challenge and a blessing all in one. But you know what? Every day also is a day that I get an opportunity to improve and participate in white supremacy.
You know, I'm listening to you, and what I hear is it's too much logic for these people. I've become very pessimistic lately, and I believe these people are just morons that don't want to deal in logic. And so I'm listening to you, and I'm saying, well, everything he's saying is credible, right? Yeah. Makes sense, right? People were just crying about a couple mean tweets. Nobody was crying about high this and high that.
No.
And yet they'll still say it's better. Now,
and they're told it's better. Like, I mean, they were told that we're not in a recession, and they believed it.
Well,
it's like, bro,
then they keep telling them.
Oh, go ahead.
Then they keep telling them Bidenomics is working. Who is it working for? I mean, I'm sure it's working for Bill Gates and Hillary Clinton and the Biden crime family. I'm sure it's absolutely working for them.
Right.
Go ahead.
You're
Go ahead.
right.
Sorry.
No, you're right. It's like you can, like I said, whenever you're talking anything financial, it's just math. You can buy an order of magnitude less stuff right now than you could when Trump was president.
Exactly.
Like your life is actually worse.
It's just like when people. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
It's just like when people say trickle down economics doesn't work. I say trickle down economics does work. It's just who does it work for? That's all you got to understand. It does work. Just who does it work for?
Well, and that's the issue. It's like when you can't think critically, you can tell a truth and a lie in the same sentence.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Because it depends on, like you just said, like you literally just summed it up. And if people just understood that, trickle down economics works. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Just not for you.
Just not for you. That's it.
And so when he gets up there and says that in front of you, you could hook him up to a polygraph and he would not be lying. He would be lying in the sense of if you were taking it as though you, the common man, are going to benefit from this.
Yep.
And they're just not understanding that. And it's one of those interesting things where I like to always think that, like, hey, maybe this is just an online thing, but then you talk to people that you see breathing real air and you're just like, oh, these people actually believe this shit. Like, you believe what you just said.
Yeah. I think a lot of people suspended all logic when Trump came along. Yeah. I think a lot of people just was like, you know what? I'm done with logic. Because here's the thing. You needed to suspend all logic to believe that every single thing Trump will do is bad, and everything that the Democratic Party did, and will do is good. You have to suspend all logic at that point because you can't critically think and be a even remotely educated person and believe that all Democrats are good and all Republicans are bad. Like it's just impossible to believe that. So you have to just be letting go of all logic at that point.
Well, I mean, so here's my thought process on this though. Do you think that we're getting rid of logic, or do you think that we're just starting to think like women? Right? Because I have a theory on this, because I had a conversation with a nice woman last weekend, and we're talking about she's like, so she's directly affected, obviously, so this affects women different when they're directly affected by something, but she's in knee deep in the LGHDTV community because of her child, right? What's going on, Roz? Heck yeah, dude. You want to get some active money printing and options trading game. Definitely, guys, circa 84. My homie Razik's over there. But she was like on a tangent about, blah, blah, blah. And she brought up abortion. I was like, you do realize that, I was like, if all the women wanted this, like, that's not the federal government's job, first of all. But I was like, so it does boil down to the states. But I was like, there's two things that you got to understand. I was like, you have the freedom to live wherever you want.
You're reckless. Give me a
more
minute.
or less.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. I got you. More or less, you have the ability to live wherever you want. And in the states that didn't vote the way that you would have liked them to vote, women lived in those states too, and more women vote than men do. Also, I think that there's still a hair more women than men. I think women outnumber men, but I know when it comes to voting, by and large, well over. And so the women didn't vote, and like her response was, oh, well, they just don't get it. And I'm like, or they do, and they just don't rock with that. And then it became religion was the problem. And I'm like, okay, so you're saying a person's morals and values are a problem. Well, no, it's the religion. And I'm like, religion is a person's morals and value. Like that generally coincides with the religion that they choose to follow. And she it was like a logic fail for her in the sense that she's just like, no, like those people just don't get it. And yeah, I'm gonna keep rocking out how I rock out. And I just think that we should just, ban religion. And I'm like, well, you can't have a society without religion. And then it becomes, oh, religion's oppressive, religion's bad, and this, and this. And I'm like, well, you know what else is oppressive? People without morals, people without religion. I'm like, you know who else doesn't have religion, coincidentally? Communists. Communists don't have religion because it gets in the way of the state. That's who else doesn't have religion. You know what else communists do? They put their people in situations to where you're eating family members because you're starving to death and you got to pick which sibling gets eaten. That's also a result of communism. I mean, I don't understand the levels to which people will go to argue things that are historical. You can look up the history of any civilization. The more religious ones conquered the ones who were less religious. The civilizations lasted longer. Upon collapse, one of the things they did away with was religion. These are historical facts. Historical facts. But somehow now we think that we've evolved so much that we can just believe in nothing and people are going to act right. And I'm not saying that you have to be religious because honestly, religion is for the dum-dums. That keeps the people reined in that are dumb because they're not going to have the sense to follow rules. So you have to give them the preset of rules because nobody reads the rules. People don't read the instructions. When's the last time you picked up a game and actually read the instructions? Uh-oh.
Yeah. So here's what I think, right? I think that so I agree with what you're saying. I also think that I also think these people don't realize the arrogance spewing out of them, and that's the America flowing out of them, and they don't even know it, but they hate it. They are arrogant enough to think that they can do all of someone else's failures correctly.
Yeah.
Right? We've watched.
Isn't that what they say every time, though? It'll be different this time.
Yeah. Like we've watched society after society collapse trying to do communism, and yet we're like, no. See, America's going to do it better this time.
But we're gonna do all the same things that those people did, but it'll be different.
Exactly.
Like it's wild to me. And so part of that agenda, though, and this goes back to the topic of today's show, is you have to destabilize and remove men. Men are the line that stands in between this. Men are the ones who fight back.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna say something inflammatory.
Uh-oh, let's go.
Okay. So the original model of that is the Black community.
Yeah.
If you look at a lot of that stuff or the tenets of all that of communism and Marxism and all of that, and then you glance over at the Black community, a lot of that is how they've shaped the Black community. If you really look at it.
Yeah.
The Black leaders, right? I'm not going to sit here and say the white man. I'm going to say the Black leaders. The way they led it, the way they was okay with no fathers in the home, the way they pushed the woman king bullshit, strong queen, mama bear, all that nonsense, the way they pushed all of that, it was the Black leaders that let those folk down. And now when you look at the model, look at the Black community. It's this woman-led, failure, but it's like women-led and they make all the decisions and community and all the stupidness. You got Dr. Umar talking about men need to go out and start taking care of other bastards. Like, I'm not taking care. I don't want nobody else's bastards around my two daughters. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
Facts.
I'm good on that. Like, I don't. No, thank you.
Yeah. No, Mayo's right. The Panthers and the communists were communists, as was MLK. I mean, this is the issue that I see, because you're right. Yeah, actually, I mean, there's no issue with that. That statement is 100% factual. But they didn't become an issue until people started uniting. And like the main, oh snap, Mike Rage in the building, shout out. The issue was, it was fine as long as people were divided, right? Once people started coming together and going, oh, like once they started pulling back that curtain and revealing that it's a class issue and not necessarily a race issue, they started getting people up out of there.
That's a fact.
And so if you're isolated the way that Black people were during those time periods, like, they didn't have a choice but to adopt communist principles to preserve the group. They're like, we got to start getting some programs in here. They're not helping us. I mean, you know what else was very similar to this? What the Jamaicans did in Britain when they were being marginalized and isolated. They started doing Pan-African Saturday schools. They set up a bunch of the same things. You don't see them running around just being ardent communists now. It was self-preservation. They had an emphasis on education, and now they outperform their mainland counterparts that were in the same situation that they were in, because they were just like, cool, if you're not going to teach us, we'll go to school an extra day. The Brits, the poor Brits, do not go to school an extra day. Therefore, they are just dumber. Like, it's what your intent is. But I mean, those are those same principles in play, but like, they're not communists. They go, if we're going to be isolated as a group, we have to take care of ourselves.
Yep.
Those things work in that specific environment. I'm not saying that it should be everything, but like, self-preservation, if you're being discriminated against at that level where you're isolated, you got to do what you got to do for the group to survive. Like, this is just what it is. And the results of that playing out left unencumbered and unhindered because the British government did not do what the American government did to the Jamaicans. They did not go and assassinate all those people. They did not continue to just kill them and continue to take their wealth and continue to isolate them into the spaces that they wanted them in. Look at them now. Jamaicans in Britain, the ones that go mainland, they're smarter than we are. They have better outcomes than we do. They care about education. It's just like any other culture that values education. They win.
That's a fact.
So, and the thing that got them there was specifically setting up their after-school programs in the Pan-African Saturday School that they do, where they were like, we'll fill in the gaps that they're not filling as a community. So some of this stuff works. I'm just saying. And they didn't starve to death, and they're not eating each other. So, but yeah, I mean, 100%. I don't. The issue is they're also not trying to twinge the entirety of the Britain society to cater to them, and either they said, we'll just fix our stuff. We're not going to ask you to fix our stuff. We will fix our stuff.
There you go. There you go, Reckless.
Yeah.
There you go. You just hit it on the head.
Yeah. I mean, there has to be some personal accountability. No one's coming to save you. The longer we keep pushing out this idea, and I mean, it's by design, the more that they keep saying, we'll come save you, and the more people keep believing it, even though it never happens, the worse things are going to get across the board, writ large, because it's not going to happen in the way that you think it's going to happen. Like, them coming to save you will be them coming to be like, hey, you want to get on this train, friend? Like, we got somewhere where the saving's happening that we're going to send you all.
Where the saving is happening.
They're going to save you from your mortal coils is what you're going to get saved from. Again, You can tell a truth and a lie with one sentence.
What's the saying? What's the saying? The scariest thing is the government at your door saying, "I'm here to help you."
100%. 100%. But now it's even worse because like America is literally a battleground for and it's either going to be a catalyst for the collapse of the entire Western civilization, because if we go down, they've been waiting to pop licks at some of them people over there that we defend everybody against, right?
Yeah.
But also it could put us into a state where there is like a global grip that is that, and they're not just gonna, it's not gonna be the communist goal to destroy countries. They will destroy the planet. And I don't think people understand how pivotal it is. Like, we're the first domino. Like, if that fall, like if we envelop and consume ourselves, it's borderline a wrap for everybody else. Like, this is going to be real bad real quick. Once
because we are the domino, essentially. Once we fold, I mean, that's a wrap.
Yeah. Oh, Mike said, happened to Poland in World War II. Ain't nobody saving anyone. Facts. And I mean, for those of you who like to, like me, who like to read, you should check out A Few Good Men. It's a really good book. Very interesting story about how they groom you into progressively becoming demons and monsters.
That's a fact.
What's going on, Bob? Shout out. How we doing? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am looking at Twitch. I have it set up in another window, and StreamYard integrates fully with Twitch, so I can see your comments, Bob. I just don't want you to feel ignored. My Twitch family, I am watching. We're running an experiment over there to say, no, Bob, I did not watch the debate last night. Oh, snap. Uncle Wallingford's in the building. Shout out. What's going on, brother? How we doing? But it's one of those things where they've confused everything. We don't know what a woman is. We don't know what a man is. And like, it's constantly like this hot shot thing. But the one thing that's been consistent this entire time, Natasha says hi to you from YouTube land over to Twitch land. Look at this. We're having cross-platform communication. Oh, did you watch the debate last night, Black Thoughts?
I was watching some of it, and then
so does this make any sense to you?
I have a light.
He said, did you notice not one candidate mentioned Trump's call for the death of a U.S. general?
When did Trump call for the death of a U.S. general?
I'm going to Google it right now. I didn't see this. But I mean, honestly, this would be pretty.
If you're in the chat, Mayo, put it in there because I know you would have heard about it. But that doesn't sound accurate because Joyanne Reed and Rachel Madcow would have been crying on TV already.
Right. Well, okay. So U.S. Times has something about it, but I don't have time to like read this while we're on air to see who he's. If you go after the truth, if you go after me, I'm coming for you. That was on August 4th, shortly after he was charged with seeking the overturn of the 2020 election. I'm not seeing the general specifically, but I will say this because old Ray Bear had his police rant last night. Mayo, you can come up if you want. I don't. Okay. Hold on. Bob gave the context. He said Trump tweeted that Mark Milley's phone call to reassure China in the aftermath of the storming of the Capitol on January 6, 2021 was an act so egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Okay. Okay. So my question is, why is our generals calling China though? Like, that's a whose team are you on question. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
but also, right? You see, this is This is right. This
Mhm.
that's
So,
the
so hold on, because I think I'm. Let me talk with Bob real quick, because like I'm good at bridging this gap. So there's a reason that treason is such a hardcore crime, such a terrible thing that yes, it's always had the most worst death penalties. Shout out Mayo Monkey in the building. It's always had the worst death penalties because, and the reason it's so vilified and so hated, because I think what he's saying is this is along the lines of treason, because like you're calling
treason. Yeah, that's
you're
what I got
calling
from
an
that.
enemy country that is blatantly okay. So Bob, this is the issue. China is actively funneling fentanyl through our southern borders that's causing us harm. They're actively have a police force over here that carries out China's will against Chinese citizens, including executions and disappearances and snatch and grabs of people that they need to get back over there. Okay. I don't think that it's good form. It definitely doesn't look good. And if it was tried under treason, like we have a trial for that under treason, I would understand because they are our enemy.
But the problem with treason is we do not have a declared war against China right now.
Right.
And that's the problem with the treason charge.
Right, but so I get all that.
But the tweet though, the tweet did not say go find this dude and kill him and his family. Though. Like, let's be honest.
That's what I was getting ready to say. To say that the tweet called for the murdering of a general, you're just trying to, you know what?
Well,
No. You're right, Bob. I'll give you that. You are correct, Bob. There was no treason on docket because we're not at war. If we had an officially declared war, even though 1,200 Chinese men walking across our border, them funneling fentanyl into our country to poison us, them lacing medications with fentanyl in order to kill us at random, are actually acts of war by any definition that you want to go with. But we haven't officially said it on our end. We haven't officially said it on our end. Bob, you might want to look up where the fentanyl is manufactured and where it's coming from. And people are they're coming in. It's laced with Percocets that are gotten through the southern border. I'm not saying the official medication that's released here. Medications and all sorts of drugs are walking over the southern border. We have a fentanyl epidemic. Look at the news. Like I don't. Can I see some source? We have a fentanyl epidemic, Bob. Like I don't know what source you're wanting specifically. Most of our fentanyl comes in through the southern border. It's not coming in through any other border.
What would Bob take as a source?
I don't know, Bob. If you want to answer Mayo's question, what you would take as a source, because Bob can give you Mayo can give you sources for days, and he's smarter than I am. Oh, and people are saying that you can get espionage as a lower charge. He said he'll look at whatever you show him, Mayo.
Would he take a DEA.gov reference?
Yeah, dude, hit me with the link. I'll drop it. I'll put it over in the Twitch forum.
Yeah, because I can't put it in your chat, so I'll put it in the back here.
Yeah, DEA.gov is an official one. I don't know how you could not like that. Here you go. This is for you, Bob. But yeah, I mean, we're sitting and I don't want to necessarily get sidebarred on that because this is no problem, Bob, no problem. You know, I respect the heck out of my Twitch people. You guys actually talk over there because like my Rumble cats, I'll have people watching over on Rumble that just never say anything, and it's super sad to me. But I want to keep this geared towards because like that's part of the problem. But I think the other part of the problem is like if you're actively attacking and destabilizing men, then that buffer zone of like, hey, we're not going to do this gets taken away, which speeds this whole process along.
So you know what, Reckless? You're right. So do you think that that's most of the reason why they wanted to get rid of Trump? Because let's be honest, right? You know, a lot of people were scared of Trump. Guys
Mhm.
like me and you, all right, we heard Trump. We grew up around guys like that. You hear that. If Trump was a regular cat, you could talk like that. All right, bro, you know, get away from me before I smack the fire out you. And you're not going to be afraid, right?
Right.
But to people who didn't grow up with that, right? That's scary to them. And then to see a man talk like that, is that part of the reason why they want to get rid of him?
Well, I mean, look at who we replaced him with. Someone passive, someone barely there, someone not able to actually take any type of stance because he's basically a vegetable.
Coherent.
Yeah. I'd 100% say that. Hold on, Bob hit us with the supply demand. He said, food for thought, there is no supply of fentanyl without a high demand buyers of illegal drugs. You're 100% correct, Bob. 100%. But again, Western culture, lack of parental oversight. And I mean, this isn't going into the hood. It's not going into the trailer parks. It's going into the rich areas. It went into the rich areas first. These people with 2-parent households, the nuclear family that we had left. And I mean, I had this conversation last night in regards to the black nuclear family, but I mean, the white nuclear family is not above getting taken to task either, because they're producing a bunch of little drug addict kids, and the wives, the mothers, are drinking wine starting at 9 a.m. And then they're also producing these weak, dysgenic children. So at this point, it's like all of the pillars that got us here, we've made it so nice that no one's enforcing hardly any of the standards. Like that's a well, that report wasn't about the Percocets that are coming in through the southern border illegally. Like, people buy Percocets illegally too.
No, Bob, nobody is lacing prescription drugs with fentanyl. They're making completely artificial pills with it. They're making lookalikes.
Okay. Fair enough. So instead of it being, so it's like, it looks like a perk, but it's not.
Yeah, they're pressing, those pills are pressed actually in Mexico. The fentanyl and all the chemicals to make it come from China.
Correct. And they're getting it basically, they're selling it to them for free. Almost, because they want it flooding into our country. But anyways. But no,
I'll put another one in the back. It goes a little better.
I'll pass it over to him. But I mean, it's exactly, I think it's exactly that. I think that we have a weak man who's in office now. We had a man who was more outspoken, that was more understandably, by every metric, manly. And now we're where we're at. I've got a deal for this one. We got somebody else coming to the stage to join us tonight for the conversation as we broach the topic on what a man is.
From the deepest recesses of Indiana, a man with enough children for each day of the week. You may get trolled, you may get rolled. Either way, it's gonna be bold. Say hello to the angry snowman.
What's up, Snowman? It's been a minute. You ain't been sleeping, huh?
Dude, I'm telling you, it's been rough, bro. It's been rough.
Snowman
taking
up to the chat and just says, "So, brother, there I was, man, knee deep in diapers."
Dude, that's exactly what it is, too. That's exactly what it is. I had to give up my dungeon and shit and move my dungeon out to the inside porch area of the house.
Lord, you surviving me.
It isn't anything that I wasn't told that I had to, but I just felt that it was the better thing to do, being that I was the dad, to put the new baby in a bedroom and me go on the porch rather than me keep the bedroom and put the baby on the porch.
That's fair. That's some grown man shit.
That's to be debated. Let's debate that.
Well, once it can fight for its own food, it's okay. You got to protect it until then.
Right. Right now, she can't even. She can barely hold her head up. So
Yeah.
No, jeez.
But the reason we came up with the whole conversation about fentanyl, I'm actually pretty versed in this. As you know, my father was on fentanyl for 14 years before he got off of it.
Oh, jeez.
Fentanyl is actually the prescription drug, Bob. That is a prescription drug. It is not illegal. It is a prescription drug. It is prescribed by doctors to people. That's how a lot of people got addicted to opiates to begin with, was fentanyl, Oxycontin, Percocets, and Vicodin. Those 4 drugs.
Patches, boy. They got fentanyl patches.
And that's what my dad was on, was the patches.
Yeah.
And fentanyl only comes in 2 forms. It comes in or 3 forms. It comes in the regular straight patch form. There's a gel patch, and then you can get it intravenously. I've never seen it.
Jesus.
Ever. Okay, now what they've been doing with fentanyl is they aren't mixing fentanyl with prescription drugs. What they're doing is they're taking fentanyl and they're mixing it with heroin. They're mixing it with your methamphetamines that they're making now. They're mixing it with any other kind of what they call, designer street drug, and they're putting that shit inside of that.
He's saying who are they?
Whoever the guys
is logic trolling right now. That's fair. But hold on. I just want to highlight this one deal where we're talking about the man who is outspoken is currently facing 91 felony counts. That does not change the fact mathematically that for the average American citizen, the administration that we have had and have now, which are no longer Trump policies, this is all these assholes. Everything is marginally worse for the people who voted these guys in. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, you can argue semantics all you want and run around it, but like if you're gonna say that, like, hey, he's got 91 felonies, I'd rather pay $8 more for gas and 50% more for food and have to move 3 and 4 times. Guess who didn't have to move? I didn't. Like I said, this doesn't affect me. It affects you.
I didn't.
Like under Georgia law, those 91 felonies.
Yeah.
Under Georgia law, those 91 felonies aren't chargeable because they were committed while he was sitting in a federal office. That makes them federal. That would make them federal charges.
So, well, he's saying that they're not all in Georgia. Bob, salute. And then, so the issue is, Bob, it's not necessarily illicit drug dealers. Yes, the medical field is not an illicit drug dealer, even though they did set this up. The problem is kids will take their parents' prescription and then they're hooked on the drug. So they got to get it from somewhere. They can't go to the doctor. Like you said earlier, Bob, it's supply and demand. So now we have a demand because people are taking prescription drugs.
Please let me read Just a Guy with Opinions comment. Please.
Yeah.
Truth bomb time. Men be women. Drugs are bad for you. Trump was the best president in like 100 years. The government isn't supposed to nanny us. Read the Constitution. Antifa are domestic terrorist groups. BLM was a Ponzi scheme. The small hats did 9/11. High crime rates are the result of bad leftist governance. The earth is not flat, and Hillary Clinton should be in prison. Salute to you, Just a Guy with Opinions.
Dude, Just a Guy with Opinions. Welcome to the channel. Definitely hit a subscribe because we have conversations like these every Thursday. No. I mean, you know what? It's just an opinion. I mean, okay, so you got one thing you don't like that he said, Bob, and you Secret Agent Roots is coming in. I mean, I agree with him on. I mean, the 9/11 thing, I would need to see some research on that, but everything else he said was spot on. I'm not saying like 9/11. Look at this. Hey, bro, we know something was fishy about it. We'll leave it at that. I know something didn't add up. Math didn't math on that. They had sympathy falls on buildings. I don't know. What didn't add up? We have an entire Air Force that scrambled 0 jets when we had 3 rogue jets all over the country just going places.
Dude, I told you already, Ray. I told you already. I explained that to you a long time ago.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is the dude who built the building was like, yeah, that wouldn't make that building fall down either. There's also reports that were in the news that day that got pulled where they're talking to people that came out through the basement and they were like, yeah, there were explosions down in the basement as we were leaving. I'm just saying, I would believe the people that ran out of the building.
I still have yet to see any of those people. Well, I hear all kinds of stories about them. I haven't seen one of them step in front of a camera.
Anybody that believes, I've seen all kinds of videos where they stepped in front of the camera talking about explosions. I can pull up videos right now of cops talking about it.
Thank you. It was the police, it was the citizens, it was the firemen. The people who were there, the ones who were all riddled with cancer now because they were there.
I mean, I literally got videos that Casey sent me via email of cops talking about explosions going off while they were in what's it called, the main lobby of the fucking building.
Yo, Mayo says,
Bob, nobody's mad at you, dude. We love you. You're good, bro. And like I said, like the stuff outside of the one statement about the small hats, the rest of the stuff he said was spot on. I do agree with the other comments. I just would need to see some substantiation for that one specific one.
For the small hats are responsible for every travesty that's ever happened on the planet for the last 56 million years.
Mayo says, I haven't seen these people step forward, as if he doesn't know how this works. Right? He said that so casually.
I mean, you know what, Mayo? When they get me up out of here, bro, you better let them know that it wasn't me who deleted myself, bro. Because pretty much everyone who has these types of conversations with people that look different.
The problem is, though, if it were true, they'd all be dead.
Well, I mean, the whole plane that crashed into the Pentagon, what did they do with those people? Because a plane didn't hit the ground there.
Where are all the bodies?
They're alive.
Where are all the bodies for the plane that went down in Pennsylvania? Not a single body found.
Hold on. Bob said you guys are going to get banned. Maybe on Twitch. Like I said, it's a Twitch experiment. I don't make money over there. Like, I ain't worried about it. Like you can get me kicked off a platform that I don't make money on, that I never use. Like, okay.
No, I think the Russian Holocaust was 100% real.
Oh no, Bob and just a guy with opinions are now arguing. I thought everybody was chill over on Twitch. I haven't seen them argue amongst themselves over there, but it's nice to know that it's not just on YouTube that these things happen.
I've heard stories how rowdy they get.
I'm just gonna say this. Outside of the one point, if you bring me some facts, just a guy with opinions, I can the World War I. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
World War II.
Wait, hold on, because I can answer this one. Do you believe the World War I German Holocaust was also not real? Or the World War II?
I'm going to jump out of here, guys. Reckless,
right.
You know, as usual.
Absolutely.
Angry Snowman, my guy.
Hey, take it easy,
dude. I'm happy you got to tap in for a little bit, man. It's good to talk to you.
Always.
Black Thoughts is the homie, man.
Do I think it was not real? I'm not. No one said that it wasn't real. Like, I don't understand how you make these hoops and make these opinions.
I'm not going to comment on the Holocaust, because the Holocaust is one of them things that we don't have all accurate historical references or numbers for at this point.
Yeah. I mean, what I do know is this: the people who got to come over here, they definitely got their lick back globally. Like,
no, Ray. The one thing I'll say about it is the number that they say was actually killed during the Holocaust, the number of deaths, far outseeds the population of Jews.
Right. But Bob, it opens a can of worms for you. You're the one who jumped down the rabbit hole on that specifically. Bro, Natasha, it is wild over there right now. They are going in over in Twitch. It's literally the two people that are watching or watching the show and arguing with each other. I mean, You couldn't buy this kind of chat chaos, I don't think.
And you know what? To be honest with you, I get tired of the "who are they" question. Everybody knows who they is. Everybody knows what people mean when they say they. I mean, let's stop being facetious about this and acting like we don't know who we're talking about when we say they.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't, like I said, I'm not by no means do I think that things that historically happened didn't happen. I do 100% understand and believe that history is not necessarily told accurately because people don't want to look bad, or they embellish to sympathize based on where they are. The history from the other side of the world, Bob, is not my problem because they're not here. I mean, Bob, are you familiar with the fact that most of this country was founded by German people, and then during World War I, they made it illegal to be German and speak German in America, basically? They would, you get off for that. Are you familiar with that piece of history? Because those of us who look into history, I mean, like, if you're going to talk history, talk all of it. People do bad stuff to people everywhere. That doesn't excuse it, but that doesn't mean that the information that you're given is 100% accurate based on who's telling you the story. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just going to leave it there because, like, there's a lot of stuff where you can be like, oh, well, people were treated badly. During World War I, do you know that they forced America basically into World War I? And a specific group of people funded both sides of World War I and then intentionally set up 195 American citizens to get taken out so that America would go into the war so that they could win? Specific group of people did that. Oh, yeah. World War I, they were literally the German U-boats. They were using the British boats that they had. They had specific boats that they were using for their luxury cruisers that also doubled the way that they built them as battleships so that they could convert them over quickly during a time of war. They were using those luxury cruisers with pedestrians on them to move munitions.
Right.
And they specifically had these boats out there so the German U-boats would stop the ships, get the civilians off, and then sink the ship.
See you in the morning.
The British side of this war decided that they were no longer allowed to communicate with the German U-boats. They were ordered to fire no matter what, even if it was a losing battle. You just immediately open fire.
This guy is so impressive with his comments. Dude, we don't have to name nothing. For one, do some research yourself. Do some independent research instead of sitting and trying to force people to give you answers you don't have.
Bruh. I mean, you if you want your facts, you might want to work with just a guy with opinions because he's got all the facts for you right there, bro. Like, no, that's not how this works. Like, also, Bob, you single-handedly have drugged this conversation off topic. like, let's also talk about that. Like, Bob is an agent of chaos. I like him.
Hey, don't be taking my title from me. That is my title, sir.
I think, dude, you and Bob are on the same time today. I tell you what, like, bruh, hey, just a guy with opinions will go down that rabbit hole with you, Bob, because I can tell by what he's saying that he's versed in the topic. Like, no, because you're.
See, look, that's what I'm talking about.
If you're blocking people just because they're saying stuff that you don't necessarily agree with, but you're saying that you want to have a conversation with me with context,
then you're nothing you say is of any power.
I'm like, Bob is an agent of chaos. Like, nah, it's cool, dude.
Look, people.
It's cool because I'll tell you what, Bob is just like those. Look, Bob, I'm going to drop the link. And if you want to come up and have the conversation, you are welcome. Come up onto the panel. But like, this is giving me some like, really, we're just trying to get your channel taken out. I like 2 people are watching this, Bob. Nobody gives a shit what I say over on Twitch. Let's be honest. I'm not a Twitch person outside of being, less dysgenic than your favorite Twitch person. Hold up a second. We about to do this. We about to do this.
Make sure you put the overlay up.
Yep.
Hello.
What's up?
Who's the group that funded both sides in World War II? In World War I, excuse me.
Like you really just came up here to have this be the talking point.
You haven't answered it yet.
Like I said, just a guy with opinions has already stated who the group was. Hey, just a guy with opinions. Just a guy with opinions. Do me a favor. He wants to know which group it is. So if you want to type it, I'll bring it up.
Just tell me.
Why can't you say anything? This is my show. You're in my
Why
place.
Are you stalling?
Bro.
Why aren't you?
I'm not stalling. I want just a guy with opinions. He'll like you already know who we're talking about. Do you read history books?
I have no idea. I've never heard this before. So please tell me who was it.
And actually, it wasn't World War I that you're. It's
okay, so listen. It was World War II. So we're not gonna blame.
Okay, now we're talking about World War II.
Well,
no, we're talking World War One. We're talking World War One. We are talking World War One.
Well, World War One was actually a war that was fought by a family. They were all cousins.
And for the record,
what
the
family?
Specific family of that group, the specific family of that group that funded both sides of that war were the Rothschilds. Yes.
No, actually, the Tsar of Russia, the president.
Now you're not even agreeing on that. He's saying a different thing than you just did.
Well, no, I mean, you asked me a specific question, so I gave the answer.
But he's saying something else. He's saying,
you know what? I'll let you guys have the discussion.
Family.
Okay, let's.
He just contradicted you. He just contradicted you.
No, are we on a team? Are we at the same house? Like what?
What I was
he's entitled to his opinion.
What I was sitting here saying.
Okay, so who's right? You're both right, or you're both wrong.
Dude, if you would shut up for a second, Jesus fucking Christ! The Tsar of Russia.
You think Jews funded both sides in World War I?
Dude, Rothschild specifically funded both sides of the war. I said.
Really? Where can I read something about this?
Dude, you could look up. Okay, well, one, you look up Creature from Jekyll Island. There's definitely that as a part.
Who is that? Who wrote that?
Oh Lord. Okay, so
you know, so you don't know. You're sourcing something that you don't even know.
This dude's a troll.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I'm asking you guys don't.
No, you can read what you got to know who the author of a book is in order to have read it.
Yeah. Well, how else am I going to? Yeah, of course.
So wait a second. Every single book you've ever read, you know the author off the tip of your head. Every single book you've ever read.
Absolutely.
You're a fucking idiot.
Why can't you?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. That's
is that news to you? Is that a foreign thought to you to be able to do that?
Then name 20 authors right off the top of your head right now.
That I like: Ted Kesey, Edgar Allan Poe, Thomas Jefferson, Mark Twain. I mean, I could go on. You know,
that's only 4. I asked for 20.
Bro,
you want 20 authors? Okay, what is this going to solve?
With all due respect, this is an argument between you,
Hunter
and
Thompson,
in the chat, and now you're making it my problem, and it's completely off topic for what this is. Do you have anything to contribute to the actual topic?
Well, can I answer the question? I mean, you're telling me to
go ahead.
I really don't give a shit what the answer is. I don't.
Then why did you ask? Why did you ask if you don't care?
It was a facetious rhetorical question.
So then why did you keep going after I said 4? You said name more if it was facetious.
I mean, I respect that you could come up with like 4 artists.
I mean, I read a lot. Why?
I read a lot too, but that's the reason I'm saying good. I'm like, I read a book. I read at minimum a book a month, and normally I take them in over audiobook. Like I don't look and go, I'm gonna remember the artist. I mean, that's just personally me. I don't know. Maybe it's because I run a business and I got shit going on. I don't know. Maybe you're probably smarter than me. I'll give you that. That's fine.
Nah.
But this conversation was a rabbit hole topic that I entertained specifically for you. Out of
the Jews did 9/11,
and then you came up here and now you're trolling me, furthering off topic. So I just want to.
9/11 is complete nonsense. You know that, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine that you think that.
Well,
like, do you think that's going to make me mad or anything
at all?
Huh?
There's no basis in reality in that at all. How could the Jews? Tell me how they did that. Tell me how. Walk me through it.
He doesn't have to. He never made the claim,
bro. I'm telling you
yes,
how the Rothschilds funded both sides of the war.
No,
They were.
I read a chat.
Dude, the Rothschilds did.
Do you believe that?
Yes, 100%.
Why?
Look up the Lusitania. That was the culmination for America entering that war.
What does that have to do with Jewish people? What does that have to do with Jewish people?
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, the Lusitania. Yeah, it was the ship that was sunk.
It was what?
There was a ship sunk in World War One.
And what was relevant about that specific ship?
It was like the Gulf of Tonkin. It was like the Gulf of Tonkin. It was an excuse.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So that was the excuse, but the thing.
What does that have to do with Jewish people?
Because they needed in order to get their money back. Because the way wars work, it's the same. We're running the same model now. As soon as we issue those bonds, and I did an episode on this where I actually broke down the bonds. Do you not believe in the billions of dollars that we've sent over to Ukraine? That's American taxpayers' money. Do you think the government has money of their own? Do you believe that we have no say in where our tax dollars go, and that there shouldn't be transparency in exactly where those tax dollars that they force us to pay go?
What does it have to do with Jewish faith?
It has.
He doesn't. He only wants to talk about what he wants to talk about.
Which is fine. Okay, so we're all done with this. If you want to contribute to the actual conversation, you're more than willing to stay up. More than welcome to. Like, I have no problem talking to you.
You know that it smacks of anti-Semitism. You realize that, right? That's not mainstream.
You can smack of whatever you want. I mean, is
why?
It okay?
Why is that okay?
Wait a second. Since we're gonna throw those words around, do you believe that the issues that the small hats have with black people in New York, where they are killing black people in New York,
is that racist? Killing black people in New York?
Yes.
How? When? Give me a specific example of that.
Okay.
One specific example.
There's a major beef between the black community and the small hat community up there, specifically to where they have violence within those neighborhoods. Like, you can't go just walking through those towns after certain points of the day.
What neighborhood
will happen to you?
What neighborhood? Name it. Name the neighborhood.
Their neighborhood.
Which is where?
Have you ever? Okay, so wait a second. Where are you from?
I know Manhattan. Tell me where. Tell me what intersection.
That's not Manhattan.
Tell me what neighborhood.
Okay, so you know that there's boroughs, and like people kind of stick with their own culture there, and like
which borough?
Theirs.
Which is what?
Bro, you're just trying.
You don't even know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You're saying that there are parts of the boroughs in New York.
No, because when you're saying that these things aren't happening because you can't name the specific borough.
So show me an instance. Show me an instance.
Okay. We'll go old good place.
Go ahead. That's fine. So now you have to look for something that you claim because you don't even know.
No, because it's a fact. I know people that live there that are black, dude. I'm black. Like, I don't understand how you think that like your anecdotal versus everyone else's anecdotal doesn't make it real.
So like, you're saying Jews are going out and killing black people after curfew?
There's beefs where they are killing each other up there. It's the same. Like there's like legitimately a Jewish mafia. Like, what are we talking about? Like, they have gang interaction.
So the Jewish mafia are going out.
Where's it at, Ray? Where's it at? Where's it located? Who runs it?
Yeah, where is it exactly? Yeah, tell me.
I was being
it's over off 3rd Street
because I knew that's what
it's
he was
over
doing.
off 3rd Street. I mean, it's fine. But no, because like I'm not going to substantiate this if you're not going to argue it. If you're
okay, you can't substantiate it. You can't.
Okay.
Then why do you say it? Why do you say things you can't substantiate?
Oh, because I'm a hateful person, and apparently, according to you, whatever you say. So you're right.
Well,
now that you're right, can we move on?
Hold on, Ray. Let me ask him why he made the comment that Trump called for an act of murder against a former general when that isn't what he said at all. You did the same thing, sir. So why are you sitting up here trying to make claims about something when that was the first comment that was ever put on the screen? Was you making a claim about something that never happened?
So are you gonna tell me where this happened?
That's my point. See?
I like him. I actually like this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I like this dude. I respect this level of troll. I think it's funny.
Well, you can't substantiate anything you're saying.
No, okay, that's fine. So we're gonna move on. We're moving on. We're getting back on topic. So so let's move on to something that's has nothing to do with any specific people group. What's your definition of a man?
Who am I?
Yeah.
I don't know, somebody who's born a man, biologically male.
Okay.
What's your definition of a woman?
Snowman.
Someone
Well,
who's
no.
the opposite of
We're
a
not
man.
talking about women. It's not the women's fault
I
tonight.
know.
Quit playing games with me. I'm
trolling
trying
now.
to run a show and incorporate people into it, damn it. Snowman, what's your definition of a man?
Someone with a penis between his legs.
You're trolling along with him. That's fine.
I mean, seriously, that's really what a man is. I mean, a man just in essence is nothing more than a male with a penis between his legs that can impregnate a woman. That's what a man is. Now, are we talking about what is a good man? What is an honorable man? What is a just man? That's a different topic.
Fair enough.
So what's a good, honorable, just man? What is that?
I don't know.
Well, we're gonna get in. Can we wait to get into that? You guys are rushing the show now. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm gonna read the definition because we like source material. So this is definition. A man is an adult male human. Prior to adulthood, a male human is referred to as a boy. Like most other male mammals, a man's genome usually inherits an X chromosome from the mother and a Y chromosome from the father. Sex differentiation of the male fetus is governed by the SRY gene and the Y chromosome. That's the definition, just base definition. Now, Bob had a really good segue though, even though he jumped the gun a little bit. I want to hear what the definition. What do you guys think? And actually, I want you to rephrase that question, and I want Snowman to answer it, Bob.
Damn, that's rough.
Bob, what was the question that you just posited? It was a little bit rushed, but I want to use it. Like we can use that. That's a good question.
I'm not sure. What is it you're asking? I'm sorry.
The honorable just man part. Yeah. Well, what's an honor? I think it was what's an honorable just man, if I'm not mistaken, that you asked Snowman.
Someone who takes responsibility for his actions. He's responsible and he takes care of those that need to be taken care of. Respects himself, respects others.
Okay. I like that. I rock with those things. What about you? Chuck? Snowman.
I would have to say that, it's the things that Bob stated, plus, someone who's willing to do and make the decisions that other people don't want to have to do and make.
So there's a little inkling of inherent leadership and responsibility in there, right?
Yes. I mean, a real man, if he's going to be a man and walk in that, in that man, embodiment, you got to be able, you have to be willing to, even if you aren't born a leader, be able to be made into a leader at some point, in my opinion. I don't think I really don't see followers as being very manly.
Okay.
So aren't you a Trump follower?
No, sir, I am not.
Oh, you made an assumption, Bob. You think we're Trump?
No, yes. I don't know. But so who do you follow?
Who do I follow? I don't follow anybody.
Yeah. Really?
Well, I take that back. I follow a lot of people on YouTube.
Yeah, okay. So you don't vote?
But yes, I do vote.
So wait a second.
Vote for?
I voted for Freedom and Liberty last year, if you must know.
Who's that? Who was the candidate in Freedom and Liberty?
Those were the candidates that I wrote in, Freedom and Liberty.
So you didn't vote for anybody?
No, sir, I did not, because I didn't think either of them deserved to have that spot.
Okay.
So I voted for Joe Jorgensen. Apparently, I threw my vote away. That's what they told me. I don't vote. So wait a second. So you think that, Bob, by your definition, you believe that voting for a candidate means you follow them? Do you care to elaborate? I just want to understand, and this is just for clarification. I just want to understand why that's your belief process. Because
no, I mean, there are times when you need to follow other people in order to You know, I mean, I'm not. If I was to build a building and I wasn't the grand architect or the big contractor to tell everybody what to do, I'd have to follow other people in order to complete the task. Does that make me less of a man?
No.
That's
Well, I was actually going to jump on there because I agree with you, Bob, and I was going to say, like, in order to be a good leader, you do have to be a good follower.
Following instructions on how to do something, and then leading people. Like when I say a leader, I'm talking about being a leader of your household type thing.
Okay. Well, I 100% agree with that too. That's actually a really good point. Is that every man is both leader and follower in some retrospect, and that's because throughout life, like I don't ascribe to the ideology that these dudes are like, oh, I'm going to beat my chest. I'm an alpha male. I'm always in charge everywhere I go. Like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah, that's insecurity. That's
100%. It's not real. It's not real. But like at your household level, 100%, you should be leading your household.
Well,
honestly,
look, you know, sometimes I know that a lot of people think like dad or the man of the house is supposed to get the big piece of chicken, but a real man understands that sometimes he has to put himself off to the side and take that big piece of chicken and split it in two. That way he can feed his two kids.
Yep.
And he has to sit back and allow his children to eat before he eats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. It's called servant leadership, and it's a misnomer that happens in leadership a lot. Is that people get that position, and we as unfortunately in America and the West, we very highly lean into positional leadership, which isn't actually leadership. It's like, I'm your boss and I can fire you, but that doesn't mean that people follow you. That doesn't mean that people are bought into your mission. That doesn't mean that people are bought into you. You just have a position that's above them, so they by default have to listen to you. And we don't do enough servant leadership. What's going on? Laura Peace tapped in, and shout out to Roots. I am happy the homie Roots tapped in as well. Roots is on No Man's Neck.
Roots is still my guy, though, man.
I know Roots is solid, and you know what? I'm really, you know who's really growing on me right now? Bob. I like Bob. Now that we've gotten over the hurdle of whatever the hell that was, which is fair. He has good points, and he has good he's adding to this conversation. He's giving some really good context, and I really do appreciate you coming up, Bob. Thank you. Joker's in the building. Shout out to Joker. How we doing?
I still can't get over the Jews did 9/11 and all of that. That's complete nonsense.
I don't believe that. I said, show me something. I literally did exactly what you said, Bob. I was like, can somebody?
You thought it was funny though. You laughed at it.
What's not? Why can't we laugh about it?
Because it's complete nonsense.
Why? Because it's a Jew.
I also laughed when I was told that the chemtrails were turning the frogs gay.
No.
I laughed at that. I laughed.
That's just nonsense. But when you point out a group like that, you encourage people to nothing better to do to hurt them.
Listen, as a person who is a part of a group that is regularly brought to the front of the congregation, and you know what? Sometimes I got to acknowledge that black people do fucked up stuff. I don't. But that doesn't mean that I don't understand why sometimes there's a stereotype, because I don't like them same motherfuckers either. So, like, I mean, you're bringing this up, like throwing this out as though this is like some sort, like they're so victimized. Like, what are you talking about? Like, out of everybody who's ever been victimized on this planet, they literally are one of the only groups that ever got made whole.
Yeah, they're the quintessential example of a come up.
Like that. I mean,
they literally?
Have you ever spoken with Jewish people about this? Have you ever talked to a Jewish person like this?
Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah,
what have you told them? Have you told them that 6 million Jews didn't die in World War II? You tell them that?
No one said that. No one said that. I said out of all the groups of people that have been marginalized and transgressed against, they were the only ones who were made whole.
But what I
did they not get made? No. Hold on, Bob. Did they not get made whole?
You mean with Israel? Yeah.
Okay, so they got given someone else's land. Okay, they got reparations from the crown while they were here. That's a leg up. And then they established themselves. I'm not saying that they didn't do any work on their own. I'm just saying that, like, if you're gonna play this victim game, then like you're talking to somebody whose people just got continually fucked and then never got given anything.
I know.
Like,
I know. That's sensible and reasonable. Right.
So don't throw that out as though I'm just gonna feel bad for people that actually got made whole. The Holocaust was a horrible thing. Right. But the people that are alive today, just like me, I never experienced slavery. They were never in the Holocaust.
You know, Stalin killed more.
My age, you were not in the Holocaust. You didn't get Holocausted.
Stalin was another monster.
Yeah, but nobody ever brings up Stalin. They only bring up Hitler and Stalin.
You just brought it up.
Well, also those people never got given anything either. But I mean, it was within its own country, apparently. Like there weren't.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It was horrible. And this stuff repeats. But I'm just like, I get that you're upset that we laughed it off. Like, fine, and I respect that. Like I it's Snowman. We can't argue a person's value set.
No,
for real. Like in this instance, I understand why he's going to come at our necks like that. Like it makes him feel some type of way, and that's fair.
No, this Holocaust denial stuff is dangerous. People get hurt.
I none of us denied it.
Nobody ever denied it.
No one's. I 100% don't deny
it. I've never publicly said. Is I
literally said exactly, very articulately, my thoughts on that. And I'm like, all history.
All I've ever
maybe
said,
a little bit embellished because we wasn't there. I never said it never happened. I never said it wasn't terrible.
All I said is it's a highly exaggerated.
Wait a second, Bob. You're aware that black people own slaves in this country, right?
Yep.
Okay, they don't teach that in history for a reason, because it's taught to expound a narrative. So so when I say that stuff could be like, oh, well, like this could be like this, I'm like, do I think it happened? 100%. Was it terrible? Yes. Did the world go to war over it? Yes. Did we make a definitive decision that we didn't like it? Absolutely. Like,
yeah.
What else do you want? Like, I mean, we went and destroyed that whole deal and said we don't want to do that. But then during that same time period, what was they doing to black people here? Okay.
Oh yeah. No, it's over.
Like, we don't believe in genocide. Noose the Negroes. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, this world talks out of both sides of its face all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
Like, we literally rolled up to soil, sent those black men into there to go help fight. And then came back and was like, we're going to hang you because now you're dangerous and we're scared. We don't like you. We're going to continue to financially isolate you, even though we went to this other place and we were like, oh, well, we're not doing that. We just hang one or two of them at a time. That's different. That's not continuing a genocide that had already started, that had already perpetuated. That's all I'm saying. And so even with that, the way that our history is taught here, they don't teach you that there were free blacks in the North, that the North wasn't segregated until after they released the slaves in the South. Stuff is actually embellished, my friend, and that's our history that we're taught.
We're not taught that there are actually black revolutionaries that fought during the Revolutionary War, that there were actually black people in our government at that time that were helping pass and write law.
And while I'm not a fan of CRT, I am a fan of teaching the history. We can teach the truth. I think we're old enough to learn the truth. So when I say that doesn't mean that I deny anything. What I'm saying is the information that we're given, we don't even live in that country, and look at the shit that we lie to ourselves about here. And we're not from there. So, I mean, you look up are you friends with any Vietnamese people? Talk to them about the Vietnam War, and they'll break it down exactly how they saw it in their country. We walked into a scenario where it was like two siblings fighting inside their house, and we came over from next door and said, hey, we're going to sort this out. And then both sides said, yo, why are you in our house?
Same thing happened with North and South Korea.
100%. Right. And I mean, but like, they don't teach us that about the Vietnam War. They teach us that we went over there and like we fought the Viet Cong and we tried. So they don't even tell us that we lost. We didn't win that war.
We lost bad.
Like, Like that's all I'm saying is like when you're talking about history, I am very interested in history, and like there are embellishments, which is why it's like constantly one of those things where it's like, okay, so like what's the actual information?
You know, it's kind of like
I know that it's terrible. I know that it's bad. I can agree with that. The world decided that was bad. We know that.
You know, Ray.
Did you see the link I posted?
Let me check it out. What
you're saying, Ray? That I've always wondered like why during Black History Month all they ever focus on is the horrible atrocities that happen to Black people, and they never focus on any of the positive things or any of the things that Black people did to help, push society along. You know what I'm saying? They never focus on any of the Black inventors or the Black creators or the black people that help change things in America. They always focus on nothing but the things that held Black people back. And there's a reason for that. You know it just as well as I do that there's a reason for that.
And I did look at your link, and I'm not going to discredit that. If that because they keep records to that. My question is, while you're going through those sites, and we're looking at because the Jewish community is really good at tracking their accomplishments and everything they've ever done. Have you ever done the research on how many slaves they owned in America?
Oh yeah.
You ever looked into that? They have those records too.
I know.
It's pretty interesting.
I know, but the 6 million figure is not just something somebody made up.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I
you did. You're not, but the other guy was.
I mean, I said,
I did.
I never questioned the 6 million figure. What
the other
guy
did
specifically? I said I don't know the exact history about that beyond it was a tragedy. There was a lot of life lost, and factually, anybody could say fucking anything about it. I believe the people who were victimized 100%. Right. That's the reason I'm saying thank you for sharing the link. I looked at it.
Okay.
But I'm like, if we're going to talk about that, then
oh yeah, I know. It opens up a can of worms. I understand.
It opens a can of worms because it's like, yes, they do keep accurate records. I don't go look through their records because they don't.
Look, hold on real quick, Ray. Even if I was a Holocaust denier, who is it harming?
Well,
you're passing that down to your kids, and your kids are going to grow up like
that. No, because there's all kinds of people that say all kinds of shit. Everybody has their own opinion about things. This shit.
It's not an opinion, though. It's not an opinion. It's false.
Where's the 6 million number come from? There weren't even 6 million Jews. There weren't even 6 million Jews in Germany at that time, dude.
No. This doesn't say Germany though. It's they account for everywhere that they were in Europe because they went to other places to hunt them.
That's right.
That is fact.
They took over the entire continent.
Yes.
And they killed, and they rounded them up, and they killed as many as they could. And there's no disputing that.
He's not. So that specifically, because like if you're isolating the argument down to Germany, then like yes, you
I never said that.
Posit an argument there. But they were bringing people back. They were killing them where they were at.
Every country they occupied.
Yes. Yep.
Well, maybe
quarter of a million Nazis were involved.
You think maybe all these countries got tired of Jews occupying and trying to take over their countries?
All right, I'm going to go now. This is getting weird. I'm going to go. Thanks for the call. Bye.
See, that's my point. It's getting weird because we aren't even allowed to question history and why things happen.
Well, no. But you're talking about a country that invaded other countries. Like that's not even a valid statement.
No, it is a valid statement because
it's not a valid statement. If the country's invaded and they're fighting a war and they're going, stay the hell out of here, and then they come in there and they're like, we're looking for those guys. That is not a valid statement because they invaded those countries.
They had already invaded the countries. The Jews had the people we're talking about had already invaded these European countries, and they were trying to.
You're saying that the countries that were like, "Stay out, we're good. We don't want you here," were invaded also.
Correct.
That makes no sense.
Hey, dude, like Root said, 109 countries can't be wrong.
Y'all are this has gone very far off kilter.
I agree, it has.
Like I like that because like that statement in and of itself, like the world literally fought an entire war about this, and the countries that were invaded by Germany specifically. They weren't saying get anybody else out of here. They said y'all don't come in here with them damn tanks. And then what did they say? We're coming in there with them damn tanks. Like that is based on the facts. That is a shitty statement to make, Snowman. I have to disagree with you on that.
You know what? You can disagree, and everybody's entitled.
I will disagree. I mean, I'm going to adamantly disagree about that because we're talking history. You're making an assessment that's not factual, because if they wanted them out, they would have said, come on in here and get them. There would have been no war involved. It's not accurate. That's the issue. Just like what I had with Bob, I'm going to have this issue with you about that specific statement because you're making an assessment that historically has happened. We have the record. They weren't opening the border and saying, hey, drive those tanks in here and liberate us.
There is actually record that these people that we're talking about literally tried to take over hundreds of different countries all across the Mediterranean and Europe. And every single time they tried to take over a country, they got booted out of the motherfucker and almost exterminated. And that is a historical fact.
Snowman? Oh, sorry, you broke up. You're breaking up.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying, but historically, the thing that you're trying to ascribe that to doesn't make sense. Like, it's just not what happened. Like, you do understand where I'm coming from with the statement specifically.
Yeah, I get what you're saying and where you're coming from. Okay. What I'm saying is, just to go back to where you first prefaced all this, all we got to go by is what we have been told. We weren't there. We didn't live it. We didn't know what was going on. So all we have to go by.
But we know they didn't open the borders up. They did not say, come in here and liberate us. They fought them to keep them out. These are facts. That did happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been World War II. It would have been like, hey, bro, come on in. We don't have to blow all the buildings up now. Like, I that's the part that I'm not understanding, unless we were lied to about the whole thing, and then we just went over there, and after Germany was saving everyone, we went over and blew everything up ourselves. Like,
well, you know that there is that historical reference by Patton, right?
What?
You do know of the historical quote by Patton after World War II, correct?
What was that?
That I fear we have actually fought the wrong enemy.
In regards to, Jumbo Jack's bringing us back onto the topic. Thank you, Jumbo Jack 5000. Jesus Lord. No, I was not familiar with that.
You know what a man is? I'll tell you. A man is a person that's willing to have a conversation even about things that he feels uncomfortable conversating about. A man is willing to sit in dialogue with someone even if he disagrees with him. A man is willing to sit and have a disagreement and do it in a adult fashion without, rage quitting and hopping off a panel just because this kind of stuff is what causes this rhetoric spreads like a cancer. This is why America is where it's at today, because people can't talk about things.
Oh, and so Bob added the context. Patton was relieved of command of the Third Army by Eisenhower just after the end of the war for stating publicly that America had been fighting the wrong enemy, Germany, instead of Russia. He wasn't talking about the small hats.
Well,
oh no, Jumbo Jack. God, dude, we're getting the troll. We're getting all flavors of trolls now. Hey man,
that's what I was going to say originally. Jumbo Jack is a man is whoever identifies as one.
Good Lord. I think this is interesting because we're having like a very ardent, heated debates, which is fine. I really wish that we could have stayed on topic because I would have liked for Bob to stick around a little bit longer. Well, no. I think it's interesting because it goes back to that man conversation, because like we're having a conversation about men when they were men. Right. People had adamant stances on things, right or wrong. And then other people had adamant stances about those stances, right or wrong, and were willing to go to the length to sacrifice their lives to go, no, we're not doing that. We're not rocking this way. We don't want to see the rest of the world shaped in these fashions. And it goes back to
men have disagreed since Adam and Steve, sir.
But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where, I mean, you're going to disagree, but I mean, even when I had the conversation with Muslim guy where I really came in a little bit hot and didn't agree with him, there was definitive context for the statements. It wasn't like he was saying anything that was like that vapantly egregious. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, I almost feel like you went full troll on that statement because you knew it was going to get a result.
Maybe not. The world will never know.
I know, Dick.
Hey, look, the for me, what I said is no different than the guy making the claim about, like I said, Trump calling for the execution of a standing general. That is absolutely absurd. I mean, he's sitting he's literally sitting and he's being a hypocrite, all on the same same stance. How could you sit and say in one breath that I'm going to sit here and pass misinformation or disinformation or, plain out lies and then turn around and tell someone else that they can't do it? That's the point I was trying to make.
Right. No, and I can see your point. You went to excessively great lengths to make it, but I mean, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying, like, I'm not a fan of inaccuracy. That's all.
And most generally, I'm not either. I'm one that if I try to, I don't comment on things unless I have something of reference to back it up with. Generally,
right. So, what are our thoughts? Because since we've been talking about these men of old, there was a great sense of duty and loyalty in those times, those men. And I think that that's something that is lost in modern times, specifically. Like when you apparently, if you're pro America or any type of pro national, you're apparently racist or you hate yourself.
I think everybody should be an American nationalist that lives in America.
100%. It goes back to a logic fail for me. How are you going to be on some soil? Like, I understand having critiques. I have critiques for this country as well.
But how do you put other nations before your own?
Right. And what I was saying yesterday, I was like, when it comes to stuff like that, where people just hate America and it's the worst place ever, I'm like, so if America gets invaded, are you going to join the other team? Because, like, if that's the case, I need you out. Like, I need you to go. Because that's not going to work out well. It's like, if you hate this place so much, like, we live in a society and live in a wonderful time where if you're not a loser, you have freedom of mobility. You can get up out of here if it's that bad. Like, if you, like, I just don't understand how you're going to place yourself in a situation where you're on a global scale. We're all globally competing for resources. You are on Team America and you're like, I hate this team.
Right. It just don't make no sense. And then when people tell you, if you don't like it here, move, sit and say, why should I have to leave?
Right.
I just don't get it. I never thought that I'd live to see the day where, having pride in your nation, being proud to be who you are, and, being proud of your being, comfortable in your own skin means that you're a racist, bigot, homophobic, whatever, and you're a traitor to all humanity.
Dude. I mean, if we can throw an ist on it, they will. But again, like, it's almost like one of those things where if you're not actually convicted in what you believe, then they'll just shame you out of dissenting. They're just like, oh, we'll just make you feel bad, and then you'll stop believing that. And it seems to be working.
or they'll dox you and cancel you. I mean, there's a culture in this country now that has somehow managed to create for themselves the power to be able to, limit a person's ability to even provide for themselves and their families now if they disagree with something that the alt left, or your progressive terrorist in America, because that's what I call them now, progressive terrorists. If you as an individual, your beliefs or your leanings, sway any way different from the way they believe, then they go out of their way to make sure that you can't even live anymore.
Right.
And they do it and successfully.
Yeah. Bro, hold on. Laura P said when you come here, you're going to have to spell everything with a U and say Z. No, I won't. No, I won't. like I'm fine.
This is why nobody likes Canada, Laura.
Well, it's not even that. It's just I'm fine with everything up to someone forcing me to do something. Because I'm like, if you're willing to force this, then that means that if we're going to force it, like if we decide that this is a law, and if society as a whole has decided to do that, then A, I have the right to not be a part of said society. And B, if it comes to you forcing me to do something that I don't want to or don't believe in, then to be honest, if I'm not given the opportunity to leave peacefully, then I'll leave violently. Like, I'm not going to be forced to do shit.
She says she was telling Roots. She's saying that she was telling Roots what you got up on the screen as a joke.
Oh, I was like, Jesus. I was like, I don't do compelled speech, bro.
He was about to go into your reformed liberal Canadian ass.
Bruh.
She's the only liberal Canadian that I like, man. I do like her. I'll give her that much. She's coming along nicely for a liberal Canadian.
I mean, she's cool. I like Laura. I told her she can come stay with me as a refugee once their civilization collapses.
It's on its way, just like
I know, because they're gonna fall first. They're ahead of America. Like, yeah,
when they fall, we know we're fucked.
Yeah, well, I mean, just look at what they're doing now. Like, we had one of our PMs, one of the guys that I work with, just sell millions of dollars of land that's on a lake up there in Vancouver, because like it's just. He's like, I'd rather have my money than own this. And so he's like subdividing it out, going to make some mansions up there. And yeah, they're going to keep it rocking, but it's like, you can't, that's the issue. And that's the reason I broke this out. I broke it out into financially, physically, and mentally. What are man dictates. And I think that this is a good segue into the financial piece. You have to have the ability to navigate financially. You have to have a war chest at this point. You have to be able to go, like, I'm not gonna partake in this, or the ability to influence it. Another option.
If you don't have a war chest, because there's some of us out there that we are still men, but we may not have had the ability to be able to, get that proverbial war chest. We're still living just to live and provide. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, that's part of the financial. That's part of financially too, because you got to provide for your family. But this is the thing. These are all goal. Like, you don't get to check off a list on this. Like, being a man doesn't stop. You don't go, oh, I did this. I'm a man. Like, it's you're always being a man until you die.
Right. But I guess what I'm getting at is there's a lot of men specifically on these YouTube streets, man, that they gauge, a man's qualities and his social status is based on his wealth and what he has accumulated, and I don't necessarily, though I think that, yes, that plays into it. I don't think that's necessarily a end all be all. You know what I'm saying? Because wealth is subjective anyhow. It really is.
It's not. But it's 100% not.
But it is. Because no, it isn't, because what one
that's a game that's measurable, dude. You can measure wealth.
No, listen to me. What one person thinks is wealth isn't necessarily what another person believes is wealth.
No. What's your happiness? What's going on, wife school? How's it going? What you're saying is what's your subjective is happiness. If you say that you're stepping into a wealth game, and I go, okay, what wealth?
Sir, no. Well, you're kind of on the same page as me. What I'm saying is, I think I'm still wealthy because I have a family environment that means more to me than any immeasurable amount of money. That is wealth to me. That is something that I literally created with another person all on our own, and that nobody can take from us. That's wealth that means more to me than anything else, monetary or financial. That's where I get the wealth is subjective.
So like when you say wealth to me, what's going on, Tiny? Dub in the building said what's really going on in here. All sorts of stuff, Dub. We're trying to figure out what men are. So I think the wealth, like I always equate that to like that level of labeling. I always consider that the happiness argument. Like I'm like, well, that's not measurable. Like I feel like when you're talking about what's going on, Ghetto, not sure. Oh, dude, dope. Thank you, Roots. But when you're talking that level of arbitration, like I mean, when I talk wealth game, I'd say probably you could look at it. I don't look at that as something nebulously. I'm like, that's measurable.
Because like, let me lay it down to you like this.
I mean, because it's like when people want to talk wealth, but they also say, "Oh, I make more money than you." That's not wealth. That's income. Also measurable. You can compete at that, but that's not wealth because, like, if you make more money than me and you spend every dollar you have, you are worth less than I am. You're broke. So like a wealth conversation, I feel that that's a measurable metric. Like men deal in measurable. That's the reason I'm like the whole, like whenever you argue with somebody who's a legitimate poverty mindset, brokey to their core brokey, and they want to talk about something, they go, well, I'm happier than you. I'm like, you know who gives a shit about that? Women and children. And because it's not measurable. You can't just go, there's no definitive end to the game. There's not a winner. There's not a loser. You just get to go, oh, well, I'm just like out here existing and like I feel good. And it's like, okay. And like, that's like when you like fitness, like I can lift more. Like someone who goes, I can lift more than you. You can measure that. Like there's like, okay, how much did you throw up today? Like, cool. You did 325. I did 400. I win. There's like, these are measurable things. Like you can measure your health data to say, I'm healthier than you. Let's go pull labs. There's a definitive answer. Not, I feel good. It's like, no, genetically, bro, you're a nightmare.
I follow where you're going now.
Like that's all I'm saying. I'm like, and I feel like when we're having a discussion amongst men, like I don't like discussions. I don't even like entertaining discussions that aren't measurable because then you get to decide that you won. And the deal is this. There is so much growth potential in losing and going, shit, I can improve. Because everyone can do better. We all, myself included, I try to do better a little bit every day because we can all do better. I look and I see dudes that are fucking jacked and doing all the cool pull-ups and shit. And I can't do that shit. I'm like, dude, why the fuck can't I do that?
I guess what I was getting at is because, just simply because a little bit of my backstory. I've told you that I've spent most of my life broke,
right?
And the fact that to me now, even though me and the wife still live, we still live paycheck to paycheck. We're still getting there, but we're at a point now to where, to me, our bills are all paid on time. So now I feel wealthy because all my bills are paid on time.
Well, you have that. That is a level of wealth, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how many people aren't in that boat?
Well, a lot, because a lot of people don't realize just how much of their actual liquid finances that they have is actually lost in all these late fees from not paying their bills on time.
Right.
A lot of people have this misunderstanding that it's like, pent nickels and dimes and it's hundreds of dollars that they're screwing themselves out of every month.
Right. Hold on. Jumbo Jack said, but it is a statement of fact that just because somebody has more money, don't make them happier than you. And just because somebody is broke doesn't mean they are destined to be unhappy. You're 100% correct. But over here, Jumbo Jack, 5,000, money is nothing more than a tool. I understand what money is. I understand how it works. It's a means too. Now, regardless of whether I was happy or depressed, I don't believe in depression, but hypothetically, if I was running around sad, I would rather be sad with more opportunity than less opportunity. If I'm going to be happy, I would prefer to be happy with more opportunity than less opportunity. That's also measurable. If you ask somebody, do you want to be able to go anywhere you want, or do you want to be able to go up the street?
But Ray,
no one's going to say, you know what, up the street. No one says that. They want to be able to go wherever it is that they want to go. They want to be able to navigate and move freely through this world as they want to. What does that cost? Money. Unless you're a Latin American and you walk through our southern border. I guess that doesn't require money. It just requires endurance.
Well, you do have to.
But I digress.
You do have to agree with this, though, Ray.
Yeah.
Not everybody needs to have an unlimited supply of options like that, because 100%, think about it. There's people that if they have, if they have wealth to what you're talking about, they're going to end up fucking themselves up and the people around them with it because they don't know how to handle it. They don't even know how to handle their own life, let alone be given a tool that's just going to fuck their life up even more. You should have character or to be developing character, or if you're trying to get rich, you should also be developing your character to a T, because all it's going to do is expose you. That the deal is this, Snowman. You stated this inversely. Those people who do that were fucked up to begin with. Right.
That's the reality.
And
they got the ability to do whatever they wanted to and crashed out because they were already crashed out. They just couldn't do what they wanted.
Right. They just use that tool as a way to aid them. They're being already fucked up and make it even more fucked up.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, what they end up doing is they fuck up people's lives that are around them as well when they're given those opportunities.
Right. Well, I mean, the reality of it is, it's like when people say money changes you, it doesn't. It exposes who you actually are.
Correct.
So, I mean, from that perspective, I want everybody to get rich quickly, because then I can see who you are.
Because I want to know what all you motherfuckers are really like inside. I want you to stop hiding.
You'd be like, what's going on? Be like, you gonna see Laura P out here with like 2 tons of macaroni loaf. Roots is gonna be out here stuffing girls with macaroni loaves. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I feel like Roots would actually be real fun if he was like super rich. I want to hang out with him. Not gonna lie. He might only survive a week.
I think,
but it would be a good ride, man.
I think strippers and cocaine would be involved with Roots if he were rich.
All of them. But yeah, like that's the thing. I mean, you have a level of wealth. I tell people all the time, I'm like, dude, don't talk to me about how you're stressed, and you're both simultaneously stressed and money doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't understand how those two things coincide.
Money,
because I'll tell you this: pay your debt off and see how much better you sleep. I got my Oura ring. It's measurable. I know.
I'm going to tell you from personal experience, Ray, what you just said. Pay your debt off and actually be able to know that you don't have to choose between feeding your kids or paying the electric bill or paying the gas bill and paying the rent bill, or, going out and getting dinner or putting gas in the car to go to work. Don't have those, be able to have all that shit taken care of and know it's taken care of. And I'm going to tell you from personal experience, you will sleep a whole lot sounder because you're not sitting and stressing all night long about how am I going to get this money by tomorrow before everything gets shut off.
Oh no, Cat Reed still got a truck loan. No, man. No, don't have the truck loan, Cat. we not doing truck loans, man.
I don't ever get loans on cars. I always buy them outright.
I do.
I've never bought a used car though, or I've never bought a new car. All my cars have all been used.
I do. I just don't. I don't ever extrapolate them out over 3 years. If I can't figure out a way to pay for it in 3 years, I don't need it. Like, I don't do car loans. Like, I don't like it because like the car might break and you still got the loan. Like, it's great. Like, that's a terrible space to be in. Like,
my father.
But what I was gonna say to you to that point where you were talking about people don't need unlimited money. People don't need unlimited money, but like if you're financially literate, you can, like, So
no, you got to rephrase that. I didn't say people don't need unlimited money. I said the wrong people.
Right. Not everybody. But what I'm saying is just as a working class person, getting stuff set up to where you have an account that's kicking off dividends. Like, I mean, imagine if you were making 50% of your income in dividends every month, just not having to worry about it. Like you got like another employee in your house. So it's like, not only that's the way that I look at this. So I look at my brokerage accounts like employees. I'm like, I need to replicate 50% of myself. If I can get an account that's producing 60 grand a year, that's a whole ass employee with a full-time job. Right? You get an account that's making 40 grand a year. That's your average black man right there. I got a whole nother employee with a full-time job
into it now,
doing the bare minimum. That's not me in my house, and I just get to keep that money.
No, but I get what you are right. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, so I'm not saying, so like to me, if you get to that point to where whatever you're making now or whatever you need to subsist, you're actually making that in the market now, no matter what you do, you're straight. That's wealthy. In my opinion, you ain't got to worry about those. Because like if you're in that lifestyle and you're going, hey, I need $55,000 and you go get an account built up, you work your ass off, you really focus on dialing that in, and you get an account that's making about somewhere between 40 and 50 grand a year, you're wealthy because now everything that you do is extra. You also have replicated yourself. So now it's not just Snowman going to work. You got Snowman's brokerage account. You get your girl on the same page. You got your girl. That's right. 2 incomes. Her brokerage account. Now you got a 4-income household, bro. You getting polyamorous with the money. Y'all fucking all the checks.
Damn, he talking about having a harem of fucking income coming in.
Hell yeah, and you just keep building them out. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you don't have to touch the money, because now think about that. If you invested nothing else and you just lived off what you went and hunted on, and you had that account that was just stacking itself 40 grand a year, and your money that you go to work for is fun money. You don't even touch that. You just keep letting it build.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it gives you the opportunity to where if something goes on or you're a part of a system and like shit goes bedlam,
it gives you that financial freedom everybody talks about.
Right. Well, I mean, they talk about it like it's, that's the reason they say freedom costs. Like, it's expensive. But like at that point, the way that you move will be different. The things that you look at when you see shit going on, you have an expendable 40 grand. You could buy a politician, right? Take $40,000 in a year.
You
take 1 year of that brokerage account, be like, cool, we're going to back this guy. I want you to do what I want you to do.
And you don't think 40,000 ain't going to talk to a politician, especially a state level politician, that's going to be talking to him all year long.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And so you do that. Not only that, you also now have the ability to say no to literally anything. If you know that you have a cushion, right? You go, hey, if I don't come into this job, that exact same amount of money is coming in here. Now, no, I'm not going to go get the jab.
Well, see, you're
not getting me to get the 18th booster shot.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think I do believe that even with that level of wealth that you're talking about, once you reach that level, even the way that you're, the way that the court system even engages you is different.
Right. Right. You have resources.
The low level bottom feeder at that point anymore.
And exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's my goal. It's like, because like, I think that everybody who shares our mindset, we have to start moving in into these spaces to where we are, and not from a sense of like, I think everybody just has to be rich, but everybody has to have the ability to say no and navigate as we need to navigate when we do need to navigate that way.
That's fair.
You have to be able to take a stand. You have to be able to sit there and be like, no, I'm not doing this. Like, no, I'm not going to co-sign this. No, I'm going to stand on my square. We'll take your job. You can't take my brokerage account. Okay. That money's still there. Your life doesn't change at all. And you've got time. You can pick things that you want to do at that point. Because now you can go, I'm interested in what?
You got time and leverage. And leverage, 100%. Once you have leverage, that changes the game.
Facts. And that's all I'm saying. Like with the Right, Tiny. What's the point of having money if you never say fuck you? Like,
right. I love that statement right there.
Yeah, and Roots, he said, I agree, Ray. It would help everyone to be financially independent and have bargaining power. 100%. That's the problem. It's like people have to take what they're given when they're in a state of impoverishment. If you are poor or you are struggling or you are part of the working class right now that's being targeted and attacked financially by this country, they're putting you in a space to where you have to take what is given.
Well, it's not only that, Ray. It's not only that, but they're putting people in a position to where they have to ask themselves what they're willing to sacrifice when they already feel as though they're sacrificing everything.
Yes,
and unfortunately, if you really want to get past being impoverished and being basically on the bottom of the social scale, you have to be willing to sacrifice beyond everything. You got to be willing to take the chances and take the risks that no one else wants to. That's the only way you're going to get out of it. You got to be, you can't be afraid to lose in order to win.
Yeah. And so that pretty much succinctly covers the financial piece. I want to get through here because I had a bunch of clips and everything, but this conversation's been so good and so left and then now back on course that I don't know that we'll get to all of them, but I do want to play a couple of them. So let's jump in. We're going to segue from the financial. What's going on, Nunya? Oh my God, Nunya coming in hot. But let's segue that over to the physicality, the physical piece of manliness. Now, I've seen your pictures, Snowman, from when you was active in these streets.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, you pretty much embodied the visage of manliness, if I don't say so myself.
Yeah, I was pretty physically fit back in those days. I really was.
I mean, you definitely look like you would shove a boot up somebody's ass. I'm just saying.
I had to. Well, with what it was that I was out doing, I had no choice but to stay physically active and be able to be fit. I had to be physically fit because I had to be able to physically not just defend myself, but to defend anyone else around. Because when I was doing a lot of the things that I was doing, I wasn't doing it necessarily for my own beliefs. I was there to make sure that everyone could peacefully speak what their beliefs were. Because I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech, just so long as you ain't trying to shove that shit down everyone's throat and everyone has to buy into your ideology. But yeah, you are right. When I was doing all that stuff, dude, look, wearing my plate carrier alone, dude, without everything on it as the loadout, just a plate carrier with the plates in it. That was around what, 50, 60 pounds added on to me.
Yeah.
And I used to
just out here marching around just being jacked for no reason.
Well, dude, I used
to jacked for a reason.
Well, I used to actually wear that when I would go out and ride my bike, or when I go out and walk around town, or or if I was out jogging. I used to wear it while I was out doing things active because, believe it or not, that helps. That actually helps having that extra weight. You sweat more. It gives you, it helps build your endurance. It also causes you to, shed pounds fast. It forces you to stay in shape because it's extra weight that you normally don't have. I mean, if the wife would have let me, I probably would have fucked with it on.
That's fucking terrible, dude. Like you would have had too many thrusting muscles. God, man, this is a terrible show. But I think it's important for a man to be physically in shape, not just because obviously women like it. I don't even think you should be in shape for women. I think you should be in shape for the potential chance that you end up in combat. To be honest, you should be in shape because you live longer, so that you're healthy, so that your body functions the way that it's supposed to, so that you don't end up getting one of these dysgenic diseases or dying from sleep apnea because you got too much fat up around your neck and wind cavity. so that you don't have to be a mouth breather, right? I think these are all important things. I mean, we look at the men of old. I mean, pretty much standard across the board. Everyone was in shape because they knew they was getting into fights. They had riots. They had to defend themselves. You had to outrun white people. White people had to run fast to catch black people. Like everyone was in good shape.
well, look, Ray, I just found this out the other day. I was watching a video of, they showed what gym class was in the 60s and 70s. All right, as opposed to what gym class is now. And gym class in the 60s and 70s was the same that gym class that I went through in the 80s and 90s, where we had to line up and do, calisthenics. We were doing jumping jacks. We were doing push-ups. We were doing sit-ups. We were doing gym was not fun at all whatsoever. I mean, we didn't pass gym class unless we could run a mile.
You got to play a game the last 20 minutes. Come on now.
Dude, we got to play dodgeball maybe once a month.
Dude, our gym class, we got to play like some form of a game or some activity for like the last 20 minutes of every class after they worked us to death.
No, see, not us, man. It was all about being physically fit. That's what gym
was.
No,
Tiny said fat lives don't matter. Hey, bro, they matter to Lizzo, but like me personally, I don't care, bro. Like, I don't care. I want them to stay away from me. I want them. I don't want it.
Natasha said, I will say I've never seen a fat skinhead. Again, just saying. She's not lying, though.
But there's some fat dysgenic witnats. Like, let's be honest.
There are.
But no, not the, if you're getting active. Someone that's
constantly having to defend their stance on shit, they're not going to be fat. Especially someone like that's going to be in physical altercations about their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? People like that, they're constantly fighting.
Facts. No, you're not wrong. Like,
and that's the other thing. I think that's the other reason why specifically men are getting obese. If you think about it, men, even at a young age, we don't fight each other anymore. And that used to be common for young men to constantly be just throwing down. That used to be a common occurrence in school. Now it's something that's shunned. It's something that people have removed and have made some big horrible crime against humanity. When really that's part of the growing pains of manhood. That's how men find their place in life. They beat it out of each other.
Bro, wait a minute. She said that there were fat skinheads in Canada. How are the man? Canadians are supposed to be polite. How do y'all even get to have skinheads up there? That's crazy. That's some wildness right there.
They weren't real skinheads. They just shaved their head.
Dang. I don't
know.
I'm saw some fat bald men.
I'm confused. The only fat skinhead I ever saw was that fat kid in American History X.
Oh my goodness. But yeah. So I mean, it was just like, and the thing that's funny is we always talk about how long it takes to get in shape. And honestly,
it takes as long as you want it to take.
Right. I'm like, dude, like it doesn't, like when I need to get prepped for a show, I can be ready. I can be show ready in, I'd say at max 3 weeks.
Hey, your break dancing shorts are pretty dope too, by the way. I got a
whole yeah, I'm gonna start doing some more. I just keep forgetting, and like I feel really self-conscious.
I got a whole new level of respect for you, seeing what you have shown, dude. That shit's
bro.
Dope.
Just wait until I get so like I went rock climbing when I was in Colorado, and I suck at it. But dude,
ain't it?
I got no, it's not. Not only is it fun, but I got so much stronger. Like when I just went back to the gym, I actually got one of my gym sessions in this week. And I'm going to get my second one in on Saturday. I might go tomorrow. I have a panel tomorrow, but I might go to the gym tomorrow before my panel. And then I'm going out after the panel. But I am so, like, I didn't have my pre-workout or any of my recovery stuff that I normally take during my workout. And I forgot my fucking water, dude. And I went to the gym yesterday before I came home.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, everything was stronger. So like I've started incorporating rock climbing workouts into my training. And I'm going to continue to go rock climbing because it's so much fun. It's so much fun. And it makes you strong. Like it's just ridiculous. But like, I didn't realize, because like as a like breakdancing, I think that I'm strong. And I'm like, I got out there and like, I'm like, dude, these people are, it's because instead of pushing, it's all pulling, and I don't pull that much.
Right.
And I'm like, oh dude, this is a totally different set of muscles. But some of the stuff that I do, like some of the stupid human tricks that I can do breakdancing, it actually having both those sets of muscles working
makes it easier,
makes you stronger. And so I'm like, dude, I need to go rock climbing more. Like I'm super about it now. Like I'm excited.
When I was in my 20s, from my 20s to 30s, I roofed, so I was constantly around doing that. But one of the things I used to do in my pastime is I used to like to go cliff diving when I was in my 20s. And my favorite place was down in southern Indiana. It was a place called White Rock. And it was an old stone quarry that was it was like 100 some foot deep. And then when they got down to the bottom where it is now, they hit a natural water aquifer, and it ended up filling the stone quarry up to where now it's got, depending on how much rain they get, they have anywhere from, it ranges from like 35, 40 foot jumps to 40 and sometimes 50 foot jumps off of cliffs into water. And see, the thing is when you go out there, you know how a stone quarry looks, right? How they basically just carve down the side of a wall, Well, when you're cliff jumping in something like that, you basically got to rock climb to get back out of the water.
Oh, wow. Seriously? That would be scary. Cause like, what if you got weak arms, bro? Like it's easy to fall.
Well, the thing is it's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And people need to know their limitations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, there was a section of it far, probably I'd say it was maybe 100, 150 yards away from where the actual cliff jumping part was, to where it would be the beach area, but it'd be the area of the quarry where you'd actually drive into it and drive down into the quarry. They still had that section that you could swim to, but again, that's anywhere from 100, 150 yards away.
Yeah.
And if you ain't got arms to climb a fucking wall, then you ain't got arms to be able to swim 150.
Yeah, yards. But if Lizzo jumps, she's buoyant, so she gonna float most of the way anyway. She just gotta like flap every once in a while, like kind of like a seal.
You ain't right, Ray.
What? I'm just saying it might be easier to get the 150 feet, man.
But my point that I was getting at is you are right about that making you stronger, because when I was younger and doing that stuff, dude, I was cut up like a Greek god. I had the 8-pack abs. I had had fucking the glutes. I had the fucking shoulder muscles. I had people constantly saying like I disappeared from where I grew up and then went back 10 years later after doing that kind of stuff. And people asked me what kind of workout regimen I did.
Yeah.
How did you get so? Because I went from, look, dude, I basically went from graduating high school, being 160 pounds, getting out of high school, to when I came back, I was 180 pounds, but almost twice the size I was when I left. And it was all just from being physically active and doing physical things that actually tested myself on a physical level. And that's what I did. I was constantly testing and pushing myself.
And I think that's one of the tenets of manliness. Like you like, it's weird to me because like as much as I hate going to the gym, it's okay because it's just like what you got to do. But like when you're actually doing things, it's a different level of strong. Like most of the people who go to the gym that are quote unquote gym rats, they go for a look. They go to look menacing.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you don't have all the muscles, like you can have a bulky bicep and not hit hard because you don't have the muscles for hitting.
Now, see, I didn't go to look menacing. I was menacing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, but like when I go to the gym and like I'm doing my workouts, it's funny because when I go in the mornings, I go super early. And so usually the personal trainers will be there and they'll be like working out with these chicks and they're like they look strong. And I'm over there doing my like fingertip press push-ups and like some of the stuff that I'm doing. And the chicks that they're working with will look over at me and be like, and they'll have like a whole conversation about the workout. And he'll be trying to explain what I'm doing. And I'm like, well, you're not training to potentially kill someone someday, so it's just different. Like we just do different workouts. It's just what it is. Like, but that's the key differentiator is training to look menacing versus training to be menacing. Like I'm not gonna look menacing, but if I gotta put my hands on you, you will immediately, as soon as I grab you, know that you got a hand on you.
That's a fact.
And I've been in situations where I've been in the club and like it's been like those gym body dudes and like they're doing some like messed up stuff and I got to grab one of them and like I'll grab them assertingly and just pull them in and be like, hey, you need to stop doing that. And they're like, what? And I'm like, you need to stop doing that. But like the whole premise of how hard I grab them and then pulling them towards me when they're not trying to come towards me, they're just like, oh shit, like what the fuck is this dude's deal? And I'm like,
it does wake people up really fast.
Yeah. Because like if you go to the gym, you know about grip strength. That's a precursor to a bunch of other bad stuff happening if stuff goes bad between men.
See, I think that's why I struggle so hard with my weight now, though, is because I never went to the gym. I always had jobs to where I was basically at the gym all day long at my job. You know what I'm saying? So that kept me in shape. You know, being a roofer is one of the most physically demanding jobs on the planet, dude. I'm telling you. Until you've done it, you know, and you're carrying a tool belt that's got 30 pounds of tools hanging off your ass.
Yep.
Climbing up 3-4 stories of ladders, constantly carrying 50, 60 extra added pounds of shingles, you know, up on a roof, you know, constantly all day long, plus tearing off old, dude, that is a very physically demanding job. That's why a lot of people can't do it.
Dude, so hold on. No, my favorite movie is not Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo, but I have seen it like 10 times. I like Kicking It Old School because my buddy, the antagonist in that movie, that's the breakdancer, that's my friend. So that's my favorite movie. And it's breakdancing related. So, you know.
I've never seen that movie, so I don't know.
Oh, geez. I mean, swimming's awesome. It's a good whole body workout. Like you throw some laps in, bro, you feel good.
So is riding a bike. Riding a bike actually. Riding a bike
bike's dope too.
All your muscles.
I need to get another bike. Actually.
I got lucky, dude. The house that we moved into, there was a nice mountain bike that was left here, apparently for me.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Hold on, Nunya. What do you mean show you? Like I have a short up of me swimming, like laps, like I'm swimming laps. Like I don't know what you want me to do besides swim. Like I can do it.
She wants to see you in a pool swimming because she doesn't believe that black people can swim.
I know, but I have a short up that's literally me in a pool swimming. I literally have facilitated.
Where you swimming or dog paddling, because those are two different things.
Hold up, Laura, that's not my pool. That's my business partner's pool. Like, we don't fake the funk around here. It's not my pool. It's my business partner's pool. It's a different pool. But
she was talking about, she said not swimming, you racist. I was saying to dance, fool.
Oh, Nunya, I think I'm sure you commented on my videos of me breakdancing. Yeah, like I'm 80% sure you have, because like whenever somebody goes that far back in my video catalog, I'm like, why are you here? Why are you looking at this?
You notice she just called me out on my internal racisms, right?
What did she say
about me saying something about black people not being able to swim?
Oh yeah,
yeah, I caught that. She see her. She says, "I did. I exposed you, bruh."
Oh my god, dude, that's because Nunya's mean. Okay, so now we're moving on. So that covers the. See, I'm getting better at this, Snowman. Every time I do this, I get a little better. So like now we have some semblance. We didn't go fully down the rabbit hole like normal, and we're covering all the topics.
Well, I'm actually trying to, be respectful and allow you to do your thing, since it's just me and you up here too.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so now we're gonna move over.
Oh, speaking of, I forgot, before you go, I get my new computer possibly tomorrow.
Nice. You ordered it? Did you do the custom build?
Yeah, dude. This thing cost us $3,000.
Oh, dude, is your kid so excited that he's about to inherit your computer?
Yes, he is.
That's awesome.
He is absolutely 100% excited about it because, look, dude, he's got a Franken computer upstairs. He's got an old HP laptop where the fucking screen on it was broke, wouldn't do anything. So I just took the fucking top off of the screen off of it, and you know how it's got your VGA cable connection on the back of your laptops too. I just hooked a regular monitor through the VGA onto his laptop. All right, but his laptop, dude, his laptop is running on, I think, what is it? Windows, not Vista, but that one that everyone hated. What was it? It was that one off. It's like not Windows 2000, but like Windows. It's like Windows 2001. He ain't even got Windows 8 or anything like that on it, dude. I mean, his shit's so slow, you know. So, but I told him, I said, you should feel lucky. How many of your friends even have a computer in their room at 8 years old? You know,
that's true. That's true. I mean, he's gonna.
Now he's about to be an 8-year-old with a $1,500 gaming computer in his room.
That's fucking awesome. Dude, that's a level up, man. You tell him he better study something important on it too, and not just play games.
I told him if he doesn't use it, I'm going to take it out of his room and give him his mom's what is it, all-in-one with the touchscreen, and let his mom have it because I'm not giving it to him for him not to use it.
Dude, well, did you tell him that you'll run it over with a lawnmower if he starts acting up on live?
No, I told him I'd run him over with the lawnmower on live.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's different. That's different. It's a little different.
Well, I'll take the lawnmower deck off. That way it doesn't get chopped off, but I'm still going to run him down with the lawnmower. See how fast he can really run since he's in cross country now.
Bro, y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right, man.
What are you right about that? Look, dude, I told him the other day, like, I told him that I was going to make him do laps around the yard since he's in cross country. I said, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get on my other riding lawnmower that I have that doesn't have a deck on it. It's just the tractor that I use to pull the trailer and stuff around the yard with.
Yeah.
I was like, see if you can he's like, you don't think that I can't keep up with that lawnmower? I was like, dude, you've only seen it in third gear at the highest. That thing's got 8 speeds on it. So he won't go outside. He won't go outside.
Riding lawnmowers go fast. They like race.
Right. What do you mean? Am I ready to have a talk now?
What?
Rage, Snowman, you ready to have a talk? What do you mean? Am I ready to have a talk?
Oh, geez.
I wasn't the one that wasn't willing to talk.
When did this happen?
Oh, well, apparently that night that I did that stream about him flipping the table over.
Oh,
because he sat there and said that I blocked him on my channel. And actually, if you watch the stream at the end of it, towards the end, after I actually go into my settings and show right there on my live stream that he's still a mod on my channel. You can't block mods.
What's going on, Verbal Hangover? How we doing? Oh, dang, we got some more people rolling in. Okay, so hold up. Okay, so this is a good segue. Let's talk about mentally. What is a man?
Oh, that's a rough one, dude. People that
mental health matters.
You got to be honest with yourself about things. You know, that's the biggest thing is being able to be honest.
Yeah.
And honesty is the hardest thing for everybody to be able to be. Everybody struggles with that. No matter how decent of a human being you are, we all struggle with being honest about things.
Right.
And the mere fact that I am saying that shows that I'm trying to be honest about things. Because nobody wants to admit that they even struggle with being honest. A lot of people want to, lead you to believe that it's just one of them things that they do involuntarily without thinking about. And people, let's keep it real. We think about every single time we say something to somebody, whether or not do we want to bullshit this person or do we want to keep it 100?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so for me, it's just about not just saying things, but actually living what you say. You know, not just talking, but walking. You know, anybody can talk the talk, but can you walk that talk that you're constantly trying to get everybody else to live?
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, I always look at it like from a perspective of the values and the principles that you abide by, because we make these things up in our head. Like everything that we do basically in reality is very arbitrary.
Yes.
But it comes in the sense of like, for me, when it comes to the mentally, like your ability to process information, your ability to think critically, think logically. Logic is a very masculine trait. That is one of those things that historically, like we've always kind of erred towards being able to break things down into measurable concepts. Like I don't think that men fare well in the ethereal area of subjectivity. Like we're not as good at it. Like literally the only time that I hear men get into subjectivity is when they've lost a debate and or argument. I also think that discipline is tied into mental fortitude as well, because it's easy to be motivated. Discipline's what carries you when motivation falls off. Like what you do every day, getting up and doing what we don't want to do. That's a very masculine trait. I mean, you see guys complaining about it now that they've been completely feminized and weakened. But most of the time, like when you look at these people that are making these TikToks crying about, oh, I'm going to have to work forever, they're women. Because they don't want to do stuff they don't want to do, which is understandable. Like they didn't live in a world where, technically speaking, like that was just like something that was like bazillion times thrust upon them. But like now that they've made everyone their enemy, they get to work forever. And I mean, honestly, if you're an ugly chick, you're basically a dude. You're going to work forever. Like it's just what's going to happen.
Even ugly chicks have more options than dudes, though.
They have more options, but you're going to be working. Like the percentile of ugly women that are married to like super successful, wealthy men is infinitesimally low.
Yeah, they'll probably be working the corner of the pole.
Huh?
They might be working the corner of the pole.
If you're ugly, you're not going to be good at those jobs.
Surprise, dude! I've seen some really ugly pole dancers. Ugly in the face.
Well, everyone's a pole dancer now. It's part of the workout routine. You can go to a class and be sexy on a pole, and you just look like a rotisserie turkey.
Goddamn Carmen Electra.
Hold on. Verbal Hangover said honesty is pretty important, especially to be a man or woman. Bullshit is only good for flies. Ooh, I like that. That's a solid statement.
What they're saying is, because I don't know if Verbal Hangover is a male or a female.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to say they. You know, what they're saying is absolutely correct. I mean, if you think about it, there used to be a time when the only thing men had was their word. Their word was their bond. You know, and we've strayed away from that to where now men's words doesn't matter for shit anymore.
Oh God, cat reads. I guess I want just because we ugly don't mean we can't suck things well. Oh.
She ain't lying. That's why I said work the pole in the corner.
Savage, bro. Like a cat.
That's why I said work the pole in the street corner.
That is so terrible. That is so terrible. Okay, so we got for the last like 30, 45 minutes, since it's just us rocking out up here, we're gonna do some reactions. I got a couple of videos. And I want to get your take, because this is a good conversation, because it's just two guys up here. Mike, if you want to come up, you guys can come up. I mean, if you guys want to come up and have your conversation for the last 30, 45 minutes, I'll let that fly too.
No, I don't think that we should derail your stream with that. That should be a separate stream, to be honest with you.
Just a guy with opinions said is back.
I mean, look, I'm going to tell you, I'm
going to handle a list of facts.
Well, look, I'm going to sit here and say that I'm not sitting here trying to dodge having a discussion with Mike because I ain't got nothing to hide either way, one way or the other. But at the same time, I think it'd be disingenuous and it'd be, you know, it would be a bad character to disrupt your stream that you've had.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm just saying that I don't like it when mommy and daddy fight, so I'm not a fan.
I'm not mommy or daddy, sir.
I don't like it when they, them, Zim Zimmerman, Zim LGHDs fight that I know.
I fucking hate you.
I use all the pronouns. Which one do you want?
I hate you. I hate you. See, you made me team up now. I hate you. Hey, look at this. You see how gnarly my beard looks now?
Oh, dude. Solid.
Yeah.
Dude, you almost have like a full-on Chad beard.
I'm getting there.
Hold on. T. Wriggles said, I just woke up. The food I ate took all the energy I have. That means you didn't properly masticate the food. You got to chew it up so that you don't have to like stop your body to digest it. That's why we chew food, T. You got to chew it good. You got to grind it down to a fine pulp. That's what your body craves.
Verbal hangover is a woman, apparently. A working man is pretty attractive. Or they're a gay man.
I'm going to go with hot woman. I'm assuming everyone's hot on the internet. That's what we're going with. Verbal hangover, you're a hot woman.
Yeah, remember, we used to assume all the phone sex hotline workers were hot too, but really they were fat Beckys that were sitting and slathering fucking chocolate pudding all over themselves while they were talking to you.
I mean, there's actually a website for that. God, I hate shit. Okay, let's go through these clips because I took a play from your book, and I've been trolling TikTok. Except for I don't look at stupid stuff, at least not yet, because I don't want to mess my algorithm up because I don't want that to be my TikTok. So we're gonna start with this one.
I don't see nothing, sir.
Oh, did I not pull this up?
No, you didn't.
Oh, Jesus.
The rest of us would like to see what you're seeing.
Okay, hold on. I'm starting it over. My bad. I'm not as good as Snowman at this because this is my first time doing it. Leave me alone.
If you're a man,
quit lying. That's cap.
Below the age of 30, you're not actually a man. You're just a boy. So fundamentally, a man's value does not come from his youth, his good looks, or his athleticism. A man's place and value in society is determined by how much order he can create in society. In essence, his power. When you're a boy or below 30 years old, you have none of the things that women find attractive and none of the things that make you a man. You have none of the physical development in most cases. You've ever heard of man strength or dad strength. And you also have none of the power that you get as an older man. As you progress in your career and get older, you get more access to responsibility, power, and even people working under you. And then you get to flex your full responsibilities and you are able to accomplish significant things in the real world. When you're in your 20s, you have none of that experience. You're just learning. So if you're a man, who cares about your 20s? It's all about your 30s, 40s, and 50s. That's when you get your power. Until then, you're just a boy. If you're a man watching this...
Okay, sorry. So the volume on this, I do not have control over.
I heard it fine.
Well, I know. I was just saying for the people in the chat, you're going to have to turn it up, and I'm sorry. I'll try to come in super low for you, so that way I don't blow your eardrums out. But unfortunately, I don't have a volume control, and it seems like TikTok comes up slower than or lower in volume than my YouTube channel because like I don't have a volume. I can. Oh, yes, I can. You know what? Thanks, guys. You're teaching me things every day. So with this video, I'm going to lead off on this.
No, hold on. You know what, Rage, bring your ass up here because I didn't. There was no bullshit coming out of my mouth. Everything I've ever said about myself, I've backed up with facts. I brought receipts to the fucking table to show everybody. Everything I've ever said that I've been involved in. Everything. So that I don't know where you're getting this bullshit shit that you're talking about. That's why me and you have issues. Motherfucker.
Oh my God. Y'all are mad.
No, I just get tired of people like that saying that shit. Because look, you literally I've on your show brought receipts and showed you fucking interviews that I've done on the news with people. All I've ever asked is to see one fucking piece of fucking evidence that substantiates anything that's being said. Other than, bro, just believe me.
Dude, you guys in these receipt conversations, it
isn't even about that. It's like I said when I was saying
look, I understand. I have already stated my opinion on this.
My biggest issue with the Patriot community is this whole fucking push to be the biggest swinging dick out there. Everybody always trying to fucking challenge everybody. That's why the fucking Patriot community could never get up off the fucking floor, because they're too busy fighting about who's got the biggest fucking cock.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you guys don't just take pictures of them next to a tape measure. And I mean, that's measurable. Like, these are measurable things.
I hate you.
I'm just saying, like, you dude, look, right here.
Actually, we did Google you live on my stream, and we couldn't find shit about you. Nothing at all.
Oh no. See, and this is it. We're flinging poo. And my question is, at the end of the day,
what does it serve? What does it do?
How does it? It's an honest question. I'm like, how does this benefit anyone, either direction on this shit? Because like I asked Muslim guy the same thing, and I'm like, I understand. But you got the LGHD TV community up here. Uh-oh. Tammy coming to the stage. What's going on, Miss Rage?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, are you wearing a white beater now too? This is what's going on in the house?
No, it's white. I just want to say my piece and be done. Okay. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
Now, if anybody was in the Patriot movement from 2014 to 2020, you would know who Tammy Never Hillary Lee is. Fact or not?
I didn't know who either of you two were.
Now listen, I can't hear Snowman.
I didn't know who either of you two were until you introduced yourselves to me.
So what I think the communication that's been getting misconstrued is what you say is supposed to be factual, because what we say is not. I was the most prominent female patriot in the movement. Everybody knew me. I traveled to 54 rallies in 4 years. I was in Berkeley. I was in NOLA. I was in Gettysburg. I was in Boston. I was in Charlottesville. I was in, you name it, I was there. If you don't know who I am, that means you probably weren't very active. And if I don't know who you were, you probably weren't taking an active role, because most communications went through me for every major rally this country has had since 2015.
That's a pretty bold claim.
I mean, go look at my channel, My Verbal Hangover. I removed a lot of videos, but go look. Go look at the shit that I've done. Massive interviews, Fox News, CNN, every local news station there was. Go look at Sky News. Go look at there. I used to have a documentary crew follow me around everywhere to document everything I did, because when I tell you I had hundreds of people jumping on every time I went live, that's the action that I did. I was in the White House. But what I'm trying to say, in the defense of what everybody is trying to figure out, Mike Rage was extremely well known. That's why I seeked him out, to help me to get people off of the fucking couch. The couch riding motherfuckers who sat there on their fucking computers talking about stuff they would want to do and never did it. I recruited him. We teamed up and we took things nationally. Virginia Rally, huge. Do you know who helped to organize Virginia Rally Lobby Day with 80,000 armed citizens? Mike Rage and Tammy Lee. Who went to the White House and dropped a redress agreement in the White House? That was us. What I'm trying to say is there's plenty there. Maybe you don't want to look and find it because you don't want to be shown up. And it shouldn't be a dick contest at all, because if everybody wants to know, I actually got the bigger dick than all of you motherfuckers, because I did more action and more moving, 60,000 miles of driving everywhere. So what I'm trying to say is, before you try to prove evidence on who did what and who did what, first of all, it doesn't matter because I got you both beat, but it doesn't matter. Two, Mike Rage is extremely well known, and I'm sorry you didn't know him, but maybe if you were more active and more into what he was, which was 3%ers and which was all of that stuff, you would know him, because how the hell could you not? Two, I took part in scrubbing the internet to help him, and there's very few articles left because that was part of my job as well. See, what you don't understand is I had 5 people working the black web for me during my 6 or 7 year reign. Go look it up. Go look at my YouTube. There, I left some of the small videos up that have 80,000, 100,000, 40,000 views, which are crap, garbage. I've gone viral. I've been everywhere. I've done everything. So if you don't know who Mike Rage is, and if you don't know who Tammy Lee is, then maybe you just weren't as active as you thought you were. Either way, you and Mike should talk it out.
There we go. That's, yes.
And I'm not hard to find because I didn't scrub myself. You can find me everywhere. 54 rallies in 4 years. I paid for every fucking mile on my Freedom van, and everybody knows me. I mean, I've talked to Upchurch. I've talked to Catfish Cooley. I've talked to, you name that person, and I was there. I literally ran security for Lavoy Finicum's wife in Las Vegas. I ran security. What I'm trying to say is, stop avoiding shit. Talk about it. Talk it over. It isn't a dick measuring contest.
If I wasn't avoiding anything, I told him that.
What I'm saying is, you go on to
screen. He was the one lying and telling people I blocked him when I.
You did though, because I was there. He could not. He could not.
So now I'm going to get on because we're going to have this talk now.
Wait a minute. She's got on a wife beater and Mike's got sleeves.
And I'm not even going to have a dick measuring contest with you because all the shit you said about Michigan, I actually made some fucking calls to people who were there, who were in the basement for the first fucking meeting and the next meeting and the next fucking meeting, and no one knows who you are. Your real name, which I won't mention on this channel.
My real name's Brian Hennon, sir.
Huh?
What is my real name? Because I just told everybody what it is.
Oh, did you just tell everybody? Well, I didn't want to fucking mention your fucking name.
What is my real name, Mike?
Huh?
What is my real name?
What's your last name, Hennon? Michael?
What's my first name?
Michael?
Wrong.
What is it?
See, you don't even know who I am.
Hennon Senior, whatever, fucking on my fucking Facebook. That's what I showed everybody, and they had no fucking idea who you are. No one.
Yeah, that's right. That's because that's my second Facebook, because they took my first one that had
okay. But no one knows who the fuck you are by face or anything, right? No.
If you ask who Brian Hennon was, because I was at Dublin. Dude, I already showed everybody the actual fucking subpoena I got from the 9th District Federal Court to be a character witness.
Well, it's funny because a character...
You weren't present in that basement. You weren't there. Like, Mike and I both know every fucking person that was there.
I was in the basement of the Vax Shack. Never once. I never said I was in the basement of that Vax Shack for that meeting.
You said you were involved in Michigan.
I said I was at Dublin and I was at Peebles at both of those meetings. That's all I've ever said.
I'm just saying, no one that was involved in that didn't go to prison knows who you are.
And then I said,
I talked. Maybe you drastically changed. Maybe you put a lot of weight on. Maybe they don't recognize the beard. I don't know, but between Mike and I, trust me, we can dig real deep and nobody knows who you are.
That's fine. I don't care. I know who I am.
But what I'm just saying is you wanted to do a hit piece on me. You wanted to do a hit piece on me, yet if you Google my name on the first page, there's fucking 3 articles alone.
If I did Google your name and I didn't see shit.
You wanted to do a hit piece on me. You wanted.
The only reason it wasn't a hit piece, sir. The only reason why I even said anything about you is because you brought me up.
You even went. Listen. You even went on to my video acting like a fucking fool. Acting like a fool, calling me a pussy, calling me that when I'm all over this movement. Every motherfucker knows me. I fucking built fucking 3% originals. I helped
you did not start the 3%er movement, sir.
What?
You did not start the 3%er movement.
I didn't say I started it, you asshole. I said I helped influence it from the first 2 groups.
I can go back on Ray's stream where you claim to have started the 3%ers.
First of all, I was there since the first 2 groups. I never said I started it. I said I helped influence it. And yes, I did mentor it. And if you want me to bring out the OG Patriot who's in my house right now, who started this shit since fucking 1993, I can bring him out and he can tell you what the fuck I did.
Do you know?
And this is the motherfucker who started fucking Texas State fucking militia, TSM, started everything in fucking 1993.
Ask him if he knows his name. Do you know who Rick Light is?
Nope.
Exactly. So
Rick,
you never
did
shit.
Come here for a second.
Why? Because I was active and involved in Ohio.
Mike was never a
yeah. This dude's trying to say that he didn't know me and he didn't know who I was in the 3%ers. Let's talk to Rick, the OG right now, who's here at my fucking house, who started TSM, who's the original fucking Texas State Militia, who actually started the fucking Texas State Militia with the fucking State Department. Go ahead and tell him, Rick. Go ahead and tell him. Tell him anything you fucking want to tell him.
I know Mike a long time. I know what he's all about.
Salute
I've fucking been in this movement a long time, and I'm sorry to say, Snowman, you may have made something in fucking as Chuck Black, but you never made shit as 3%er or in the militia movement at all, because I know every motherfucking person who started the shit, who's been involved in the shit over years.
Dude, you do not know every single person.
You want to say
you don't know every person that's ever been involved in shit.
Picture how high shit. Go on Google and Google my motherfucking name. Until you can prove to me that you actually did something. And you want to know what? It wasn't even just a movement, bro. It was all the fucking disaster relief I did all over this country. The trucks I moved with supplies to different fucking areas. It was all the shit. It wasn't just border. It wasn't just
Ray, didn't I show a video, go over a video, what was it, like 3 months ago, where we were interrogating the main Fed informant of the Michigan thing, all on a live stream?
You did do that.
What about
Did I not share that with you and everybody else? Because I was actively involved with all that shit that went on. So yes, I was there, and the people that didn't get arrested, the unindicted co-conspirators of the situation is what we're labeled.
But you didn't get arrested, bro.
I know I didn't get arrested.
Said we that got arrested. You didn't get arrested for that shit. And you're trying to take credit for 2 fucking idiots who went to prison. The biggest retards in the movement.
The biggest retard.
Like Barry Croft, I'm sorry to say, the one you idolize was the biggest fucking retard movement. To talk like a colonialist. Yeah, I have messages upon messages. Talk to him a fucking 1,000 times on the phone.
Barry Croft got a hold of. Listen, Barry Croft got a hold of me one time because he wanted to help. He wanted me to help him organize a rally, promote a rally. How do I do it? What do I do? And you know what I said to Barry? I said, Barry, I'm going to say something right now. You're what I call a security risk. You are a security risk, and I will not work with you because I think you're a fucking phony and you're a fucking fake. And that was the last I talked to Mr. Colonial.
Yeah, Mr. Colonial, who used to call me to try to move fucking Massey around the fucking country so I can go to prison because he didn't want to.
Do you know who Massey is?
Do you know who Massey is?
I do.
Huh?
I do know who Casey Massey is.
Yeah. So who do you think they called first to fucking move him? Who do you think knew where he was? Who do you think fucking went through all that shit? Who do you think Barry called and sucked this fucking asshole? Me.
I never heard any of them mention your name either, though.
Yeah, well, exactly. I was the one they fucking called all the fucking time. So until you want to make a fucking hit piece on me, maybe you should research a little better, Mr. Chuck Black.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money.
Shout outs to Jay Rillo. He wanted to mix it up for a little bit there, give you guys a breather. Here comes the money. Oh.
Again, a lot of bold claims.
I tell you what, I'm just saying that we've got to figure this shit out, because like I don't.
Well, look, the thing is Steven sat here. Look, he sat here and said that I said things.
But I mean, you do. I mean, Jay Rillo also said it in the chat. He literally. Hold on, let me go up and highlight this comment, because it's what I said already. What I said last week. This infighting is why the Rainbow Squad keeps gaining ground.
Dude, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. Before it even came up, it's the dick measuring contest. Everybody has to be the one who's done the most, or the most prevalent, or most important. They're all. It's all about personal preservation over the preservation of the nation.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then like the way that I look at something of that nature, the statement that you just made, I'm like, okay, so like if this person has value to the movement, and they want to proverbially dick swing, hypothetically, allegedly, then doesn't it help to? And this is exactly what I said about the Rainbow Squad, which is what Jay Rillo was pointing out. They can have their infighting, but they get the mission done. Y'all ain't getting the mission done, man. Like y'all are just fighting at this point.
I agree.
So
I agree, and you know what, Ray? That's why I got out of being involved with any patriot movement. So I don't fuck with them anymore, honestly, because it's all a bunch of fucking bullshit and nothing but a bunch of
but what I'm saying is the thing that's crazy is y'all agree. You're on the same team. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, these are people who agree, and y'all are semantically arguing about who did what and whose political dick is the biggest.
See, I'm not the one. I'm not sitting here trying to measure dicks. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. Never once have I sat here on one of your streams and somebody say something and then turn around and say, "Oh, I did this and in charge of that," and just to try and one up whoever said what. I'm not doing that. Never have done that. And that's what my problem's been since the beginning. You know this.
I understand, but it just seems like at this point with the conversation that was just had, it's like, okay, so Tammy came up and she gave her credentials.
She said some stuff. She didn't prove anything.
Oh my God. And see, that's
just it, Ray, is I can say anything I want. I can literally sit up here and say anything I fucking want. That doesn't make it true. You know that just as well as I do.
Understood. So
why the fuck do you think when I say that I've done shit that I bring the fucking receipts? I bring actual tangible evidence to prove.
You're saying that you're saying that you would believe her if she furnished one of her interviews that she was on national television. Okay, so if that's all this is, then I don't understand why we have to like roll into the depths of hell with disparaging people. If it's just like, cool, furnish an interview. Like that's something that's public record.
That's all I've ever asked is give me a link to something to where I ain't got to go on the internet and spend 8 hours out of my day not being able to find what it is you think I should be able to find.
Okay, hold on a second.
It's really that simple.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
No, you're fine.
Here's the thing. I can't sit here on my phone and show you this evidence that you so desperately need. When I jump off, go to this YouTube, Verbal Hangover, which is where I put a lot of my...
No, I'll go right now. Like,
I'm talking
that's the
about.
thing. I'm like, I don't understand why this is an argument if these are verifiable things. Like, if you just take the time to look, like,
I'm talking to snow cone. I'm talking to snow cone. I can't physically sit here on the very phone and show you videos. Go to YouTube. Go to Tammy Lee Rage, and you will see thousands of pictures. That's my proof. Like if you're so stuck on proof and evidence, I have more. My one phone alone has over 10,000 pictures of everything I've ever done. Not that it should be an issue, but what I'm trying to say is don't sit there and throw darts at other people. Like, if you've done stuff, great.
Your husband.
There's my page. There it is. You'll have to. Some of the videos are private because they were too controversial.
This is a treasure trove of stuff. Like,
there's Chicago right there. I shut Chicago the fuck down right there. No, go over one. I shut Chicago down for a fucking rally. And then I chased Antifa down in my flip-flops. That's that video. There's another video if you go down where I'm fighting Antifa in Philadelphia. There I am with fucking Kyle Chapman in Boston. There I am being put in a paddy wagon in Boston when I was surrounded by 50,000 Antifa. There I am in the fucking paddy wagon.
Oh, I stand corrected about you.
Oh, well, thank you, Snow Cone. Like, I needed your approval. Like, why would I lie about it?
There's people that lie about shit every day, ma'am.
Yeah, but why would I lie when I say
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
When I say go to my YouTube, or when I tell you everything I've ever done, I'm sorry, I'm like you. I'm about honesty and integrity. I'm not going to tell you something to blow your ass up so that I can look like a fool in the morning. That's not what this shit's about. It's about fucking being real about who you are and what you've done. That's it. And I know for a fact I didn't marry a fucking man out there that was a fucking couch riding potato. He was a courageous motherfucker who did shit I didn't think was possible for a citizen to do. Now, if I'm Tammy Lee and I did some crazy shit, I wouldn't marry a fucking pussy. Excuse my language. That man has done more for this fucking country. I'm sorry. When you're on the border running ops, when you're helping to organize and reorganize a 3% movement that's 4 million strong, who the fuck is anybody to sit there and say, well, I need proof? Well, I need proof. Why would he brag about something so big if he knew that he was lying and he was going to get caught up in a lie? Like, are you kidding me?
People do it every day.
Well, just Snowman, it's really not hard. It's called go look it the fuck up. Go to his page. Everything is on his page. Like, literally everything is on his page. If you took 2 seconds to go to his page and see the pictures of everything he's done, you go, oh, wait, shit. Yeah, he did do some pretty big stuff. Okay, mad respect. How hard is that?
I did try to look him up.
You can't find Mike Rage, really? On Facebook?
I couldn't
Ray, bring it up. Ray, bring it up.
Well, I have his Facebook page,
bring
but
it up. Snow Cone, you're getting your receipts, bro. Snow Cone, you're getting your receipts. Ray, bring up the page. Snow Cone, check it out. Check it out. Let's see all the stuff that Mike didn't do.
Okay, I got you. Hold up.
Go to photos.
All right, hold on. We're going to photos.
No, Roots, there isn't.
You got to scroll down a little bit.
Okay. Tell me when
we got some house stuff mixed in. And I'll explain every photo. I'll explain every photo to you. Go back up. You see that 3%er? That was, I believe, right before border ops. Scroll down. Yeah, scroll down. Keep going. Keep going. We had some hospital stuff happen. Keep going.
Hey,
go. Oh, hold on.
Muslim guy.
Oh, keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
I'm glad you showed up because you were on that stream with me.
Okay, see this one here where him and I are standing?
This one?
That was DC. We're standing together. We're in coats. It was freezing cold. That was the day before we addressed the White House with the redress of grievance. That's that photo. See the photo, black and white? That's us walking to the meeting point, the rally point. Scroll down. Scroll down. Hold on. Things are small. It's hard for me to see. Okay, you see there's some stuff there with flags and all that. Oh, look, it looks like border ops. You see him all scruffy looking like a homeless man in the truck? Looks like border ops.
They drove in the river?
No, the one up there.
Well, no, I'm talking about this one. They're literally driving in the river.
In the river. That was hurricane relief. That's when he was doing storm relief. If you go down, you'll see him in his hat there with the scruffy beard and the hat.
Yep.
That was border ops. Next to him, border ops. If you go down, I think that's an FTX. If you go over, I believe that's an FTX. Oh, here's some more border ops shit. Keep going. Let's keep scrolling.
I got all kinds of pictures that look like that too.
So you have pictures where you're pretending to run border ops?
The point is that he has the same evidence. You wanted receipts? There's your fucking receipts, bro.
No, I want evidence that he started the 3% movement that he said
he didn't say he started it. He helped to build it. You're putting words into his mouth and you're trying to gaslight him, and that's a very liberal fucking move. It's a very liberal move, bro.
What I will do is I'll go back and I will actually pull the soundbite itself. That way it can speak for itself.
I wasn't there for that particular show. I was in bed. But I've never heard him say he started the 3% movement, because anybody who knows anything wouldn't say that. Okay? Like that, like, do you get what I'm saying? But I think that you're messed up for gaslighting somebody, that you should have a lot of fucking respect for. You're gaslighting.
I'm not
Stop
gaslighting
it.
anybody.
That
Like,
is a typical crybaby.
He's the one that brought me into the conversation.
You're gaslighting. Stop it. You wanted your receipts, you got them. You wanted my receipts, you got my receipts. And I hate to say this, and don't get me wrong, there was nobody else out there doing what I was doing. You weren't getting picked up in paddy wagons, because literally Boston was about to come ascend on you because you're trying to do a free speech rally. You weren't in Charlottesville in the middle of the fucking mayhem.
Hey, Snowman.
You were not there.
We should do a stream where we actually look through those videos and see exactly what was in them.
Yeah.
But anyway,
you should.
Nobody. Your husband did say he founded the 3%ers. Someone has the sound clip. Nobody gaslit him. He demanded respect, and I'm glad that you pulled. I'm glad you pulled this up.
Oh, it's Muslim guy.
Oh God, Muslim. You know what? You know what's funny? The other night, here's how immature people are. The other night,
your husband flipped the desk. Let's not talk about immaturity, lady.
Muslim guy, stop trying to overtalk me. Let me say something. The other night, he was on a podcast. These two guys, Snow Cone and Muslim Boy, go into his YouTube and literally were acting like the biggest leftist I've ever seen. And all they were doing was sitting there crying and whining, making fun. And I'm like,
hey, look, it's not my fault your husband couldn't pull this evidence up and you had to come and do it for him.
Organization. You represent an organization. Don't let me say that.
Don't bring an organization into this. Your husband said some frivolous ass shit, and he could not back it up. And at the point in time, he got mad and flipped the desk. That is not on me, Snowman. If he wasn't, hey, if you're gonna say my name, say it right. But that's not even my name. You can call me Orthodox Boy if you want. I don't.
Do not make me make that organization. You represent an organization, and you want to be taken seriously. And this is how the two of you act. You're not leadership material. I'm surprised you're even in an organization the way that you two act. It is actually fucking shameful.
I don't care what you have to say about my organization.
Well, let me tell you something. You might, because if I start to influence people, you're going to really care about what I have to say. Trust me. Trust me.
Wait, why don't you have Mike read? Why don't you have Mike on stream?
You don't want me to come off the shelf, because if I come off the shelf, consider yourself dissolved.
Oh wow!
Oh, so you're gonna.
Listen to me, 501c3, fake or not.
I don't give a fuck.
First of all, they're not even a legal entity. They're not even a legal entity, and they're not even a 501c3 yet.
Don't make me come off the shelf, because I'll tell you what, you will be dissolved. Because I might be retired, and Mike might be retired, but that doesn't mean we don't still have communal pull. So don't make me be a bitch.
Okay, like for one, I don't. That's what you got to say about it.
Muslim, I can't
Either
even
one
listen
of
to you.
you.
You sound like, Muslim, I can't even listen to you. You sound like you need to go back to school. Go back to school, child. Come back when you grow up and hit puberty and you jerk off for more than 10 seconds.
Bro,
Man, this is the female equivalent of flipping a table, ain't it?
You're goddamn right.
You're
Talk about maturity. I'll go flip another table. Look, hey, I hope this is going. I hope this is going when I get home. I've got shit to do, but I will be back. I hope this is going. Give me about 30 minutes to get home.
Go ahead, Mr.
Hey, Mike, what about asking if you're joking causes you to rage?
You are such a fed.
You know what the horrible part is?
You are.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. You want to know what the horrible part is? Is I love Bumpkin. I don't believe in anything he believes in, but I believe in him. I wanted to mentor him from all the mistakes that our movement made.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
But he has this fucking idiot. He has this idiot as a fucking secretary or a treasurer. This fucking idiot.
How can you have a treasurer when you're not an official 501c3? That's a really bad move. Don't make me come off the shelf. That's a bad move. Because to be a 501c3, you need an official council. And if you are not an official council, you do not have 501c3 paperwork. Therefore, you are running an illegal organization.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
What's up, you crazy bitch?
Hey, what's up, Snow Cone? I like that name. It's gonna stick with you now, motherfucker. Snow Cone ass.
I fucking hate you.
What's up, Ryan? What's up,
Oh
Ryan?
my goodness. I just.
Yeah, I can hear you, Ryan. They're just yelling over you, Brett.
This is so. It's just not productive.
Yeah. So, Ray, real quick, I just want to say, can Brian have a moment to talk, real quick?
Okay, Ryan, go. What do you got, Ryan?
Wait, is Mike Rage still here? Yeah. What about being asked if your joking causes you to rage? I came in very late. I saw your rage situation first.
Well, that wasn't a table anyway. That was that phone.
Was it a prop? Was just part of the act?
It was a phone table.
Wait, what?
I said, first of all, it wasn't a computer. It was a phone.
Okay. Was it like a phone meant to do that? Was it like a fake phone, or did you just manage to do that?
What are you getting?
I think it was real. Hey, wait a minute.
No, I think it took some damage mid tantrum.
No, actually, it just took hitting my table to knock it off the stand.
Y'all got warranties though and everything, or phone protectors for that?
All right, we got a troll. Let's get off now. We got
wait.
He's
not a troll. He's not a troll.
I mean, he's kind of trolling. These are some bullshit
But
questions.
no, these are legit questions.
Yo, listen,
I gotta learn more about the.
Wait, you guys don't understand. Hang on a second. You guys don't understand how he is. These are legit questions for him.
Well, I'm sorry. Listen, first of all, you ain't gonna fucking try to fucking whatever you want to do to me. I'm off, babe. Let's get off. We already proved our point with Snowman and fucking Muslim guy. Let's go.
What can I do to you? What do you mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
Listen, I don't have time for your shit.
Hey,
What are
Ray,
you saying I'm gonna do to you?
Ray, let me tell you something. You're fucking amazing. You're awesome. You are articulate. Your vernacular is incredible. You are intelligent. We love you. We love meeting you. We love hanging out with you. Other than that, I mean, the rest of the people here are fucking awesome and amazing. Muslim Boy and Snow Cone, I don't know. They got a lot of work to do. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
You're welcome, because you would have never met him if it wasn't for me.
Okay, that's low.
Sorry.
Factual.
Well, I guess thank you, Snow Cone, for introducing me to Ray when my husband did. But thank you anyway. I do appreciate it. I mean, I can tell.
Say you're
I can
welcome, Snowcone. That was nice of her to say thank you at least. So say you're welcome,
Yeah,
Snowcone.
I'm like,
Come on, don't leave her
I
hanging.
don't understand why there has to be this level of vitriol for people that actually agree on like
She's got BDE. She's cool.
80% of the shit. Like it just doesn't make sense. And like what Jay Rillo and myself have been saying is the opposition, while they are also not in 100% agreement, the mission comes before this shit.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. And like this is a perfect example. Like they're over there co-signing a bunch of bullshit that they morally don't agree with because they benefit from the results that they're getting, because they're getting results. We are not getting results. People.
Yeah.
We are not getting results.
You are right.
This country is actively falling apart, and you guys want to have this dick swinging argument. That doesn't actually fucking matter. Tammy provided the receipts. Like, Tammy's provided receipts. If we're trying to move the needle and we're trying to fight back against these policies that are just raining down upon us, this shit right here can wait. You guys can have this argument after we fix something. Anything.
Yeah.
A result. We can do this then. That's what the opposition's doing. They're going, hey, we'll sort our shit out after we've won. And they're winning. I don't see how you guys don't see this. You can sit up here and cognitively on the surface level be like, yeah, Ray, I understand. But like, we're still going to engage in this shit and we're not going to fucking fix it.
Ray, did you sign the door document?
Yes.
Okay. So that is something we are actively doing. Yeah. That is a living document. That's something we're actively doing. I agree with you. Arguing isn't solving anything. But
wait, what's a door document?
Respectfully, I wasn't the one up there during this whole interaction, Ray.
Sorry, what was that?
I said respectfully, I was not the person up here throwing ad hominems at anybody during this whole interaction.
Well,
true.
Look, you did you and Muslim guy is like notorious. Like I talked to him about.
No, I did not sit up here and throw no ad hominem. I stood straightly with what I saw and what I did.
Yeah, but then when you're presented with the information you asked for, that's literally basically the exact same information that you have for your credentials, you're like, that's not good enough.
Did I not? No, I didn't. Did I not sit and say that Tammy had? She's proven herself.
Well, yeah, but then when she went substantiated for Mike because you were mad at him, you said, "Oh, well, I got
that he started the 3% movement."
One at a time, guys.
If my husband misspoke, if you got him fired up enough to where he misspoke, you can go back 100 to 100 other videos where he says he helped build the 3%. But what you guys have to understand is when you are with Mike Rage, there is a rage for a reason. For you to say, and this whole thing with the table thing, first of all, let me say this. We didn't flip the table. The phone fell off. Mm-hmm. But when you get Mike Rage, right, just like Snowman has his little thing, and I'm sure Snowman has his thing, and Muslim guy too. They're all personalities. So don't sit there and rip him apart because he will rage. That's who he is when he's passionate about something. Totally. Just like I did. Just like I did. When I see somebody attacking him for no reason, I'm going to jump on and I'm going to bring evidence and facts, which is what I always do.
Just wondering, does he get escorted out of stores often?
What's that?
Does he get escorted out of stores often, like, for example, Walmart's?
He's actually a very calm person until you offend him. He takes what he did very personal.
I mean, Ryan.
Okay, so let's say someone at Walmart selling something for $20, but he could have sworn it was $19.99. Is there going to be like a
rage?
An issue there?
No, I'll be the one to rage. Listen, I actually rage more than he does.
Well, I mean,
I mean, you both, I guess, could be escorted out of stores, I suppose. But
nobody would ever escort me out of a store. Let's put it that way.
Have you ever been escorted out of a store, sir?
Huh?
Oh no, I'm asking this dude. I was like, have you ever been escorted out of a store, sir?
I would
haven't.
rather not say to protect.
Probably a
no.
preschool.
I don't know because like I'm assuming you're from the hunter community, so I mean you guys kind of get into the thick of some shit.
I'm from
apparently,
the
unless
predator
you're-
catcher community. I don't know what that means here. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
like
they know about it,
an
Ryan.
accepted
Yeah,
form of
we know
cult.
about
they
it.
do.
So what I'm saying is, are you
Oh, a
actually
hunter!
one
I
of the
thought you
ones
were
who
saying
sits behind
hunter
the
as in like
computer and talks?
animals. Okay,
No.
no, I don't hunt animals. I hunt.
It's not a troll, Mike. It's not a
No,
troll.
it's a simple, direct question, sir. Are you one of the active ones, or are you one of the ones who sits behind a computer and talks? Answer the
I
question.
do both. I'm behind a computer right now and I'm talking, and I also catch predators when I do in real life.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
That's interesting.
There you go. And I don't need
Yeah.
evidence. I don't need
Yeah.
evidence.
I mean, I'm going to take his word for it. I mean, I'm just saying it seems like a pretty dangerous job, and like, I don't know, man.
No, and I was asking. I was just saying. I was actually asking about the escorted out of stores thing because I just have personal experience with that. You know, so that was actually why.
Yeah, yeah. I've never been escorted out of a store because if security were to ever come up to me, I would say, no, thank you, sir. I'll walk myself out. But I've never had that problem. But I actually rage 10 times more than Mike does. But
Wait, how did you measure that?
He's earned that name. Trust me. You don't want him on your bad side.
I believe it.
Okay, Chick chiming in right now. I don't understand why you think that it's a badge of honor that you rage more than Mike does. Explain
It's
that
not,
to me.
it's not a badge of honor. What I'm saying is you guys are coming down on him because he had an episode of being upset, but yet it's like I literally just sat here and raged about all of my receipts. And it's like, so suddenly am I a bad person now? It's not a badge of honor. It's you guys are fucking shitting on a guy. And it's like, shit on me then, because I'm 10 times worse than him just because you haven't seen it. I bring
with all due respect, I think that's really fucking stupid because at the end of the day, collectively, we're not going to rage on Mike in terms of like dishonoring him because he has a temper. He has a hot temper. It's always been that way. Me being one of the females that have been, me being one of the females that have been on this panel since the beginning, it's like, okay, I get it. He's gonna shake some tables, he's gonna offend some people, he's gonna get really loud. But I don't need to be in a position, especially like I'm assuming you're his partner, like, oh, let me be even worse than him. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So I think
what I'm saying is in a defensive mode.
Hold on. You as a female need to if Mike is going to be the rage, you don't need to be the double rage. Let that motherfucker be the dragon and you be the dragon that takes care of home. Period. That's my position on this. So that's why I wanted to link and that's why I wanted to pull up.
What I was saying when I
said fucking tequila.
Calm down because you're raging now. What I was saying was what I said was when I rage more than him, I said when I'm in defense of him, I am worse than him. I will rage harder than him. That's what I meant.
I don't think there's any because the context of that. I mean, isn't that what everybody's wife is supposed to do? Like she's cool unless you come and pop a bear.
I don't feel bad.
Now you go get something else.
Like I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel like I should be like, oh, I'll be the soft cotton blanket and I'll let my husband be the barbed wire. Mike and I are so much alike. Maybe that's why it works. But when somebody is misstepping on my husband, it is my job as his wife and his partner to come up behind him and say, hold up, I got your back. And that's how it is. And I don't feel bad. I don't feel weird about it. I don't feel awkward. I don't feel misplaced. I feel good about that. My husband knows I have his back.
And you know what? I 1,000% agree with that. I 1,000% agree with that. Like, let somebody come for mine. Like, for Greg. Let somebody disparage Greg. I'm a fucking demon. However, I'm not going to be sitting on the internet getting in fights with men that would be like the men that would be getting into fights with Greg. That's not the same
question. But
all due respect,
Nina,
he came at me.
Well, no, Snowman asked for receipts. You literally came up and gave the receipts.
Right. So
Okay, to be
how am
fair, I was
And
working, so I don't know everything. So to be fair.
respectfully, Mike is the one that came at me first when him and Muslim guy were having that discussion, and he said the shit that he said about Snowman. Otherwise,
We're
I
talking
wouldn't even.
about me right now. Nina's talking to me right now, Snow Cone. I did not come on the internet to rage. I was called out. I was called out. I was called out.
I can sit here and throw ad hominems just as well, ma'am.
I was called out by Snowman. I jumped on and I said, "You want evidence, bro? I got evidence," and I showed the evidence. And was I a tone louder? Sure, I was, of course, because I get mad because I feel very insulted after 7 years of everything I did to have somebody tell me that it isn't good enough or that's not enough evidence. And I'm like, what the hell more do you need? Like,
And you know what? Hold on. No, hold on. And I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that from you right now because I came in late to the party because I was working. When he did that, I would have deferred that back to someone else, not you.
But he
asked me for my evidence. Wrestling with these dudes. Yeah, I know.
But he's
I know. It's simply evidence. I know. I get it. Listen. Hold on.
The fuck you saying?
Listen.
This is so fucking ridiculous. First
Listen,
of all,
I'm trying to give you a life lesson here. I'm trying to give you a life lesson.
I don't need a life lesson. I'm older than you are.
A dude called me out. Listen. A dude.
Yeah, but you don't need to be fighting with these dudes. Let the dudes fight with the fucking dudes because that is not what you're supposed to be here for.
And this shit.
If a dude calls you out, let the dude that's walking in front of you call that motherfucker out. You don't need to be fighting with these dudes on the internet. I've learned that hard ass lesson.
This is why nothing will ever progress and will never work in this country.
Like,
one at a time.
Mike, you already know what the fuck I'm talking about. When guys get out of pocket, do I shut the fuck up?
Never fucking happen. This is why progression will never happen. Number one, Snowman, you told Muslim guy I was full of shit and talk shit behind my back when you were supposed to be my friend. That's why I called you out. So that's number one. Number two, Ray knows us in real life. We're actually really good fucking shit.
The only thing I said you were full of shit about was your claim of starting the 3% movement.
No, first of all, I never said I started it. I said I influenced it from the beginning, from the first two groups. I said, bro, listen, just fucking stop. You never did shit to 3% or the militia. I don't even want to hear it. Just fucking stop. And this whole conversation, this is why the country is fucking lost. This is why the country's lost. Right fucking here. Because everybody wants to fucking fight everybody. So you know what I gotta say? Everybody can go fuck themselves. Especially you, Snowman. You can go fuck yourself because you never did a goddamn thing. Everybody can go fuck themselves. Fuck this movement. Guess what? I'll progress on my fucking own because it's fucking useless.
Being respectful,
bro. I could be in Illinois any fucking time. Shut the fuck up. Pussy.
You gonna go to Massachusetts anytime?
I'm still very stuck on how I'm not supposed to defend. I'm still stuck on how I'm not supposed to defend myself because I'm a girl and I'm on a guy's panel. I'm still totally stuck on that.
I just don't understand why it's
because
Massachusetts
talks about it.
The point is that
that was the part that I didn't understand.
Yeah, and the point is that you shouldn't even need to defend yourself because you shouldn't even be fighting with these guys in the first place. Let them have their little scraps all by themselves. That was the point that I was trying to bring to the table.
Nina,
like,
that's a better point. That's the point I can
Wait, how far are you from Massachusetts?
What?
How far are you from Massachusetts?
I'm not from Massachusetts. I'm from New York City.
I'm from New York.
Me too.
Oh, that's close to Massachusetts.
I was born in Jersey. I'm from New York.
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, great. Okay, that's where Mike grew up.
You can't hear that Brooklyn Queens accent. She got
Dude, for real.
That's where Mike grew up.
I think that's probably where my temper comes from because I was like, no, y'all not gonna be like having her out here yelling and all this other shit on the internet. Like, no, stop it. No, we're not doing that. With much love, sweetheart, much love and respect.
Wait, is Mike ready to pull up on people?
I don't know what that means. You got to explain that.
It just
Means
means
like
when I heard you out here screaming and hollering and trying to
No.
defend yourself in front of these
feels
dudes,
like everyone just talks on the internet, so then it's another thing to like actually show up. Be like people that
No,
never
I'm
would think
talking-
you'd actually show up. Be like, yeah, I showed up.
Yeah, I mean, he's known to do that.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean,
Like I
you,
said, he's the guy, like I said,
apparently,
he's the
apparently,
guy
Ryan,
that
you
don't
roll
like-
up on people, right?
He's the guy that you don't want
Yeah.
on.
Well,
Like I
actually,
said
if
before, you don't want Mike on your bad side. Like you don't want to be on his bad side. Like I said.
well, actually,
I said
MVCat
what I said.
Fireside kind of does want to be on his bad side. Is it okay if we are?
I wouldn't suggest it, and I'm speaking
But is
truth.
it okay if we are though?
No,
Just
Ryan. I'll give you a better one. I'll give you a city. I'm in Kansas City, bro. Pull up.
At MVCat Fireside, we talk a lot of shit. So
No.
Hey, no, I'm serious. It's an
Like a
open
lot of
invitation. I
shit.
like fun. So
If he
I
says
mean,
he's
if you're about it, I mean, if you guys can roll up on Dysgenics, you want to roll up on a real one, bro? See what it's about? See what it's actually about when somebody who doesn't have a charge pending against them because you caught them doing some shit, who will put you off this planet. You want to roll up on a real one?
were you talking about catching or wait? I'm trying to figure out the
No,
other
I'm
guy's
saying, do you want to roll up on somebody you're not catching that's just a free citizen on this planet that can do to you what they wish to defend themselves?
So
Yeah,
what
don't
do you
come
think
to
they can do to
Oklahoma.
me?
Don't come to Oklahoma.
Oh, I mean, hey, bro, free invitation to come to Kansas City. You can find out because I've seen how you guys roll up on each other. I think you might want to look up the history of the city that I'm from and see if you feel comfortable rolling up here.
I rolled up that. I'm not really worried about rolling up. But you talking about you or like someone or?
Yeah, it'd be me.
I wouldn't
I'm
really
not
be
hard
that
to find
worried
either.
about. I rolled up on much more intimidating looking people than you.
Intimidating looking people. You rolled up on pedos,
Looks
bro.
are not, baby. Looks are not everything.
Or not even that. Just
No.
in
I'm
general.
I'm
Like,
inviting you into my playpen, bro. You can find out what
I
Kansas City
would just have no worry about that. I would probably go out of my way to do it, but that would be another thing. But yeah, that would not be concerning.
No, I mean,
But
you
yeah,
don't have to
MVCat
be
Fireside does talk about shit.
it's not about being concerned, bro. It was a simple question and an invite.
Well, I'm in Marlboro, Massachusetts. If anyone wants to roll up,
Man, we're both men. We
I
know
know
how shit ends.
I know Lowell real good. I know Lowell actually really good, really well, actually. I know Lowell.
Who?
It's a shithole. We used to call it shithole Lowell, but whatever.
I'm in Marlboro, Mass.
I know You know what? I know every
Yeah.
inch of Massachusetts. 'cause
We don't do well with threats and shit like that to our catchers and decoys either. For some reason, I don't know why this has turned into this, but
Yeah, anyone can roll up on me, and if they don't, they
I gave an invite, bro. Because
Yeah.
look, I understand what you guys do, Nanya, but you have no fucking idea what I used to do.
No,
And
I
I'm
no.
inviting you to my
Maybe I could pull it off if I fly in Spirit. These are cheap, and they have
just
shitty
what it
airlines.
is.
I don't know. That'd be a long flight for me. I like to schedule it, but I don't know.
Look, I gave you a city. You guys have a research network. I'm not hard to find. That's all I'm saying. And then you wanted to divert from it. Like, this is a conversation amongst men, my friend. You are a man. You took it there.
Right, I think
And
if you had your camera on, they would take you more serious.
Wait, do you have earrings? Do you have earrings?
Does he have what?
Do you have earrings, bro?
Oh yeah, they're gauged. I gauged them myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
just wondering.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Do you have earrings, New York?
No, I don't put needles in my ears. That would hurt.
Oh. Do you have tattoos?
You can't do that, bro. Nah, no ink.
No tattoos.
They're invented by aliens,
That's
bro.
fine. I was just saying. I was like, hey, if you're offering invites for fun, dude, I'll answer that call every day.
Yeah, well, anyone can
go to
pull up
his
to Marlboro. Anyone can pull up to Marlboro, Mass, and I live like right by City Hall, so anyone can pull up there. And if you got this, definitely talking shit. Anyone can pull up.
You should
Anyone.
visit Oklahoma.
Anyone.
Everybody,
Anyone.
you're making it sound
yeah.
like you just pulled up here inviting people to come see you. You came up
Maybe
here and
he
started
wants to
asking
hang out
probing
with
questions
people.
and being a troll the entire
Yeah.
fucking time.
Maybe he wants to hang out.
And
with
then
you,
you're
right?
talking about, oh, come see me. Like, no, you made it sound like you guys was going all over and you bout it like that with your network and shit. And
No,
you
he
get
don't
out.
travel nowhere.
And you should be fine coming
Yeah,
to
actually,
somebody else, right?
No, he don't travel. He's one of the ones that
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
travel.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you only catch
I
the guys
gotta
up
find
the
out.
street.
Yeah.
You only catch the guys up the street.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. In
I mean,
in a
I
city
can't,
that's
I
not
can't
the
afford it
that's
before.
not even
I was
close to
about
the
to
murder
figure this out
capital of
once.
anything. Okay, we got you. We got you.
Yeah.
I got that covered. That's fine.
Well, I
It is
I mean,
way more.
I was
it,
small.
it,
I was a small
it
town,
is
you know, so it's not hard to find me either.
okay. I mean, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. It's cool.
Yeah, I think they would
I'm fine
take it
with
more
that.
serious if he cammed up too, Cat. I don't know.
No, I mean, you come up here behind an avatar, and like you're just talking. Like,
Wait, who?
You,
Hiding man
Ryan.
after.
You.
Oh wait, I'm hiding man after. Well, I could fix that. Hold on.
all right.
Camera. Well, you guys know
I
what?
look at Mike Rage's wife though. I love her face right now. She's like waiting.
It's like, bro, like,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
like,
I knew it. I knew it.
oh, this dude's out here.
I knew it.
This dude is not rolling up like
Bro,
bro,
Massachusetts,
bro.
you know what a
You
fan
look
is.
wholesome
You
as
do.
fuck, dude. You look
For 5 a week.
like if I saw you roll up on somebody, Ryan, I would be on your team because you look that wholesome, bro. I'd be like, this guy's gotta be right.
Listen, he's fucking gangster, Ray. I don't know what you're doing right now. He's fucking gangster.
No,
Certified.
he's not. No, he's not.
I made him a black card and everything, bruh.
No, you can't.
Yes,
give
I did. Yes, I
My
can.
black card is certified. 100%.
Yeah.
Certified.
Bro,
certified.
listen, I take back everything I said because I would help you beat my ass, bro. Because you just look wholesome. I'd be like,
I've heard he can fight though, Ray. I don't know.
all right.
What did we say
I
the other
mean,
day on your show, Ray? You
what?
said don't judge a book by its cover or
If
something.
I get a really good discount on Spirit Airlines, I'll pull up
Don't
wherever
judge.
you're at.
So
I have to have a really good
the
discount.
fact that you already said that you can't fight, you got to be real careful, or maybe you need to make better friends.
No, I mean,
Hence girls in
we'll put
Brooklyn.
it this way. We'll put it this
Saying.
way. I know what I can do, and if you're gonna roll up on me, make sure it's by yourself. Because like I don't hang out with men. If you see me with men, they're men who have killed someone. So
what?
I mean, it's just what it is. I hang out with military people exclusively.
I don't think with men unless they kill someone. What the fuck?
So roll up on me by you're gonna have to roll up on me by yourself, bro. We get active over here.
I always roll up on myself. I always roll up by myself. I don't roll up with no one.
But
No
look,
crew.
I'm just telling you, Ryan, you look wholesome as fuck, so I would help you. I would help you fight me.
I knew he'd be a doughboy. He's so cute. He's so cute.
Like, I want to be your friend. This whole shit done took a turn because now I'm on your side, bro. Let's beat me up.
Let's beat me up. I'm dead.
Ray, this is for the ladies because obviously there's only 2 of us up here on this panel right now.
One of these days, I'm getting Sugar Bum up here.
Say hi.
I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, these guys are gonna do what they do, whether it's Greco-Roman wrestling or shooting each other's faces off, or having a dick pissing contest. What I think, and this is just my opinion, what we should be doing is, of course, we're gonna stand by our dudes, obviously, and sometimes that's going to be absolutely aggressive. We are demons when it comes to standing by our guys. Like I know I'm a dragon, and it seems like you are one too. However, there comes a point where just let them scrap it out in the yard, because at the end of the day, I've had like multiple dogs, right, and they get into fights, and so the first thing that a mommy wants to do is like break up the dog fight. No, don't break up the dog fight. Let that motherfucker come home with some scrapes and bruises every now and then, because he had to learn something on the field that day. That's it.
Hell yeah.
You know what I think it is, Nina? You know what I think it is, Nina, hun? I think it was because it was such a controversy, and I was like, let me just jump on because, like, I'm like your what do you call it? Witness. I always bring fact. I try not to open my mouth unless I have fact to back it up, because I hate having to eat crow. It is ickies. I've eaten a lot of crow in my younger years. So I was like, let me jump on, and I jumped on my own accord. And I was like, if dude wants receipts, I'm the person to come to, because I don't care what he says. If you and I was just like, you got to know me. If you don't know me, how can you know? It's like, it blew my mind. And so you're probably right. I'm going to give that to you because I think you're right. Sometimes I don't stay above reproach. That's a thing with me, and I am really protective of my husband. I love him dearly, but I just couldn't let this happen only because I'm like, dude wants receipts. I'm a witness. I'm the best witness you got because everybody knew who I was. And let me put this to bed. I tried to put it to bed. Whether Snow Cone agrees or not, I don't know. Nina, you're gorgeous, by the way.
I have to say something.
Damn.
I have to say something to Snowman. I have to say something to Snowman.
No, you
so
are
first
beautiful.
of all, Snowman,
Salute
you were
to
my
the
friend.
Long.
Listen, so Snowman was my friend until
like
Orthodox guy said that Snowman said I was talking shit, so that meant he was talking shit behind my back. So does that hurt when a friend does that to you? Absolutely. Is that why I said shit about you? Absolutely. Then you went and did a hit piece, and I addressed it. You know what I've done, bro. Regardless whether you want to believe it or not, you've seen it all over my Facebook. You've been a Facebook friend for fucking ever. All I'm saying is, don't talk shit behind someone's back and then you get caught and you can't handle what happens afterwards. That's what I'm saying. You were my boy. You talk shit behind my back, and this is what happened.
I'm talking a lot of shit.
That's really kind of a gross.
Yeah, but you know what? At the same time, Mike, this is what happens. But you should never be putting your wife in front of your battles. That was my point.
First of all, I don't put my wife. First of all, my wife.
Don't argue with me, man. I'm not gonna argue with
my
you.
wife is free to do whatever the fuck she wants. Number one,
yes, she
she's
is.
my
But
wife.
she is. But she felt compelled to defend you. And all I'm saying to her, as another woman who's very alpha and very dominant, and can have a propensity for violence, is sometimes it's not our fight. Let these dudes just scrap it out. That's all.
And that's fine. I addressed it just fine. I addressed it just fine. But I'm coming on here telling Snowman, you were my friend. You went and talked shit behind my back, and that's what happened.
I thought Ryan just invited Mike Rage's wife to his house.
I'm always ready to be pulled up on. Always at all times. Always prepared. Always.
Okay, you're a conversation guy. You got to catch up to the conversation. We passed the whole road.
I might not know. I don't know. I might not know what's going on, but I'm just saying I'm always ready.
Bro, he said he's always ready to take your girl, bro. You gonna pull up and you gonna take.
I appreciate your input. I want to tell you that.
Did you know that Ryan got kidnapped in an Uber on a catch?
Was it because he got him in the car and they were like, bro?
I'm going to interview him about this story because I got questions.
Yeah,
so.
the situation was like the predator thought I was a kid, and then the predator kind of took off.
Oh hell no! No,
yeah.
dude, come on.
It was like that wasn't the plan, but it was a 45-minute drive, and there was other catchers that were able to get there before. But
and for everybody on this panel, I'm not that bad because you guys are catchers, but Tammy and I actually. Tammy and I actually used to find kids.
Yeah, they say
yeah, but I am
kids
that
do, a lot
bad
of these
though,
people do.
and I'm available to be pulled up on at Marlboro, Massachusetts.
You're awesome. I mean, you have a hot temper. But
I used to live in Massachusetts.
Listen,
if I'm ever up there and sending me a word, I'll be like, bro, let me know if this dude's getting snatched up by the ice cream man.
That's
I'm ready.
What I said. We got guns ready.
Hey,
adult nap.
Ryan,
And then,
I would beat the hell out of a pred to get you back, bro. I'll get you out of that ice cream truck, fam.
Look, y'all were just hating each other. You was ready for him to pull the fuck up, and I know what
then he
happens if
pulled
somebody
up,
pulls
and I was
up,
like,
right?
"This dude's awesome as hell. I'll help you
you're
fight
like,
my ass, bro. I will help you fight me, bro.
You can't be mad at the kid. You can't be mad at that kid. Look at his cute face.
You look like somebody that I would go out of my way to be friends with, bro.
I'm telling you. I told y'all, forget Mike Rage, but I loved his wife, so we'll just. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Nina, thank you for coming up. Though you're right on everything you said. You're smart.
Listen,
you have to go, though, guys.
if even after the show, if you ever want to talk offline, like just hit me up. I'll give Ray my information because, like, I think that for all intents and purposes, the movement that Ray is trying to cultivate and nurture, we need more women like us, like deadass. We do. Like we need that energy that you were coming. Like it made me like, give me the link. I'm pulling up. You know what I'm saying? So no, I get it. I totally get it. But it's all in very, very good faith. And you're gorgeous too. Thank you.
You are beautiful. You are. Thank you, and you are beautiful. That you shouldn't hide behind that picture.
Bro,
You,
it's
you know.
no. So all the panels that Nina goes up on, she's like literally are like up there with people that are frothing at the mouth, and they don't deserve to look at her anyway.
That's well, that's probably true.
To be honest, I'm just like, bruh, you might as well just not even cam up because it's gonna ruin their day.
That's true. That's true.
But over here,
yeah. So you know, Ray, stop, Ray, stop. Oh my God.
No, but I mean, the deal is like I said, all I really worry about is the mission, because like as this gets worse, we can all see that it's getting worse. Things are getting worse, and the people that are getting results are not doing this. And so that was the only reason I wanted to facilitate the conversation, because I'd rather stay up an extra 40 minutes and let you guys air it out so that hopefully we can get some progress moving forward, because the mission is what's important, not the people, not the individuals, not the dick swinging. Because the deal is, no matter what anyone says, we are losing at the mission horribly because we can't get our shit together.
I have to be honest with you. After 15 years in this mission, I have no faith because of the shit that goes on here. It's been happening for year after year after year. People talk about us failing, but did we really fail? I mean, all the bills we stopped, all the bills we introduced, everything we fucking did we actually really fail? Because these new generations haven't done shit. They haven't proposed a bill or stopped the bill. They haven't done shit. So the fact of the matter is it's like,
it depends on which side of the new generation you're talking about. You're talking about the right or the left, because the left has passed a bunch of.
I'm talking about the right. Like, and that's where I get pissed at like Orthodox guy and fucking and all that shit. It's like, yo, you've never stopped a bill. You've never talked to a congressman. You've never fucking submitted a bill. You haven't done shit. How can you say we failed when we stopped a ton of shit and you haven't done nothing yet?
Yeah,
but the thing is we know that we had problems. No, but we know we had problems, right? And we're trying to stop the problems from happening in a future generation, and they just don't want to hear it because they think they know fucking everything.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's that. I mean, I broke down what I think it is. It's the same reason that I have no problem talking to people older than me or younger than me, is because I do everything results based. Now, if you come at me and you don't have the certified results that I want, then I just kind of take that with a grain of salt. And if there's information that I can get out of you, then like we go that route. But I feel like people come into conversations without humility. Like if you're trying, like there's multiple layers of power. There's we're gonna go out in the streets power, and then there's I'm gonna influence you to do what the fuck I want you to do power. The influence power actually gets your shit done.
And then there's both.
But
you
can have us personally.
What I'm saying is, if you only that's what I'm saying. So like if you don't have both of those, then when you're transgressing or imprinting information to the generation behind you, because the reality of it is you're not going to have energy forever. A generation comes behind you that inherits the stuff that wasn't accomplished from the generations previous, whichever generation that is. And you have to impart what you can to them to help them not have to learn everything from scratch. Now, if you're coming in and you're like, I'm going to be direct, which 100% I can rock with that too. I can deal with direct feedback. Not everybody can. The younger you get, the less you can, in my experience. That's where influence comes in. You have to influence those people, but like it's all like it's a generational thing, because like the older you are, the more the easier it is for somebody to come and be like, hey, you're fucking up here, and you're stupid, and you don't know shit, and you go, okay, cool, I'm gonna fix it.
Yeah, but
the younger generation does not do that. They shut down and they're like, fuck you, like we're gonna fight about this.
But do you see how I talk to Bumpkin compared to Orthodox guy? Like with Bumpkin, I talk to him like a mentor because I want him. I don't want him. I don't believe in all his policies, but I think he's a smart, intelligent kid, and I think he has a good direction. With Orthodox guy
has that same skill I have.
But Orthodox guys are totally different.
You're talking to me in a way where I want to argue with you, but I know that you have something that I need, so I'm going to humble myself and take it. The issue is older people have a problem humbling themselves to the younger generation to get the influence that they need, which is where you're going to fall off with every Muslim guy on the planet. And there's a lot more of them than bumpkins.
Can I interject?
True.
Let me interject and say this. Everybody wants change and everybody knows we're heading towards some kind of a revolution type, whatever you call it.
Yes.
And hear me out before anybody screams at me. I don't want to talk to the younger generation who will be the next set of fighters, whether it's on paper or on foot. I don't want to talk to you with candy lips. I'm going to give it to you hard, just like if you were in the military. That's how Mike and I mentor. Because if you can't be strong enough to take a conversation and not have me pet you on the head while I'm giving it to you, well, I'm not going to trust you to be out there on my left, my right, my forward, or my behind, because you are weak. You have to be strong-minded. When I was being mentored, it wasn't sweet. It wasn't, let me sugarcoat this. Let me bring my volume down. It was tough and it was hard, but it made me tough and hard. So when I would go to these rallies and people were screaming in my face and throwing shit and piss in my face, I was prepared. I wasn't shielded. And the younger generation, or whoever you want to call it, the whoever's they are, they have to understand that even if you fight with a pen, you better be brutal and you better be ready. And how can you mentor younger people when they're constantly questioning your credentials? It's like, not all of us waste our time talking. So if I'm telling you something, can you just listen? You know what I'm saying, Ray? It's like, I don't want to have to tone things down to so your feelings are fine.
But
After Ray, can I respond to you?
This is where leadership and the ability to exude and wield power come in, because you have to be. That's not optional. That's a skill. It's important. Like, it's not optional. You have to be able to speak to people where they're at. Also, because not everybody's going to be able to come up to your level. So if you can't go down and explain your point of view and articulate that, then it's going to be an issue for any movement, period, because now you're going, okay, well, we're going to segment out the people who can think critically. That's very few people. You ain't going to win no type of global or continental war with really few people. You got to be able to bring people in. You have to be able to speak to people. You have to be able to not only motivate the people that think exactly like you have to be able to articulate your points to the people that don't think exactly like you to get the mission accomplished. Because at the end of the day, the reality of it is, for the average American person across the board, we all want the same shit. So if we can't get that driven across, that's going to be we're going to lose. There's no win in that. So if the younger generation can't speak and can't think, and the older generation can think but they can't speak, now you've lost the entire generation. and when this thing collapses around us, now we can't even gravitate and cling together to navigate through it, because now it's not only, oh, well, we got to worry about these people that are pushing this agenda that are out to destroy this planet. Now we're fighting amongst ourselves as well. We're in these silos where people are forced into situations to where they're feeling like, and they actually kind of are, at war with everyone who doesn't implicitly agree with them on all the points the way they want them to. And if we're going to be subjected to that within this side of this battle, we are going to lose, because they're able somehow on the left to just suck that shit and tuck it into a box and compartmentalize it and put it away like men until the war is won. Then they can argue amongst themselves. Like, we don't have the privilege of that, because we are now on the adamantly losing side of this battle.
We are. Before Nina,
and it's in every metric. We're not as organized as they are. We're not able to not fight amongst ourselves to get the job accomplished like they can. They're honestly, I hate to say this, the left is functioning like some hardcore men right now.
No,
we're up here functioning like women.
There were a few years where I was in, how do I say this? I know so much about the left and I know so much about Antifa because I was inside of them. We had a team that had infiltrated. Let me tell you something. If you don't think, not that this is good, trust me, but if you don't think they don't sit here and argue and bitch and bicker and bring each other down, they are actually just as bad. Their only difference is they don't do it publicly like we do, but it is bad in there, just like here. Their one thing is that they don't bring it public. It's kind of like when a couple doesn't fight in public, but a couple will fight at home. So they have a lot of infighting. They have a lot of bringing each other down, and it is the same on both sides. Our fault is we have too much pride, and when somebody sticks a needle in that pride, we're quick to jump, even if it is publicly. It's not always appropriate. It's not always pretty, like Nina was saying, and I agree with her, because most of the time, and you can go look at my videos, most of the time, my talking skills, my mentoring skills, I mean, I brought people from everywhere together because I was good at that. But again, I am human and I make a lot of mistakes. And so shooting off of the mouth, yes. So that's the difference between the left and the right, is we do have a lot more pride to do it publicly. They keep it in-house. That's why we think we're not as together as we could be, because we don't see what they're doing. I'm done.
Well, but I mean, the question is then how do we get that skill to where it's like we're gonna get stuff done? Because like it just seems as though they are somehow capable of getting stuff done, and like you'll have people within the dissension of the ranks, and I talked about this on my show last week, where it's like they're so adamant about what they believe that like even if you're part of the LGHD TV community and you don't agree with all the points on the bullet point, that they're like, hey, we want to have dudes in dresses that are old around your school children, whatever point you want to make out that just sounds crazy and weird. They're like, if you go against that, they will kick you out of the group. They'll disavow you, right? So then now you're a LGHD TV conservative, right? That still, as a whole, benefits the group. Because now you're going to have sympathizers on the right.
So
that'll help push your agenda across. So no parts of anything that they're doing, even when they go, hey, well, we're not going to let people of our own group speak out about this, it still benefits them as a whole on the macro deal, because they're like, well, cool, they're going to accept you in, and then they're going to start feeling bad about what we're saying too.
This
and
is
we're
where I
going to get
want
what
to
we
push
want.
back on you, though, right? Seriously, because if
I mean,
if I can help the floor
hey,
for a few seconds.
Not lost. I don't. It's not that I give a shit. You know what's funny? Not lost. There's racist gay people. So like, if they want to be a part of a group and they don't care about my existence, then fuck them. I don't care about their existence either. I don't have to. This is a fucking globe where we compete with each other for resources. Live with it. People don't like each other. Live with it. People don't have to accept what you do in your house. It's your house. You deal with it. Live with it. You can't make me do what you do in your house in my house. Live with it. Toughen the fuck up, dude. God. People are such babies. Oh, people exist. Like, yeah, you know what? There's people in that group that don't like my existence. Come and try and take it. Live with it. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't need you to co-sign me. What type of baby are you that you need someone to co-sign what you do in your house with the lights off? You can't even accept someone's existence that they can't keep to their fucking self. Fuck out of here with that shit, dude. Like if I could, if whiteness was something that you like, if I just had to not tell people I was black and they wouldn't know, I would just shut the fuck up until I got home.
And you know what? That would actually be tragically believable. Deadass.
Because nobody, when you're talking, how does that equate? When you're talking about having to co-sign somebody's existence, I don't expect all white people to feel good about my existence. I don't care. There's nothing that they can't do that I can do from a legal standpoint, policy-wise. We've gotten rid of all that. What are we complaining about at this point? What can't they do in America? I understand that you're not from here, Not Lost, and I don't know if you guys are still oppressing the gay people in Canada, but gay people in America can do anything that I can do as a black person. They can do anything that anyone else can do, actually. They can get married.
And as a white woman.
They can get divorced. They're entitled to lose half their shit. What can't they do?
Actually, if you want to keep it real, Ray, if you want to keep it real, they actually have more power than any of us because they have the ability to go out and cancel people like I was talking about earlier. They have the ability.
100%. You know what else they get to do? They get to go talk about the nasty shit that they did at their home the night before. And you can't fire them.
The bullies. Like, seriously, they are the new bullies.
They have the ability to the drag shows where they're.
Wait a second. What? Hold on. What can't they do from a legal standpoint that anyone else on this planet can do aside from going to a bathroom with my child in there if I were to have one? Because I wouldn't be comfortable with that. We're gonna have a fucking problem.
Gay and lesbians and trans and all that, they're not oppressed. So stop with the gaslighting questions. Nobody's even talking about the LGBT in a negative or derogatory way. They're not law.
This is what's funny is he jumps to the defense when we're heralding the fact that they're getting stuff done and they're organized.
I know
publicly.
You can't rationalize with the left.
To talk about that.
You can't rationalize with the left. They will find an argument on a blank sheet of paper.
100%. Let be
that's
accepted by
why I was
morons.
like really quietly waiting to talk about it.
And I'm gonna put it this way because this was an episode on what a man is, and I'll tell you exactly what a man is. A man is going, if you don't accept my existence, then I will fight tooth and nail and remove your existence to keep my existence here. That's man shit. I'm not gonna ask somebody to come save me. I'm not gonna tell you that you have to do this. I'll tell you this, Not Lost. If you're in my physical presence and you do anything to threaten my existence or the existence of anyone around me, you just don't get to exist anymore.
So Ray, that's
the reality of it. If you're going to sit there and hold on. If you're going to sit there and cry to the government about what they need to do to save your ass, you need to decide exactly how many people you're willing to put off this planet to get your agenda put across. Because asking for somebody else is the bitchest of bitch shit to come fix your problem because you're not accepted the way that you want to be. That's literally all. That's what we're doing in America right now. People are going, I'm not accepted the way that I want, and I don't
want
feel
to give
good.
you guys a positive example. Like, just entertain me just for 30 seconds, okay?
I got the stopwatch going.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so Greg's dad died a few weeks back.
Mm-hmm.
But what Greg comes from literally the legacy of Mount Rushmore. So his father was involved in everything financial that had to do with that part of the Midwest, and with him living in South Dakota before he came to New York and went off to do whatever he did. Now, he at the same time he took on his family business when it came to finance. So when Greg's dad died last month, he left a $10 million endowment for not only Mount Rushmore, but for the siblings that were created because of them being his heirs. And what that does is he made sure that the taxes were paid for in a separate estate. He made sure that the monthly disbursements that get to all of the children don't get taxed as their taxable income. And at the same time, he gave a big chunk of money to the foundation that he was very much a part of, that he lived with. What I'm trying to say with this is a guy that had a lot of foresight in terms of I know that I'm not going to be here forever. Obviously, I'm making a shit ton of money. I want to make sure that I leave it for not only my kids, but what my kids want to do. So here we are in 2023. After the funeral, Greg has decided to take his part of that endowment and create a new foundation. So think about that. I'm just saying.
That's pretty incredible, actually.
Yeah, that's
So,
my guy.
Yeah.
He's not using any of his inheritance for himself. He
Wow.
wants to make sure that he pushes it forward. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and that's the mindset that we have to have. And Not Lost said he protects the weak. Hey, bro, you want all these legal immigrants that are just walking into America? Can we send them to you? You guys aren't flow through in your border.
Well, to that, I was wondering.
like you want to protect the weak, bro? We got a bunch of them. You can have them. And this is the thing. Hold on 1 second, because we're about to do final thoughts. But I want to give Not Lost one more point here. You can do whatever you want in your country as your society votes to have less rights, to have less ability to own wealth, to have less ability to move and navigate as you need to be free. That's fine. You do whatever you want up there. And stay up there. Stay exactly where you're at. And you can live your life. You have no right to tell the rest of the planet how to live. Y'all ain't even got a good standing fucking army.
Or how to feel.
Last time Canada took anything.
Or how to feel, Ray. It's don't tell other people how to feel.
I mean, look, Trudeau just
That's what it is. People want us to feel bad for whatever. Well, there's a lot of people in history to feel bad about, less the present, right? I mean, come on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't think that those issues, whatever he was bringing up, I think it's moot, and I don't think it's really an issue. Like, stop.
Yeah. Right.
And then he calls us morons, but he's spending his time on here with a bunch of morons throwing his antics about protecting the weak and the LGBT.
Wait a minute. So hold on. This is from back in June, Not Lost. We had 100,000, just under 100,000, 99,545 encounters. That's encounters of people walking through our southern border in the United States in June of this year that walked in here. You're talking about bringing in immigrants. I'm talking about not allowing droves 100,000 a month. Okay, so 100,000 a month. That's 1.2 more million a year. A year at the rate that they're walking in now, Not Lost. A year that are illegally walking into my country. How many illegal immigrants walked into your country? Because I've been to your fucking border. Y'all barely want to let Americans in. You don't let people into your country that have an assault charge because you don't like people there who punch people. Get out of here, bro. Your border is booty hole tight. Shout out to Sexy Red. Telling us what we need to do with our border. We got 1 million people a year walking into this country that ain't supposed to be here, my guy. Take them. You can have them.
Yeah, they're literally trying to eradicate the black community in Chicago right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We're putting Americans out in the street, taking resources from Americans so that people who aren't supposed to be here can live good.
I did want to address one comment he made about trans are literally one of the most murdered and beaten minorities.
40.
Well, the thing is most of those murders and assaults that they get come from within their own community, for one. Statistics do prove that. And then secondly, when it comes to trans women, being the fact that they are men pretending to be women, it would be advantageous to their health to go up and not tell a man that they're trying to convince they're a woman that they don't have a penis between their legs and let them find out when they're in the bedroom. I mean, the sheer fact that these guys seem to think that they don't have the right to tell people who they are and what they are has a little bit to do with why they're getting the shit knocked out of them. The fact that they were men once, they should already know how a man's react.
I mean, I respect Not Lost's troll because I get it. I respect it, but I'm on stuff like that, it gets under my skin because it's like it's super easy to sit and tell everybody else what they should do. And I have this same critique for this country, America. We shouldn't tell everybody else what we should do because our shit's not together. But Not Lost is in a country that's less free than we are, bro. So you ain't telling me with the freedoms that I got left what I'm doing with them. Like, nope.
What country is he from?
He's a Canadian. They don't have an army. They ain't even got fighter jets, bro. Like, Canada ain't never taken shit in history. They were literally. They have
Canada who welcomed in the Nazis. Is that what you're talking about? Was it Zelensky?
Like, listen. They Canada is literally the people that started conquering America that decided that they weren't good at conquering, so they just went up and chilled up north.
Hold on.
Ain't nobody coming up.
Look, I want to address this whole. I can leave my job and still have health care. I don't know where people get off on this belief that you do realize that you can go to any emergency room anywhere in America and they have to see you and take care of whatever ailment you have. They cannot deny you service.
Well,
it's against the law.
He's talking about general healthcare, which is fine.
Why do you think most people go to the emergency room?
I was going to say because he's a socialist.
But well, you know what? Socialized healthcare, I'm all for. But the deal is this: at what point, as a man, do you get to? Is that a talking point that's like something that you would bring up as like a throw in your face, like, oh, you can stop working? Like, okay, pussy, like, great, you're a worthless fucking man. Go ahead and lop your dick off while you're at it and be a woman. Like, what are you talking about? That's not something to be proud of. You have less genetic data of sitting around going, oh, I get free healthcare because I don't work. Like, why would you want to exist in society and be a draw on that society? Have you no pride?
Well,
left?
That's why his country seems to think that they can do whatever they want to those people as
you
well.
You have no sense of duty to anything. Like, men that carry that ideology, I can quit working and still have health care. Literally, you're one rung away from jumping into traffic because your life has to be pathetic. If that's what you're boiled down to. I never want to be useless. I never want to be useless. Like, to me, that's hell. Is being completely useless in the society that you're in. Yeah. That's not. He said, "I'll take my freedom any day." That's not freedom.
That's not freedom, bro.
Freedom. That's the ability to live in a society.
I gotta jump off. My battery's gonna die.
Oh, okay. Do you have any final thoughts? Because we need to do final thoughts. I'm not playing with Not
my final thought is this. I didn't mean to interject myself into the argument between Mike and Snowman. I did not mean to interject. Sorry if it made it worse. That was not my intention, but the proof is there, and no hard feelings, Snowman. I hope you don't have any toward me. Ray, you're freaking awesome. Nina, I want to talk to her more. I love her. And that's it. I gotta run. My phone's about to die.
Salute. Thank you so much, Tammy. Have a good night. Tell Mike I said good night also.
Okay. All right. Peace out, guys.
Later. But yeah, I do not. I understand. You know what? Nobody has to work a shitty job in America. I mean, I don't know what the job situation up there is, Not Lost, but we have this thing called choice and freedom here. I don't know if you've heard of it, but I wouldn't want you to work a shitty job. I don't want anyone to work a shitty job, but you choose to work these jobs.
I've had to work some pretty shitty jobs.
I've worked a couple of shitty jobs in passing to get to where I needed to go. Understandable, but it's not long term. It's not like I had a shitty job and it's a career and I'm telling them they got to give me a raise because I can't do shit else.
Yeah,
I don't want anyone to work a shitty job as a career because generally shitty jobs are supposed to be for kids. I'm not gonna. I mean, if it's a bottom paying job, those are generally jobs for children.
Yeah, those are supposed to be starter jobs.
Yeah. And now we have adults taking starter jobs because they're dysgenic, they're worthless, they're not contributors to society. And now they've taken all the jobs from kids. So now what you have is these people who join the workforce after college that are worthless because they never got to get shitty jobs. He says he has a greater freedom. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a greater freedom in choice of jobs. Like there's no listen, not lost. I don't know what race you are. You do not have more freedom. You lying your ass off right there. You live in Canada, bro. Y'all can barely go outside. Shut up.
Dude, he's a white Canadian. I could tell he was on my page.
Okay. So I'm just saying, as a black man with no degree, I promise you, my job is less shitty, and I guarantee you, I make more money because like I hire people and you don't. You go to work for somebody. So, well, like there, and I navigated to this position like it wasn't fucking given to me. They don't give diversity hires for business owners. Like, I don't. Muslim guy asked if you want to go live since I'm going to bed. So I am getting ready to go to bed.
I guess I can just for him.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, so if you want to spin up, I'll stay talking and we can do final thoughts and I'll share your stream so everyone can migrate over there.
All right. Give me a second.
What? I'm just trying to give you the views if you're going to be up, baby. Come on now.
Just give me a second.
Party at Snowman's house. Party at Snowman's house.
Hey, but
Muslim guys going over to Snowman's house.
Motherfuckers better hit that Cash App because I'm a grifter.
Oh my God, I'm a grifter. You ain't right, bro.
Hey, I'm honest. I'm an honest grifter.
Like, but yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, nobody has to work a shitty job. I understand you guys get like a lot of false information about America, considering you don't live here.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, I'll give you that. But you listen, not lost. He says, I have the freedom to vote for a political party that isn't a warmonger. You're right, but you couldn't be warmongers if you wanted to, because you would have to build a bro, y'all Mounties ain't riding them horses no damn where, bro.
That's a fact.
You're right. 100%. I'll give you that too. But like, there's a difference between being able to wage war and not waging war versus the situation that Canada's in, where y'all just can't wage war and you think you're on some moral high ground because you're weak. You're just a weak country, bro. Let's call it what it is. Keep it a bean. You can't be like, I'm morally better and superior because I don't partake in violence because I can't. You can't. You don't even have a choice in the matter. If somebody rolled up to take over Canada right now with 2 planes, it's over for y'all. Like 2. You get 2 good planes, y'all are done. If Russia rolls up with 3 tanks, y'all are done. like Canada's the only country on this planet that you can roll up with 3 tanks and 4 niggas and take the place over, bro. It's done. It's a wrap. Y'all can't even keep your forest not on fire. Tell me why I was smelling maple smoke for an entire damn month because y'all can't put a fire out, bro. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about your socialism.
Maple syrup and chemicals, dude.
Bruh. No one wants to invade you. It's called soft power. No one wants to invade you because your land is shit and you have to live underground because it's cold up there. Like, and if there's an ice age, y'all the first one's dead. Like, no one wants the land. That's the only reason. You have no resources. There's nothing up there that's worth a shit. There's no there's nothing that says like, oh, that would make you want to conquer Canada. The climate sucks. There's no good resources, and you got to have mole cities because y'all be sitting up there with -40 in the winter and dying if you go outside for too long. It's cold. People don't want to be there. You have a border called it's terrible. That's the only power Canada has. Rillo said they literally changed the name of the dish poutine because it sounds too close to Putin. He said we have clean water systems. Yeah, you guys are at the start of all the water. I'm blaming y'all for all the dirty water because you pee in it first. Now what? Hey, bro, is it crappy? Is it crappy trade deals? We had to sign crappy trade deals. If we're selling you your resources back, who was it crappy for, sir? Like I said, you can tell a truth and a lie in the same sentence, sir. You might want to try that with somebody a little bit dumber, but the deal was crappy for y'all. It wasn't crappy for us if we're selling it back to you. Truth and a lie, my friend. Truth and a lie. What natural if we bought the natural resources up there, they're not their natural resources. Also, they can't, in regards to why Canada is never invaded and no one can test that land. No one wants it, Roots. No one wants that land. It's hard to maintain. You have to have special way to live up there. If you're not from up there, you ain't gonna survive up there. Yes, I am. I'm proud of winning. That's what we do in America. Canada, you should try it sometime. You could start by getting a couple of fighter jets, maybe some surface-to-air missiles, so that you can defend yourself against the 2 fighter jets that could take over your entire landmass. And, sign better deals and don't just get pushed around. You know why your country had to sign that deal? Because you didn't want none of this American freedom. Keep it a bean, bro. They were like, hey, you gonna sign this paperwork, right? And you guys were like, oi, don't you know this is a bad deal, eh? And they were like, you're going to sign the paperwork. Oh, would you like some syrup, sirs? Well, keep it what it is, dude.
All right.
Hold on. And Jay Rillo added the context for you, not lost. He said you're referring to the USMCA Estrade Agreement, which has been the most beneficial to Mexico because they maintain their industrial infrastructure. So it was partially crappy for America. We all got it.
By the way, I just wanted to say, Jay Rillo, you motherfucker, I miss you. Where have you been?
Jay Rillo is getting to the bag. He got a promotion. He said he lost 50 pounds.
Bro. I ain't talking to him in forever, man. I feel like I lost one.
Jay Rillo is going to come up, bro. He's going to be jacked, and I'm going to not want to fight with him, bro. Jay Rillo is going to actually pull up. No, but I really want to do, because Jay Rillo was talking about doing a financial show. I would really like to do an actual financial deep dive. I think that would be a really good beneficial show. So next week we're gonna have to do a part 2 to this, since we got drug off topic a couple of times, and I'm gonna have some different points that we're gonna touch.
Don't you dare blame that shit on me, sir.
I'm not blaming it on anybody. This was a good conversation. I mean, there's definitely a bunch of, we took some turns, but overall, this, as far as staying on topic, this is one of my best shows. So thank you for participating, Snowman. Because we've been missing your ass too. You disappeared, but I figured it was because you had baby. So
yeah, that's what it is. That's why I ain't been. Nobody's seen much of me. Is this baby's been fucking hell, dude?
Dude, are you gonna do an unboxing video for your computer?
I can if you want me to.
Well, you probably should. You're excited about it. That'd be a good piece of content for you.
Hey, it might be, dude. Dude, you're gonna love this computer. It's just beautiful. It is fucking beautiful. I can't wait for it to get here. I'm so fucking excited. Dude, and I got fucking, check this out. The one that I'm using now, it's got 16 gig of RAM on it. The one I'm getting, 32 gig of RAM.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be ridiculous. This is gonna be wild.
It's got a Ryzen 7 in it. It's got a liquid cooled fucking processor.
Oh, hold up. Not lost. See, this is what I respect about Not Lost. He be jumping topics. He said, what are the specs? He done gone full nerd now.
Let me pull them up for you real quick, Not Lost. I'll tell you, because I can't remember all of them right offhand. Give me 1 second. Because
Jay Rillo, you don't need your receipts for me. I assume most people were in shape at one point in their life. You got to be a certain age before I believe that you was just not in shape forever. Because the kids now, some of these little bastards, they gonna be like, man, I started off like this and just got taller and ended like this. But yeah, okay. So you're gonna do the specs. Not Snowman dropped his link in the chat. He's gonna be going live after the show is over. So everyone who want to transition over there, we're gonna do final thoughts and get up out of here after he reads these specs off. He's looking them up now.
Yep. 1 second. So it's got a specs on it. It's got a hold on.
Round is a shape. That is facts.
It runs Windows 11. It has a 2 terabyte solid state hard drive. It's got the AMD Ryzen 7 in it. 32 gigs of memory is the fucking RAM. It's got the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060 in it. And it's got the, what is it? The Ryzen 7 is the 7700X octa-core processor, 4.5 gigahertz with max boost clock up to 5.8 gigahertz and 32, like I said, gig of memory. It also has the liquid cool, instead of fans in it to keep it cooled down. It's got that liquid cooled, like a radiator in it.
Nice.
It's fucking beautiful.
Hold on. Well, I'm gonna answer. Murder have one question. It's the only question he's asked tonight. He's just been going hard in the chat. The Fed putting a pause on inflation. They put what's going on, Robin Goodfellow? Man, see, we're not going as late tonight, Robin. I'm getting ready to crash out, but thank you for tapping in for a little bit. Robin, it's good to hear from you. The Fed pausing inflation, they're gonna raise it again. It's getting raised again before this year's over. They just paused it for that meeting. Like they're gonna have to raise it. Like the price, y'all still buying stuff and running up the bag, man. Like everybody has to stop buying stuff, and 1 million of you need to not be employed before they stop raising inflation and we start going the other direction. Like it's gonna get worse. Dude, we need to get Not Lost an upgraded system. I want him playing games.
See, that's the other reason why I went ahead and upgraded, because I want to get that game and sit and rock out on Steam with all you guys.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, I might
that way we can all just start our own little faction on Steam. You know what I'm saying? And just wreak havoc.
We gotta find a game where we can like conquer things, though. I think that would be fucking hilarious. If we all just started playing like some sort of game, it'd have to be a game where you can build cities. It has to be persistent, so it has to be like an MMORPG, but like where you can build a city and just conquer stuff, and then we all just start our own clan.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know,
I mean,
and show be the dominant clan.
Right. I mean, hey, if it works in an MMO, it could work in the real world. That's how I've always looked at it.
For real, dude. That's where you can actually do trial runs on your ideas.
Yep. That's what I was gonna say. Oh, he said Baldur's Gate 3. He heard, Baldur's Gate 3. Okay.
That's what Not Lost was talking about a couple weeks ago.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to look into it. Okay. Do you have any final thoughts? Because I'm getting ready to go to bed.
No, not really. It's been a good show. Other than this, it's been a good show. You know, sorry that I've been gone for the last 2-3 weeks. You know, like I said, been busy with home shit and the boy being in cross country and everything. Everybody just keep doing what you're doing, man. And you know, I like that we can still get on here and have our disagreements and discussions and try and squash it, even if we don't squash it. You know, at least we all try to project ourselves as men.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a good conversation. All right, I'm gonna jump on here. We're gonna get the final thoughts because Ray's getting delirious. It's late. So I think that tonight was a wonderful show. I think that it was a good, we got to see how people interact. We got to see how men interact. The conversation got heated. We had receipts. We had back and forths. We had a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, it came back around, and that's really what it means for me. Like, I don't think we're going to agree all the time. I don't think that everyone's going to get along all the time. I got you, Nunya. I'm going to do it before I roll out. I'm going to play it for you because I didn't. You're right. I didn't play a few intros tonight because we were moving, and I didn't want to pause because it takes forever. But it got to a point to where there's at least some semblance of consensus, and we can all agree that the mission is the mission is the mission, and that we have to figure out some way to continue to move this needle forward so that way this nation doesn't crumble around us, because we all still live here, right? And there's going to be multiple facets. I mean, me personally, like, I'm dialed in on facilitating conversations, obviously, with Guns and Butter, but everything else I do is based on the finances, because that's where we're being attacked the hardest, in my opinion, because all the side stuff that we're arguing about, they're still stealing your wealth. They're giving it to other people. They're removing it from your family, your society, your community, and they're putting it into other communities in order to weaken you. I believe that they're attacking the men because weak men are easier to control. And this is about control. It's nothing more than control. And that's not to say that I want to control other people, but I for damn sure as an American citizen do not want to see my fellow citizens, because regardless of what label you have, if you live in this country, you are a citizen of this country, you were born in this country, you are an American. And that's the only label that should really at the end of the day matter. And we should be able to at least disseminate down to that we are countrymen when we have these discussions. And those things should never be forgotten. It's important, and it's important that we stand up for that together. The needs of the few do not outweigh the needs of the many. We are all riding on this ship together, and if it sinks, no one's going to be laughing, because we're all going to be feeling the fallout of it. Not lost, you have a good night. I want to give it, before I roll out, first off, let me for Nunya specifically for you, Nunya, because you know you the homie.
She's the female embodiment of fuck around and find out. She's also the sweetest girl on the internet. Give a big warm welcome to Nunya Business.
So that's for you, Nunya, but I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Roots, definitely, dude. Roots, Nunya, definitely the Pred Hunter squad. You know, I love it when you guys roll through. It's fun. Ryan, you're my new best friend. We're homies now. We went the whole gamut. Sugar Bum was in the chat. Nina definitely came up and graced us with her presence. She even cammed up for a little bit to flex on y'all. I mean, you know, it happens. Shout out to Tammy and Mike Rage. Love them. My homies from down south. Angry Snowman came up. Love him as well. Obviously there's nothing more to say. He rocked out with me the longest tonight. We've been missing him, and he came back and just really showed up and showed out. Ghetto Not Sure, shout out to you. Dub, I can't even read the rest of that because it's in characters that I can't read. I don't read that. Dub. Tiny, respect. Cat Reed 016. The Wife School podcast tapped in for a little bit. Joker was in the building as always. I already said what's up to Roots. Laura, shout outs to you. Roz, shout outs to you. He stopped in for a little bit to plug Circa 84. If you guys are interested in options, I would definitely check those guys out. They know what they're doing. Rage Nation, Mayo Monkey tapped in. Black Thoughts was in early to have the conversation with me. Lawrence Ritano, my brother, tapped in. Natasha, one of the best mods in these YouTube streets. And the dayest of day ones, Carl Albertson, Mr. Youngblood City was in early. Mr. He Said and Mrs. She Said were in the building. And Jay Rillo as well, official sponsor of the show. You know what I'm saying? Jay Rillo was making it rain all night. He's been making some big strides in life. Really proud of what he's got going on over there. And I'm looking forward to the continued progress that he's going to continue making. Because, you know, I've been a fan of Jay Rillo for a long time. That dude is very heady, much smarter than myself. And to see him making the moves that he's making and the progress from when I first met him to now is definitely commendable. So I'm going to give this man his roses. We gotta give him the roses. Now, I do have another one. See, Mike Ray's going to bust me out, but I was going to play this because I didn't play it when he showed up because we were middle of the hypest of hype conversations. Special thank you to my brother Murder 100, always showing up, always all caps, always hype, always bigging me up, always extra with the support.
Is he our number one fan, or are we his number one fan? Either way, say hello to Murder 100 in the chat.
We're gonna close it out with the Murder 100. I also want to close this out. I have a video, so this is going to be a little bit longer than what I was thinking because I do want to play this video for y'all. Since this was the episode on men, we're going to share a video from the Triumph cult. I have a lot of stuff that I listen to in the morning, but since I was doing one specifically on masculinity and men, I wanted to highlight this one specifically because it is good. And I think that, you know, it's going to have value for some of us. So, no. Robin Goodfellow. No, Robin Goodfellow, please don't go. Please don't go. Don't be done. You got to come back and see me, Robin. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I disrespected the Twitch fam. And you know what? That's on me. That's on me. I am a failure, but I'm going to ask you to be a good human and forgive me. And Muslim guy, I gave you a shout out when I started my shout out rant. So just be quiet and be nice. You're my friend. You have my freaking number, dude. Like, get out of my face. I'm sick of you. Okay, so let's listen to this. And then I'm going to roll us out on this. And then we're going to go through the outro. And you guys have a good rest of your evenings, nights, days, wherever you find this. If you're watching this later, wherever you're at, I hope you're having a great experience. And more importantly, I hope you're working on progress. So also, after the end of the video, definitely make sure to go over and tap in with Angry Snowman because he's going live so that Muslim guy can hang out because Muslim guy's working, doing the do. Respect.
I asked for strength, and God gave me difficulties. I asked for courage, and God gave me dangers.
We all live on this side of suffering. On this side, this nice box that's very comfortable. It's those few people who are willing to go on this side of suffering. And once they get through that, ask him how he feels now. His mind, how far he grew.
I am a man. I am the head of my empire. I'm the head of the clan. Of course, I will suffer, but the people I love are not suffering. This is what God has bestowed upon important men since the beginning of time.
Masculinity is a gift to you from God that you must turn around and give back to humanity.
You ever ask a man how he's doing and he says, "I'm all right." I'm here to tell you, that man is not all right. That man is battling demons that you cannot even possibly imagine. That man is struggling every single day to find a reason to keep going. And the reason we say we're all right is because as a man, nobody really fucking cares what you're going through.
In this suffering, there has to be some kind of growth. I look at my life's so fucked up. I come from this fucked up family. I'm being beaten. I'm being abused mentally, physically. I start looking at it as a perfect trial ground. Try to flip it upside down and say, okay, I'm suffering tremendously mentally. Use this to your advantage versus your disadvantage. If I can overcome this, if I can find some power in this, some way to get through this, that right there will be the fuel for the rest of my life. And so I found great strength in suffering.
Life isn't always so fresh or so easy. Yeah, it's a shitty situation. I gotta go to work because I gotta pay the bills and support my family. But you know, it doesn't mean I have to shortcut my success in what I'm doing. I'll find a way to work this out.
The whole world doesn't give a fuck if men are happy or not. Nobody cares about men being happy. We talk about women being happy. We want children to be happy. If you look at a full-grown man on Christmas morning, he's smiling because his wife is smiling. He's smiling because his children are smiling. Nobody even buys him anything. What do they buy the dad? Socks? It's still up to you. You are still the man of the household. Only you. And if you don't pay the bills, who's going to do it? Your wife's just going to what? Go get a job, get like 5 jobs and raise your kids? How's she going to do that? You must be prepared for these things. That is what you're working for. So if you wake up every day as a man and you say, I don't have motivation to become strong. I don't want to work hard and get rich. I don't want to try and become financially free. How can you live that way as a man? I must suffer because I am a man. I am the head of my empire. I'm the head of the clan. Of course, I will suffer, but the people I love are not suffering. This is what God has bestowed upon important men since the beginning of time.
People get it all wrong, man. You have to face suffering. We have to face this dark side, this darkness. And there's a lot of energy in there. There's a lot of goodness in there that you can use to find greatness. But you cannot find your peace you're looking for in yourself until you've overcome yourself.
Go after things and attempt things they already know they can achieve. You gotta do something you're not quite sure of. Try something new if you want to switch it up. That's where growth comes, man. That's when your body's forced to adapt, forced to suffer the discipline today, so you never suffer the form of regret tomorrow. That's what the fuck that's about.
I asked for strength. And God gave me difficulties to make me strong. I asked for wisdom. And God gave me problems to solve. I asked for courage. And God gave me dangers to overcome. I asked for love. And God gave me troubled people to help. My prayers were answered.
All right. And before we go, because I got a last minute contributor to the show, and I'm not going to forget that this time because I'm sick and tired of having to keep going back and doing posts because I'm not paying attention to my notifications. So first and foremost, shout out to you, Beak. Thank you so much for the 20 ball. Much appreciated. And after the Here Comes the Money, we're out of here. Shout outs. Thank you so much, guys. Much appreciated.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter.